The tale commences where an injured guy barely stands before a giant demon king with a sword in hand. He reflects on a world where God is dead and humanity worshipped gold and revered arcane engineering until finally they turned themselves into slaves, which creates utter chaos and panic among them. Though wounded and trembling, the protagonist grips his sword with quiet determination, asking how this is fair and how this makes sense. As he leaps in a final act of defiance, the demon lord menacingly swings his sword with overwhelming force. A massive explosion causes the sword to fall from the protagonist's grasp and slip away, rendering him powerless. The protagonist, Kim Junsu, a 22-year-old college student, playing the best apocalyptic modern fantasy game, Arcane Soul, yells in rage with his mobile in hand, calling it a garbage pay-to-win game. As his character begins to cry on screen, he anxiously shouts in frustration, asking how any of it is fair and how a poor F2P player like him is even supposed to enjoy the game. In the game, a player with the ID Rich Heavenly Demon Chan, Junsu's rival, taunts him, saying he did decently for a F2P player, but it still sucks to be him, bragging that he was literally on auto mode the whole time. Junsu's character, lying defeated on the road, screams in fury and calls him a brat. The Heavenly Demon Chan continues smacking him around, laughing that it was pretty fun since he's never seen a F2P put up such a good fight before. Junsu tightly holds his phone with a grit of his teeth in rage, and yells out loud, asking how it is fair that he loses to a whale even after spending 10,000 hours on the game. He angrily claims it's not even a game anymore, calling it outright gambling with OP characters. Walking off to the side, he sighs, muttering that he is the idiot for wasting time on this terrible game. Still, he decides to get his dailies done so he can move on to his homework, even if his free pull will probably hand him another Warrior Kim. He's a nullifier who never skips dailies no matter what. Standing by the roadside, he taps the free pull out of habit, and is stunned as a platinum chest suddenly appears on his screen. As the chest opens, he is utterly taken aback to receive an SSR Heavenly Demon, and he can't fathom that he pulled the Heavenly Demon. He finds it hard to believe that he actually gets the best character in the game, and reflects that the chances of pulling him on a free pull are 0.06%. He jumps in joy and immediately decides it's time to start raising the Heavenly Demon, planning to level him up by farming with other characters. A wide grin spreads across his face as he remembers that the fastest way to power up a character in Arcane Soul is by using already raised characters as EXP fodder. He is no longer jealous of the Uber whales because he has a plan. With zero hesitation, he's ready to sacrifice all his Warrior Kims to strengthen his newly acquired Heavenly Demon. He begins the process by raising his phone and sarcastically bidding farewell to his countless Warrior Kims as he steps onto the zebra crossing. With a smug grin, he declares that he's now a proud owner of the Heavenly Demon. Suddenly, he notices an overspeeding truck rushing straight toward him, which catches him off guard and leaves him with minimal chances to evade. He anxiously wonders what this familiar event is and gets hit by the truck. Some time later, he regains consciousness in a hospital bed, his head wrapped in bandages and his foot in a cast. He sits up in alarm, noticing the IV drip feeding into his arm, his mind racing with confusion as he tries to understand why he's in a hospital. A jolt of pain hits as he clutches his head, and the memory flashes before him that he was hit by the truck and ended up in the hospital. At that moment, a nurse walks into the room, addressing him as Warrior Kim and asking if he's awake. The name catches him off guard, and before he can respond, she tells him to hold on while she goes to get the doctor. Confused, Junsu wonders why she called him that. His eyes drift to the patient slip near his bed, where his name is listed as Warrior Kim, age 22, with the cause of admission marked as dislocation and concussion from an accident. He stares at the slip in disbelief, unable to comprehend that it truly says Warrior Kim. With a weary sigh, he sits on the edge of the bed, his foot hanging down, thinking that perhaps he did feel a bit guilty about sacrificing all his Warrior Kims for the Heavenly Demon. Still, the idea of becoming Warrior Kim himself feels surreal. As his fractured foot accidentally touches the floor, a jolt of pain shoots through his body, catching him completely off guard and leaving him wincing in agony. As he shouts out loud in pain, holding his leg, the nurse dashes towards him, telling him that he can't move yet. The doctor standing nearby informs him that he was hit by a truck and got off quite lightly. However, they need to run some more tests, including MRI and a magical vision test. The mention of magic and Warrior Kim leaves Junsu bewildered, his mind racing to understand what's happening. Later, at the front desk, the hospital staff tallies up the charges for his emergency care, CT scan, X-rays, and other services, totaling $22,370,000. 569 KRW. The number stuns him. He mutters anxiously that he's only been there for 4 days and can't believe that it adds up to over 22 million. To make matters worse, the receptionist informs him that he has no insurance coverage, so the entire amount must be paid out of pocket. He shouts in frustration, insisting that he does have insurance, pointing out that every Korean is covered by national health insurance. The receptionist pauses, clearly puzzled by his claim, and thoughtfully asks what he means by national health insurance. Instead, she asks if he has Legion insurance or Magic Tower insurance. He curiously wonders what she is talking about, but suddenly he remembers these terms from somewhere and wonders where he has heard them before. He recalls Legion, Megacorp, Magic Tower, and Holy Order, and realizes these are the 4 factions dominating Seoul. He's stunned as he recognizes the world around him, which is the setting of Arcane Seoul. In a world where God has abandoned humanity, arcane science developed drastically. The polluted earth is full of monsters, and humans modify their bodies to survive. Overwhelmed by the harsh reality of this brutal world, he panics, shouting in disbelief as it sinks in that he's somehow ended up inside Arcane Seoul. He walks down the streets with the help of a crutch, recalling that he went to sleep happy, having obtained the heavenly demon, but to think that he would become a tutorial character. He thinks maybe this is a divine punishment for dusting those warrior Kims. When he finally reaches his assigned room, he finds it even smaller than his old apartment. He looks around in disbelief, wondering why Warrior Kim is so poor. He sits on the bed and wearily recalls that his body isn't well, and he doesn't have any money, so he doesn't know what he should do. Suddenly, he thinks that if this is actually Arcane Seoul, then events like nuclear wars, dimensional rifts, or the revival of the old gods will soon occur and make this place a living hell. He lies down on the bed, not sure how he ended up here, but certain that if he stays put, he will die 100%. Suddenly, he remembers something, gets up, and firmly holds a sharp object to check before it's too late. With grit of his teeth, he forcefully stabs his hand with all his might and yells in pain. However, a surge of magic power emerges and heals his wound, which excites him as he knows it will work. The system window notifies him that he has obtained the trait Wound Recovery. The reason he raised countless warrior Kims was because they were free tutorial characters. It's the only character without a base trait. However, since traits can be unlocked and swapped, warrior Kims could be raised with more freedom than any other character. For someone like him who relied on strategy, they were even more valuable than higher rarity units. That means now, as a warrior Kim himself, he can gain any trait as long as he puts in the effort. He activates the Wound Recovery trait excitedly, and all his injuries and fractures instantly heal completely. In Arcane Seoul world, one dies if they are poor or powerless, or if one runs out of luck. However, he resolves that he will not let that happen to him. With the resolve to survive, he begins his journey from rank 115,689 and soon reaches rank 9, since he has the knowledge from wasting 10,000 hours on Arcane Seoul as an F2P player. Later, he determinedly walks into the Talent Inn in Warrior Kim's body. As he arrives at the player personnel office, a man with a cigarette in his mouth and Kim's resume in hand looks up and asks if Warrior Kim is seriously saying this is his first time visiting. Kim confidently affirms and explains that he plans to join the mana purification business. Deep down, he sighs, reflecting that he needs to earn money first for a crappy gacha game like this, since all he got is his damn body. This is the only thing he can do to earn big money. Player Personnel Director Choi Seonsu places his foot on the desk, stating that it may be called mana purification, but asks whether he understands what dungeon clearing really entails. When Kim nervously affirms that he does, Seonsu chuckles and sarcastically mentions that there is nothing on his resume. Internally, Kim confirms that he knows how damn crappy the work is and reflects on contaminates mana, the reason monsters took over Arcane Seoul. Dungeon clearing is cleaning up trash that emits large amounts of contaminated mana. He knows that extended exposure to mana can result in death or mutations, causing the work to be hazardous. The man places his resume on the table, stating that as soon as they have enough people, he will get him assigned to a team, and Kim thanks Mr. Seonsu. As Kim turns to leave, with a firm expression, the man asks if Kim is sure about it and emphasizes that he has seen plenty of people like him enter this work for the money and return completely empty on the inside. Kim confidently grins, telling him not to worry and assures that he will probably be better than Mr. Seonsu, which startles him. Walking off to the side, Kim maliciously grins and mutters that grinding tirelessly as a free-to-play player is his specialty. After all, he's poured 10,000 hours into this game. As he steps out of the office, labor leader Deer sternly halts him and asks if he is the useless newbie joining their team. Kim affirms and explains that he just came here because he was assigned to this team. Deer sternly yanks his collar, asking if this place looks like a playground to him, and demands to know where the determination is behind those eyes. With grit of his teeth, Deer sternly urges him not to beg to save him after he mutates and declares that if he spots any sign of him becoming a mutant, he will kill him. Kim nonchalantly remarks that he will keep that in mind and internally notes that the guy is trying to scare the newbie, and he guesses everything is the same in game and in real life. However, he wonders why there is an R-ranked character Deer here. As he checks Deer's attribute window, he realizes that this is what he looked like before awakening, and his legs are normal, too. At that moment, Dungeon Cleaning's 5-year experienced hedgehog hurriedly arrives and tells the Deer not to do this to the newbie. He reminds him that they are already short on work personnel anyway, so they need all the help they can get. Deer releases his grip with a sigh and says it's fine as long as the newbie can actually help, adding that from the looks of him, he'd be relieved if he doesn't end up being a nuisance. He then turned to the rest of the team members and informed them that they already have 4 days to clean up 5 contaminated locations, so they must hurry up. Meanwhile, Kim grits his teeth in frustration, asserting that the Deer brat is much harsher than in the game. Hedgehog grabs his shoulder with a grin, telling him not to be bothered by Deer, emphasizing that he might be rough on the outside, but he is a nice guy. Later, the group stands in front of a sealed door, a foul stench leaking from behind it, and something green pressing against the edges as if trying to burst out. They all cover their noses from the overwhelming odor, and one of them mutters that no matter how many times they do this, it's something he will never get used to. Deer turns to the others, stating that he will open the door, so they must get ready. Using a chip, he unlocks it, and the moment it clicks open, several slimes spill out. Deer immediately shouts for everyone to take their positions. Low-rank contaminated slimes begin pouring into the hallway. Standing at the back with a shovel in hand, Kim watches them carefully, contemplating the basis of cleaning up contaminated mana and monsters, contaminated slime. Although they are weak in combat, the reason why they are difficult to destroy is that they won't die until one finds the little mana core somewhere in their bodies. When one of them tries to take down the slime, it instantly regenerates, and Kim loudly urges them to find its mana core. The team members, trying to deal with the slime, counter how they should find it and express concerns that they will be exposed to contaminated mana if this drags on. As they find it hard to deal with the slimes, Kim dashes to confront them and suggests that one of the team members stuck in the slime stay back. He then leaps into the air and, with all his might, attacks the slime with his shovel, which catches his teammate off guard. He successfully hits the mana core and manages to keep his teammate safe, causing the slime to burst. With a cold grin, Kim turns his head around, asserting that he should get warmed up. Without wasting a moment, he lunges forward and confidently confronts the slimes coming his way. With each decisive movement of his shovel, Kim targets and extracts the mana cores, taking down the slimes one by one. Deer and the other teammates are stunned, finding it hard to believe that Kim is defeating them in a single strike and wondering how it's even possible. Meanwhile, Kim confidently leaps toward the remaining slimes, stating that it is possible. He recalls that 2 days ago, he was lying on the ground searching for something when a child pointed him out to his grandmother, saying there was something strange about him. The grandmother gently told the child not to stare. Meanwhile, Kim kept scanning the ground, muttering that there had to be one somewhere around. Eventually, he discovered a 501 coin, and the system notified him that he had acquired the treasure hunt trait. He became thrilled to obtain the treasure hunt trait he considered essential for warrior Kim. As he jumped in excitement, the grandma, standing nearby, told her grandchild to close his eyes before anything else happened. Before monster cleaning, he learned a few important rules while gathering a few necessary traits. He acquired contamination resistance by putting his mouth into a foul-smelling dumpster, which he found to be the hardest trait to obtain. First, obtaining traits works the same as in the game as long as certain conditions are met. Second, a person can have up to 6 traits and switch between the ones they have earned at any time. During the slime hunt mission, he activated the treasure hunt trait, which helps him identify his opponent's weaknesses, and thanks to that trait, he can see the mana cores. He determinedly strikes the giant slime's core, causing it to burst and release a wave of contaminated mana. Deer immediately shouts for his comrades to be careful and avoid contact with it. Meanwhile, Kim walks toward them, drenched in the contaminated slime, and remarks that it seems his hard work is starting to pay off. With a wicked grin, he licks some contaminated mana off his face and declares that warrior Kim's labor specialty is truly remarkable. At that moment, the system notifies him that his contamination resistance trait has granted him increased resistance to contaminated mana. Later that night, as he sits on the bus with a weary sigh, he contemplates that even with the help of the traits, working all day is still tiring. Hedgehog excitedly comments that they are going home early thanks to Kim. He sits beside Kim, commending that just watching him was amazing, and asks if he is waiting to awaken like deer. With a grin, Kim remarks that it's nothing like that and clarifies that he knows how to work a shovel thanks to his military experience. Hedgehog excitedly remarks that if that's the case, Kim is amazing. Kim internally notes that this guy's mutation symptoms are worsening, and he has been exposed to too much contaminated mana. He gently brings it up, suggesting he doesn't look so good and should consider resting tomorrow. However, Hedgehog playfully denies his assertion, stating that he would rather become a mutant than face his debt collectors. Kim internally agrees that there aren't many reasons why people would take up this job. 4 days later, while everyone around him is gagging and throwing up from the unbearable stench, Kim stands firm and calmly declares that the cleanup is done. He glances around at his teammates, noting how worn out they all look after days of non-stop monster cleaning. Just then, Hedgehog vomits again, his eyes turning an alarming shade of red. Kim notices and quietly reflects that he warned him not to push himself too hard. At that moment, Deer approaches him, stating that he looks ready to go, and asks if it is because he is still young. He adds that he didn't expect Kim to pull his weight like this and commends him for a well-done job. With a playful wink, Kim casually tells him not to worry about it and says it's all thanks to the team. Deep down, he thanks to the new traits he learned while monster cleaning. This kind of work feels easy now. Seeing Deer smoking a cigarette, Kim observes that he looks like he is barely holding it together, too, and thinks maybe it's because he's in R rank. Meanwhile, Deer exhales deeply, muttering that he is hell tired. Suddenly, their attention shifts to Hedgehog, who starts convulsing and lets out a low, guttural growl. His teammates recoil in alarm, asking if he is alright. Deer abruptly dashes towards him, wondering what's going on. Deer grabs Hedgehog, urgently shaking him and shouting for him to stay awake, insisting they must get out of there together. But before they can take a step, an explosion of mana erupts from Hedgehog's body. Hedgehog turns into a real monstrous beast with his body covered with giant spikes, and Kim understands that he has become a mutant and lost all of his sanity. Noting that the deer collapsed in Hedgehog's feet, Kim realizes they can't get out of here if they don't defeat him. Glancing at his equipped traits, Kim grits his teeth, realizing that since all the new traits he has learned are specialized for monster cleaning, nothing will help in combat. As he stares at the giant, monstrous Hedgehog, Kim asserts that no matter how he thinks about it, they are screwed. Hedgehog strikes him with a powerful blow, sending him flying to the side as blood pours from his mouth, and he crashes to the ground. Kim realizes the difference in strength is overwhelming, and that he could die if this continues. The system informs him that he has gained the endurance trait. Lying on the ground, he clenches his teeth, thinking he still has traits, and it is too soon to give up. He scrolls down his traits window, contemplating that to survive, he must think about how he can defeat that thing, and first, he must delete some traits. He notes that strength will be helpful right now, mana heart will help him control mana, endurance will reduce all damage taken, mana absorption will allow him to absorb mana, and deep respiration will grant higher mana regeneration. Lastly, the final piece of the puzzle is corruption resistance. With that, he finalizes his set of 6 basic traits. With those traits in place, he confidently calls out for Hedgehog to come at him. As Hedgehog lunges towards him, he instantly activates the strength trait that amplifies power over tenfold. He fiercely swings his shovel and strikes with all his might. The Hedgehog is sent flying to the side from the impact, and Kim grows excited, realizing it's working and he can actually do this. However, to his surprise, the Hedgehog suddenly spins at high speed and charges straight toward him, catching him off guard. The creature leaps into the air and slams into the ground, triggering a wave of destruction that leaves Kim momentarily frozen in shock. To evade the attack, Kim instantly jumps into the air and activates his endurance trait, amplifying his defense tenfold. Before attacking, Kim comments that even with endurance, it still hurts like hell, but he knows that if he stops now, he will die. He relentlessly smacks the Hedgehog with everything he has, knowing he has no choice but to keep attacking. However, to his surprise, Hedgehog counterattacks him with a barrage of its spikes that pierce into his body and send him crashing to the side. Nevertheless, with a little more determination, he lunges forward and attacks the Hedgehog, which shatters his hand, but he remains determined. The relentless onslaught from the creature eventually breaks his entire arm, and he collapses onto the ground in pain. As the monstrous Hedgehog looms over him, ready to deliver the final blow, Kim realizes that he can't win relying solely on Warrior Kim, and tears begin to well in his eyes. Amid the chaos and destruction caused by the hedgehog's attack, a distant memory surfaces of a time when he was playing this game on his phone. Back when he was playing the game, everything was easy, as all he needed was a single click to hunt down monsters. He never thought about how the character would feel. He simply pushed the character into extremes under the pretext of efficient training. But now he knows it takes suffering to obtain a mediocre trait. In the present, he deflects the hedgehog's attack barehandedly and sends it reeling to the side. He activates his mutant muscle trait, realizing there is no way to win without paying any price. He reflects that the reason he went for reckless attacks was for the trait obtainable when surpassing the limit with mana, heart, and strength traits activated to obtain mutant muscle. Everything he endured was to prepare for this very moment. As the hedgehog charges at him again, he effortlessly deflects the attack using his enhanced strength. With unwavering determination, he pummels the monster with his fists, daring it to come at him again. Hedgehog furiously launches a powerful counterattack and slams its spiked fist into Kim with full force, smashing him to the ground as blood spills from his mouth. Despite the gaping wounds covering his body, Kim grits his teeth and thinks grimly that it wasn't using its full strength yet. After enduring intense pain, he obtained the mutant body trait and became more powerful. He sarcastically thanks the hedgehog for pushing him to grow. Now empowered, he faces the monster directly, standing on equal ground. At the same time, Deer slowly regains consciousness, confused and disoriented, trying to make sense of the loud commotion around him. Deer is taken aback to see Kim confronting the monster head-on and wonders whether he is a superhuman and how he can fight on equal footing against a mutant. The creature then hurls Kim aside, though it also loses its balance and crashes to the ground. Reeling on the ground, Kim realizes the fight isn't as simple as he hoped. Even though his size now matches the monster's, he knows that if things keep going like this, he will end up at a disadvantage. As the monster roars aloud, Kim regains his footing and, with a grit of his teeth, asserts that it's a bit dangerous. Still, he guesses he has no choice, so he activates contamination resistance, which develops resistance to contaminated mana. He reminds himself that he has to believe in himself and turns into a monstrous being, which startles Deer. He goes berserk and transforms into mutant warrior Kim, even bigger than Hedgehog. He then unleashes a blast of contaminated mana out of his mouth on the hedgehog, which catches it off guard. Meanwhile, Deer is taken aback to see him as a monster, can't fathom that he has become a mutant while fighting against one, and wonders how this is even possible. Deer becomes panicked at the sight of Kim in his berserk state and dashes to the side. Realizing that he needs to get out of here, before he can, he sees Kim's giant hand extending towards him, and he instantly clutches his eyes in terror. When he dares to open them again, he finds that Kim has reverted back to his human form. Moments later, Kim collapses to the ground, quietly saying that he did it. He activates his corruption resistance, the final line of defense. Normally, if someone possesses both the mutant form and the mutant muscle and deletes corruption resistance, they fully transform into a mutant. It's widely believed that there's no turning back once that transformation happens. But Kim knew differently. He understood that as long as he could maintain even a small degree of rational thought, he could still modify his traits. That's how he managed to replace mutant with corruption resistance and return to his original form. Seeing the destruction and chaos, Kim reflects on the pain he endured. It felt like all of his bones and muscles were moving around, and he didn't ever want to go through that again. However, he believes it was all worth it as he acquires a level 1 mana core as a remnant of Hedgehog, which excites him the most. As Kim jumps in excitement, thinking that this cleanup work is surprisingly profitable, Deer and 2 other team members approach and ask if he's alright, snapping him out of his thoughts. Furthermore, Deer reminds him that he became a mutant and asks what happened. Before responding, Kim thought it would be annoying if there were any strange rumors about him. So, he turns to them and remarks that he kind of just gambled on being able to turn back and asserts that he was really lucky. Deer is taken aback by his remark and questions if it was really just luck, insisting it was far too extreme for that. Kim casually hands him a handful of level 0 mana cores and walks off to the side, saying they should head back now since he wants some fresh air. Internally, he reflects that since he saved their lives and even gave them some mana cores, they will likely keep his secret safe. Later, at Seonsu Force's office, Sir Seonsu excitedly mentions that he has heard Kim go through some hardships and comments that it must have been terrible. With a chuckle, Kim remarks that it was a bit of hard work at the end and internally wonders why this man is buttering him suddenly. Seonsu then asserts that if Kim had told them he was a superhuman, they would have given him proper work instead of cleanup work. While sipping the tea, the protagonist notes that Seonsu thinks he is a superhuman. In Arcane Soul, a superhuman awakens an ability, allowing them to obtain powerful mana. Superhumans are basically nobles in a world like this, where strength is power and authority. Kim thinks that it makes sense for Seonsu to think that, since one needs to be a superhuman to defeat mutants, although he was able to win thanks to his own traits. Seonsu then pulls out a pouch to pay him for the cleanup, and Kim finds it nice and internally decides with a sly grin to let him think he is a superhuman for now. He tells Kim that he has cleaned up 5 regions, and they take a 20% fee from the total of 50 million won. If they divide that up by how many people were in the group, he would give Kim 5 million. However, he announces that they will do it a bit differently this time, and they will only take 5% from Kim's share and give him a bonus. Kim becomes utterly excited to see 12 million before his eyes. Meanwhile, Seonsu informs him that they will look forward to continuing to work with him, which excites him even more. He can't help but think that being treated like a superhuman has its perks. He then walks out of the office with a bright smile, pondering how he should spend all this money. At that moment, a man standing there calls him, stating that he looks in a good mood and speculates that he must have gotten paid a lot. With a grin, Kim affirms that they have finished the job and internally recognizes the man as one of the people he worked with last time. The man informs him that he is here to ask him for a favor. When Kim inquires what it is, the man reveals that his wife is actually sick, so he wonders if Kim could lend him some money. He admits it's a lot to ask, especially since they've only worked together once, and apologizes for the sudden request. Kim internally contemplates that it's not a good idea to help others when he doesn't know them in this world, as who knows when the person might stab him in the back. He finds it hard enough to support just himself, but he feels too bad to ignore him. As the man bows to request him, Kim gently grabs his hand, telling him not to do this since he is older than him, and then gives him a handful of mana cores. Later that night, the man holding the mana cores laughs maliciously and calls Kim a fool. He just pretended to be a poor old dude, and Kim just gave him all this without hesitation. The deer standing before asks if Kim is new to this type of stuff, while the man bets that he would have given him more if he said his kids were sick too. He complains that the most frustrating part is how Kim was paid more than the rest of them, yet only tossed them a pitiful share along with that fake superhuman act. Holding a cigarette, Deer adds that Kim isn't even a real superhuman and coldly declares that they should teach him a lesson. When the man asks if Deer has an idea, with a grin, Deer remarks that the silly little idiot must have some strange ability. Clenching his fist with a malicious glint, he asserts that since they know his secret, it's time to show him how cruel the world can be. The next day, Kim relaxes at a hotel massage parlor, remarking that he never imagined he'd one day be able to afford a place like this. He muses that the in-game world might actually be better than reality. As the masseur presses on his shoulder, a sharp pain shoots through him, making him wince. He reflects on the fact that even after 3 full days of rest, the soreness still lingers. With a sigh, he resolves to be more cautious about using any mutant-related traits. Changing traits isn't as omnipotent as he thought. His body changes depending on the traits, and the severity of the side effects increases the more his body changes. As he continues the massage, he sighs, troubled by the realization that limiting his trait usage for safety might also limit his chances of survival. His thoughts are interrupted when he catches sight of the Iron Fist gang through the window. Their leader is lounging by the pool, flanked by guards. Kim quietly observes their haughty demeanor, thinking they are still going around with the same old arrogance. He reflects that Arcane Seoul is dominated by local gangs rather than by law. With monsters roaming everywhere, it makes sense that people would rely on superhumans for protection. Kim reminisces that he did manage to survive the first bit, but it would be foolish to only rely on his traits in such a dangerous place. He maliciously grins, thinking that it all comes down to items. Later that evening, he arrives at Seoul Miscellaneous Store, and the receptionist asks if he is here to sell some stuff. Kim affirms that he has some byproducts from monsters. The receptionist tells him in advance that they don't buy any level 0 mana cores. He responds that he's well aware, and then reveals a large, gleaming mana core, its shine and size causing her eyes to widen in surprise. She nervously identifies it as a level 2 mana core, and he hands it over for her to inspect. He internally feels good to see her surprised, and reminisces that grinding for it in the hotel room sure paid off. He had poured everything he had into fusing this mana core, and thankfully, it resulted in a level 2 core. He grows excited, contemplating that its price differs depending on the level, so this is how to sell it at the highest price. The lady then hands him 4.77 million won for the core. He eagerly takes the money and inquires if they carry any weapons or armor. With matching enthusiasm, the receptionist confirms they do and leads him to that section. His eyes light up at the sight of the weaponry and armor on display. Spotting the familiar basic items he once used in the game, a wave of excitement washes over him as he looks forward to finally getting properly geared up. He walks out of the shop beaming, a bag full of weaponry slung over his shoulder, feeling a rush of excitement. With newfound gear in hand, it finally feels like he's truly playing Arcane Soul. Just then, a woman nervously approaches him and asks if he's a mercenary, explaining that she needs assistance. Letting out a light laugh, he politely declines, clarifying that he's not a mercenary and suggests she look for someone else. She then offers him money, stating that she is here on a business trip. But the Iron Fist gang scares her, so she asks if he could protect her on her way to her lodging. When he sees the amount, 500,000 won, for a bodyguard, he feels like a daily quest and thinks maybe he should try it since he is all geared up. He then pats her shoulder and says he can't ignore a lady in danger. As he agrees to accompany her, the lady beams with gratitude and leads him along a dimly lit path, cheerfully mentioning that they are almost there. As they walk, Kim grows suspicious, internally questioning why someone would choose to stay in such a shady area. There isn't a single person around, not even an ant. As he climbs the stairs, she suddenly takes a sharp turn to the side. Curious but cautious, Kim follows her, only to find her standing still in a shadowy corner. She calmly mentions that they're almost there and urges him to hurry. The darkness makes it difficult to see, so Kim quickly activates his night vision trait. As his vision sharpens, he is taken aback to find the woman now pointing a gun at him. A sly expression on her face as she remarks that he is much more cautious than she had expected. Seeing this, Kim wonders who that woman is and whether the whole situation was a trap. At that moment, Deer emerges behind him with a sly grin, asking where he is going, while 3 other members emerge out of the dark and surround him. Deer slyly comments that it's nice to see him again like this. Glancing around at the ambush, Kim asks curiously what he did to deserve this. Deer shrugs and says there's no particular reason, he just looked dumb enough to fall for it. Then, with a mocking grin, he calls Kim a gullible brat. Before Deer can finish speaking, Kim suddenly dashes to the side, narrowly dodging the surrounding thugs. Caught off guard, Deer curses him, calling him a scoundrel for starting a conversation and then running away like that. He urgently commands that girl to shoot him. She instantly acts upon and shoots Kim. The bullet hits his shoulder, and he fumbles on the stairs. Deer scowls and snaps at her, frustrated, saying she was supposed to aim for his legs, not his torso. She calmly replies that it's better than letting him get away. As Deer examines Kim's motionless body, drenched in blood from a distance, he mutters that it looks like Kim is dead. He notes with some interest that Kim seems to have reverted to being human after using mutant traits. Looking at the body, the woman confidently remarks that some mage out there would be willing to buy it. Deer scoffs that they would have gotten more money if they had captured him alive and urges his underlings to loot Kim's bag and equipment for now. However, they are taken aback to see only blood and Kim's body is absent, which startles them, and they wonder where his body went. Suddenly, Kim shatters the only light there and hits the man who deceived him earlier, which startles the rest of them, and they can't fathom that he is still alive. Using his traits, Kim uncovers himself, confidently stating that he can't die to someone who repays kindness with betrayal. The good thing was that he exited the store after wearing the bulletproof vest, and thanks to that, he obtained the trait he needed, which is playing dead. Deer nervously scans his surroundings, unsettled by the pitch darkness after the streetlight was shattered, and mutters in frustration, trying to figure out where Kim disappeared. Using his night vision trait, Kim looms behind him, asking if he is looking for him. He firmly attacks Deer, stating flatly that he's here to take his life back since he once saved it. Kim strikes Deer hard across the face, sending him flying and bleeding as he crashes to the side. Nevertheless, he wipes his blood off his face and counterattacks with a kick. However, Kim evades it and smacks his face again, stating that he should be thankful that he saved him and asks if he thinks trying to kill the savior is the right thing to do. As he crashes to the side, the Lady Alexa shoots Kim, and the bullet grazes his arm. As the sharp pain snaps him, he realizes he was too careless. He reflects that in Arcane Soul, the scariest thing isn't monsters or mutants but people. He admits he was too naive in trusting people too easily and resolves not to make that mistake again. Kim quickly pulls the gun from his pocket and fires at Alexa, the bullet striking her arm and causing her to drop her weapon. Without pausing, he turns the gun on the remaining members and shoots them to neutralize the threat. He then decides to let them be and kill Deer to be safe. However, before he can move, Deer lunges from behind and delivers a brutal kick to his face with full force. reeling from the blow. Kim quickly notices that Deer's legs have transformed like a real deer, and he is awakened as a level 1 superhuman. The protagonist grits his teeth in frustration, realizing that Deer managed to go through a superhuman awakening in that moment. With a bitter scoff, he mutters that the developers did a terrible job designing this game. He reflects that since all playable characters can go through superhuman awakening, it's considered the basic growth system of this game. According to the world within Arcane Soul, a level 1 superhuman is strong enough to threaten an ordinary civilian holding an automatic rifle. In other words, Kim has to deal with a superhuman with nothing but his ordinary body. As the weight of this realization sets in, Deer glares at him with murderous intent and suddenly disappears from sight. The sudden vanishing act catches Kim completely off guard. Kim knows that Deer traits include stereoscopic movements and kicking. Stereoscopic movements allow the user to use their incredible leg elasticity to move freely in any direction. He is caught off guard as Deer suddenly scales the building wall using this very trait, his eyes burning with the intent to kill. The protagonist grits his teeth, realizing he must dodge this at any cost. As the Deer fiercely hits the ground with utter chaos, Kim manages to dodge in time by jumping to the side. Deer becomes infuriated that he dodged it and dashes again to attack him, asserting that he won't be able to dodge this one. He smacks Kim with a confident grin, but is taken aback to see him dodging it with a baton. Kim sarcastically apologizes, saying he hadn't planned on dodging, and coldly calls Deer a pathetic animal. Deep down, he knew buying the expandable baton was a good idea. A few hours earlier at the shop, he thoughtfully wondered whether buying a gun was worth it. However, since Warrior Kim is a warrior class character, Kim understood that even if he were to grow stronger, there is a limit to how effectively he can wield a gun. So just in case, he bought a warrior class weapon too, as he knows each character has weapons and traits that are more effective for their class. That's why, to win against Deer, he needs to use a close-range weapon and traits fit for a warrior. Back in the present, Kim forcefully hurls Deer backward and launches a relentless barrage with his baton. Amid the assault, a notification flashes that he has acquired the trait Strike. Excitement surges through him as he realizes it's his first class-specific ability, Strike, a core trait for the warrior class. Without wasting a moment, he unleashes a series of precise attacks, a crushing downward slash, a sharp uppercut, a swift lunge, and a broadside swipe. Each blow keeps Deer off balance, making it nearly impossible for him to counter. As Deer finds an opening, he swings his leg fiercely toward Kim, catching him off guard. Kim hesitates momentarily and wonders whether he should dodge or press on. However, he realizes he can't stop now after coming so far, even if it means he breaks a bone. With that resolve, he swings his baton and continues attacking Deer. The system notifies him that he has obtained the trait combo, which excites him since it is the best warrior class trait combination for the early stages, along with Strike. He unleashes both traits and strikes Deer repeatedly, forcing him to beg for mercy. Kim drives the baton into him, and as Deer collapses to the ground, Kim loudly declares that he did it. He defeated the awakened Deer. Suddenly, he feels a burning sensation in his hand and wonders what that feeling is. Without warning, his entire body fills with unbearable pain, yet he feels something else brimming from within. He grits his teeth in pain, and an explosion occurs that engulfs his body in fire. On that day, the moment he faced the harsh truth of Arcane Soul, he awakened as a level 1 superhuman, Warrior Kim. He clenches the fire in his fist and exclaims that he has become a superhuman. Bursting with energy, he flips in joy, proudly declaring that not only is he going to get high-paying mercenary offers, but he will also get low-interest bank loans. At that moment, a man with a cigar in his mouth approaches him and asks if he is done. Kim recognizes the man as Iron Fist leader Lim, who is the second basic character given in Arcane Soul after Warrior Kim. A character from the Reinforced Soldier class who uses firearms as their primary weapon, specializing in shooting using a prosthetic arm. The problem is that Iron Fist Lim is the feared boss of the Iron Fist gang of the underworld. Kim realizes he must have provoked them since he fought in their territory. Surrounded by fully armed bodyguards, Lim looks him over and coldly asks if he even bothered to check whose territory this was before causing such a mess. The protagonist anxiously explains that he was attacked so suddenly, and he couldn't just die there. Lim loads his pistol and asks with a chilling tone if Kim is implying that those attackers were more terrifying than the Iron Fist gang. Kim is taken aback to see the gun and anxiously realizes that if he fights in this condition, he will die for nothing. Lim presses the gun against Kim's chest, coldly stating that he made a hell of a mistake, one that won't go unpunished. The threat catches Kim off guard for a moment. With a grim edge, Lim adds that he will show him exactly what happens to those who defile Iron Fist territory. With a composed demeanor, Kim remarks that if that's the case, then Lim has overlooked one crucial detail. He loads Lim's gun himself and declares confidently that he's not someone who dies that easily. Without hesitation, he pulls the trigger and shoots himself, which startles and infuriates him. The protagonist obtains the regeneration trait, which helps him heal his wound in seconds. Lim, now intrigued, comments on how impressive the ability is. With a grin, Kim internally notes that the upgraded version of the wound recovery trait, regeneration, is a trait obtainable once one becomes a level 1 superhuman. He internally acknowledges that it will be over once they start looking down on him, so he will go with the bluff tactic. Kim gestures toward the bodies of the men he defeated earlier, telling Lim that he didn't survive by luck. He boldly declares that he doesn't care who they are, but if they mess with Warrior Kim, they better brace themselves. Lim chuckles, asking if his name is Warrior Kim, and admits he likes his guts. He then strides forward, telling him that he will let him go this time, but in that case, he owes him a debt. He places his prosthetic arm on Kim's shoulder and leans closer, stating that he is sure Kim knows what that means. Kim firmly remarks that he will remember this and internally wonders whether Lim recognized him. Lim then extends his hand, stating that they will work on a job together next time. Kim internally acknowledges that Iron Fist Lim isn't the type to betray him, so building a connection here won't be a bad choice. He then shakes hands with Lim, saying he will see him next time. Later at Jamsil's superhuman tower, Kim excitedly comments that he had no idea when he looked at it in-game, but it's a spectacle. He looks around in awe, commenting that it's completely different from his town. At that moment, a lady thanks him for visiting the superhuman tower and asks how she can help him. Kim finds her utterly beautiful, but she seems familiar, and he wonders whether she is an NPC. With a chuckle, she gestures to the side, telling him that if he is here for a superhuman certification, he should head to that machine over there to measure his mana and trait circuit. He thanks her and heads inside, thinking that he hadn't even asked for it, yet she still guided him. That's how rookie he seemed anyway. Once he gets the superhuman certification, he gets to start a real life in Arcane Soul. Suddenly, Kim is caught off guard as he hears people around him whisper in awe, telling each other to look up at the ceiling. The Saintess has arrived. A radiant light floods the area, and everyone around him clasps their hands in reverence. Confused, Kim watches as a figure in shining armor descends, accompanied by similarly armored attendants. His eyes widen in shock when he realizes it's the Saintess of the Old Father's Order and wonders why a boss monster is here. The people around clasp their hands, calling her the Saintess of the Old Father's Order and expressing how honored they are by her presence. Kim realizes that since he's still in the tutorial timeline, she hasn't become a boss monster yet. Right now, she's still just a Saintess. However, as the story progresses, it is revealed that the Order was actually a cult disguised as a religion, and they begin attacking citizens indiscriminately. The people know that the Saintess is here for a mana measurement and must be here for a level renewal. As she begins the process, a blinding, radiant light fills the area, making it difficult for others to keep their eyes open or stand steadily. Kim internally remarks that it's one noisy mana measurement. When the process ends, the people clasp their hands again in reverence, and the system announces, Saintess, Priest Class, Mana Level 8, 6-layered circuit. Everyone begins chanting excitedly, amazed that she is a world level 8 superhuman and possesses 6 traits. Kim, however, grows anxious, realizing this isn't something to cheer for. A level 8 superhuman can be compared to an artifact carrier squadron, a walking national level superhuman, and a superhuman with such strength will wipe out Seoul in the future. However, even if he said that now, the people will treat him like a madman and throw rocks at him. So he decides to think about the future later. And for now, let's just measure his mana. Before beginning the process, he realizes it would gather too much attention if a rookie like himself had 6 traits. So, he decides to lower the visible number to 3. Suddenly, the Saintess's attention shifts toward him. Her attendant, addressing her as Your Eminence, asks what the matter is. She remarks that there seems to be an uncommon individual. She then looms behind him and acknowledges that he seems to have an intriguing ability. Her sudden presence catches him off guard, and he remarks that she surprised him. He then anxiously pondered what she said and wondered whether she sensed that he switched his traits. Meanwhile, the system displays Kim's equipped traits: Strike, Endurance, Strength, Wound, Vigor, and Perseverance. The people nearby whisper among themselves, puzzled as to why the Saintess would bother speaking to someone who looks so ordinary. Then, to his surprise, the Saintess gently takes his hand and, with a soft chuckle, asks if she may know his name. Kim tells her, and as he does, he's startled because in Arcane Soul, there's only one reason a priest would ask for someone's name. Holding his hand, she solemnly declares the will of the Old Father's order and baptizes him. With a radiant gleam in her eyes, she adds that the Old Father, Lord of the Black Gold Throne, is always drawn to rare and powerful abilities like his. Gripping his hand firmly, she urges him to submit himself to the order and find peace in this hellish world. The people watching grow envious, whispering that even the first daughter of the Old Father herself is baptizing him. Meanwhile, Kim grits his teeth, realizing that if he were to be baptized and obtain the baptism trait, he has no choice but to become a paladin of the order. However, the Old Father's order in the war against South Korea led to significant losses in the Arcane Soul. He realizes that it's like being forced to go all in on a stock that is bound to be delisted. Without hesitation, he abruptly pulls his hand away and, kneeling before her, firmly refuses to be baptized. This unexpected turn of events startles everyone nearby, even the Saintess, who briefly thinks she must have misheard him. Breathing heavily, Kim clarifies that he is serious. The Saintess responds sternly, saying it is freedom to choose whether to serve or refuse. However, she grips his shoulder tightly and firmly states that the Old Father has already set his eyes on him. Her grip set his arm ablaze as she urged him not to forget that a holy mote had taken root inside him, and if he could not overcome such a tiny mote, then his feeble free will had no meaning. Soon, Kim's entire body was engulfed in flames, and he screamed in agonizing pain. The sudden outburst startled everyone, and they began to murmur, wondering how a rookie could dare refuse baptism, and whether he was irreligiously poor. The system notifies him that he will suffer from unending, searing pain as punishment for refusing the baptism. Ablazed and writhing in agony, Kim grits his teeth, reflecting that he was prepared for this, but it still hurts like his whole body is burning. Divine Fever is one of the strongest debuffs in the entirety of Arcane Soul. By causing burning pain endlessly, it prevents one from continuing with their ordinary life. The only way to get rid of it is to go to the temple to get baptized. In endless pain, Kim recalls that he refused it because he thought about the future, but it seems he might die right now. Suddenly, someone pours a bottle of water on him, and the receptionist asks with concern if he is all right. He recognizes her as the one who guided him earlier and reflects that no one usually helps someone affected by the Divine Fever debuff, fearing the negativity might spread to them. Internally, he feels grateful to her. He then internally resolves to endure it a little more and manages to gain the Divine Resistance trait. He opens his eyes, reflecting that he didn't refuse the baptism recklessly either. The Divine Fever debuff gets stronger depending on the target's total amount of mana. Because he is still a level 1 superhuman, the debuff is weaker in comparison, so there are a few solutions. The first condition is to obtain the Divine Resistance trait, and now he prepares to muster more mana from within. As he yells in agonizing pain, the receptionist, Soren, pours bottles of water on him and encourages him, saying he can do this. Amid the burning torment, he feels her water like the water of life and internally resolves to focus on this contrasting sensation. He begins the process with fire and water, the burning pain and the cold reason. Using the mana within himself, he is determined to extinguish the fire. Suddenly, he exudes a radiant, cold aura, so intense that Soren struggles to maintain her footing in sight. The system notifies him that he has obtained the mana barrier trait, which helps him cope with the blazing fire. As the cold aura continues to spread, he grins, realizing that he did it. This is the Tier 1 common trait that every defensive warrior must obtain. Soren curiously asks if he is alright, and Kim confidently affirms that he is, thanks to her. Meanwhile, everyone around is taken aback and can't fathom that he overcame Divine Fever. They murmur in disbelief, wondering if he used some cheat skill. Kim grins, internally reflecting that he didn't completely overcome it, and this is only a temporary measure against it, using the barrier. Still, at least he is freed from burning pain for now. He glances at his arm and casually comments that the black flame is cool too, even if it's not visible to non-superhumans. He then steps onto the machine to measure his mana, and he is excited to see the conclusion. Mana level 1 and a 6-layered circuit. The people around are amazed to see that he is level 1 yet has 6 traits. They consider him the birth of a super rookie and realize that's why the Saintess wants to baptize him. Kim sighs internally, noting that he has gathered far too much attention. His original plan was to grow quietly in the background, but with the mana barrier active, there's no way to hide his traits now. At that moment, Soren congratulates him, stating that she has never seen someone with a 6-layer circuit. With a bright grin, she asks if they should go ahead and issue his superhuman license. Later, she slides his license towards him on the table, and as he excitedly grasps it, she congratulates him again on becoming officially certified superhuman. Tears of joy well up in his eyes as he states that he worked hard to get this. With a grin, Soren then offers to explain all the special privileges of a level 1 superhuman. However, before she can, he urges her not to as he already knows them all. He excitedly recalls them: tax reduction, the right to carry weapons, and as the level increases, exemption from all taxes, immunity from arrest, free access to all transportation, and even more benefits. She is taken aback, then laughs, excited to see that he knows everything so well. Kim confidently claims it's because he's a game addict, but quickly corrects himself, saying he meant to say he's a doctor in superhumanology. Holding his new license card, he calmly says he doesn't like wasting time and asks if there's a way to leave quietly. Outside, there's already a rush of people trying to recruit him or even get his autograph, and he clearly wants to avoid the spotlight. She stands up, claiming she has already prepared one, which startles Kim. She cheerfully tells him not to worry and to follow her simply. After putting on their cloaks, she guides him through a hidden path. As they walk, he thanks her for everything she has done, from giving him a stealth cloak to showing him a secret way out. Leading the way, she replies that it is no problem and says that helping each other is what they should do. The system notifies him that he has obtained the stealth trait, which excites him since he got a nice trait for free. She then turns to him and gestures to the side, telling him he must walk out there on his own, as she can only guide him here due to the rules. Kim thanks her with a gentle bow, stating that it's more than enough. As she walks past him, she responds with a smile, telling him it is no problem and to have a safe trip back. Seeing her, Kim reflects that he didn't know such a kind person existed in Arcane Soul. She is pretty too, and he resolves that he will repay the favor once he gets stronger. To know her name, he sees her business card in hand and is utterly taken aback to find out that she is Beak Soren. That's the name of one of the game's 3 strongest SSR rank warrior characters. He remembers that she is a berserk and always had a scary appearance. He found it strange that he found her face familiar. He is taken aback, recalling that she always had such a scary look in game that he never could have imagined. To think that Beak Soren used to be such a kind person, he can't help but wonder what in the world happened to her. The following day, Kim finishes off the last slime and mutters wearily that being a superhuman is nothing special. He has been clearing monster caves non-stop for a week and feels like he is about to die from overwork. He plops to the ground with a heavy sigh, complaining that he has only cleared 1 cave so far, yet he is already worn out. His efficiency is terrible, and it is all because he poured all his traits into sustaining the mana barrier. He glances at the baton in hand, contemplating that if he could customize it to specialize it for monster cave cleaning, he would have been done hours ago, but he can't do any other work because of this damn debuff too. He needs a rare potion named Nectar to eliminate Divine Fever, but it's too expensive, and this cleaning job won't do it. As he kneels on the ground, his phone vibrates. He glances at the screen and sees yet another call from Director Choi Seonsu. He sighs, wondering how many times this guy plans to keep calling so persistently. Frustrated and ready to hang up, he moves to end the call, then suddenly stops. A sly grin creeps onto his face as a cunning idea forms in his mind. The next day, Kim arrives at Seonsu Agency, where Director Choi Seonsu greets him enthusiastically. He eagerly offers Kim a glass of juice, calling him the man who overcame Divine Fever without receiving baptism, and the rising star who began with a 6-layered circuit. Seonsu declares it an honor to meet the man at the center of the latest rumors. Taking a sip of the juice, Kim calmly replies that things just happened to turn out that way, then gets straight to the point by asking if the director has found the job he requested. Seonsu sits down in front of him with a tired sigh and tells him not to even bring it up. Glancing at his tablet, he mutters that it's been incredibly difficult since Nectar is a rare medicine only obtainable through level 5 or higher superhuman requests. Hearing that, Kim abruptly stands and walks toward the side, stating bluntly that if Seonsu failed to get it, then he's leaving. Panic flashes across Seonsu's face as he quickly jumps up and stops him, insisting that this is tied to their exclusive contract and he absolutely must secure it. He then reassures Kim with forced confidence that, of course, he managed to get it. Kim grins internally, contemplating that if it's Director Seonsu, desperate for a superhuman contract, he knew he would find a request with a Nectar reward. He sits back down and asks about the contents of the request. Seonsu slides the iPad toward him and asks if he has ever heard of Number 1 Security. Kim picks up the device, looking at the screen with curiosity, and mutters that this is his first time hearing the name. He then asks if it is a security company. Seonsu explains that it's a private military company, one of the top 10 in the industry. The CEO and vice CEO are married couples from traditional martial arts families, so their foundation is solid. Kim curiously asks what such a wealthy family could be lacking in order for them to issue a request. Seonsu explains that their son is the problem who has already passed 20, but hasn't awakened as a superhuman yet. Kim curiously retorts, surprised that the son still has not awakened, even though his parents are from martial arts families. The director explains that, according to rumors, the son has already accumulated level 8 mana, but has not awakened yet. He adds that their condition was for a level 1 or higher warrior-type superhuman, which makes Warrior Kim a perfect fit. Kim grins and tells him to set up the meeting, saying they should see them for now. Later that day, they arrive at the home of the number 1 security couple. As they sit in the elegant living room, Seonsu remarks that the CEOs must be extremely busy, noting that they're not usually the type to be late. Meanwhile, Kim looks around, silently amazed by the house's grandeur. Suddenly, both men straighten up in surprise as the couple enters the room, offering sincere apologies for keeping them waiting. With a gentle grin, the lady introduces them as the clients, Seo Youngju and Lee Miri. Seonsu quickly stands and bows, politely saying it's no trouble and thanking them for their time. Kim follows suit with a respectful bow, while internally noting that both possess a considerable amount of mana, likely making them at least level 6 superhumans. Seo Youngju sighed sternly, scoffing that he could tell Kim was weak just by looking. But Miri quickly chides him, urging him not to speak like that and adding that he should return to his room if he keeps acting this way. The couple then takes their seats, with Youngju reluctantly sitting down. Miri also gestures for Kim and Seonsu to sit, offering a warm smile. She then remarks that since they came here, she assumes Kim is willing to accept their request. Kim responds that before agreeing, he would like to check their son's condition first to see if there's a specific reason preventing his awakening. At that, Youngju suddenly slams the table and stands up, glaring as he demands whether Kim thinks he will tell that to a rookie like him. Miri halts him and apologizes to them, explaining that he is getting worked up because it's related to their child. She then remarks that it's not something that they can tell to an outsider, but if Kim accepts the request, they will call their son and explain the situation. Seeing Kim's protective mana barrier, she expresses her certainty that he also needs a nectar. Kim internally realizes that there is a problem with their son that needs to be kept confidential, and the fact that they know exactly what he needs, he is becoming more and more certain that this request is worth taking. With a gentle grin, he accepts the request and politely asks them to call their son. At that moment, their son arrives there and introduces himself as Seo Woojin. Kim walks towards him, stating that it's nice to meet him, and shakes hands with him. He internally notes that suspiciously enough, he can't feel any mana from him. Kim then notices an etched symbol on Woojin's glove and comments that he has a cool glove. Woojin remarks that it's more than he deserves, but always uses it with gratitude. Kim explains that he assumes so because Woojin would have needed robust mana sealing, which startles them all. Kim adds that he became sure the moment he saw the gloves, even though it's a matter involving the critical affairs of Woojin's noble family. Woojin deliberately set the conditions to require a warrior-type level 1 superhuman and use nectar as bait to summon him. He certainly adds that the Old Father's order also baptized Mr. Woojin. He then reveals that their son hasn't been able to awaken because he rejected the baptism, and sealed away his mana to avoid divine fever. Since they couldn't publicly announce it and were struggling with it, they must have heard the recent rumor about a level 1 superhuman overcoming divine fever and decided to seek him out. Woojin excitedly finds it amazing that there is no need for him to explain further, and he almost thought Kim was the protagonist of a detective novel. Kim confidently remarks that it's just a matter of reading the situation. Deep down, he maliciously grins, contemplating that there is nothing to fear once he knows the future. The moment he saw Woojin's picture, he got the gist because in the future, Seo Woojin becomes the vanguard paladin of the Old Father's order. He refused the baptism and held out, but his parents lost their power, so he succumbed and joined the Old Father's order. Youngju gently calls Kim sir and asks if there is a way for their son to escape the baptism. The protagonist internally grins, noting that Youngju was arrogant a moment ago, and now he acts all gentle. Outwardly, he responds with full confidence that, of course, there is a way. Deep down, he recalls spending 10,000 hours in Arcane Soul, and he would know, of course. He then pats Woojin's shoulder, stating that he knows that pain as he has suffered through it as well, and urges him to trust him. He will get him out of it. Woojin's eyes well up with tears of joy and gratitude, and he excitedly embraces him while Kim internally contemplates that he doesn't care if Woojin is the saintess who dared try to baptize him into some lowly cult. With a dark grin, he silently affirms that the one destined to serve her now stands by his side. Kim then asserts that before he begins the treatment, he would like to add a condition. The couple looks surprised, and Miri gently asks what it is. When Kim explains that the difficulty of this request has increased, Miri agrees while wiping her tears, and admits that since this isn't just about mana awakening, but overcoming divine fever now, she allows Kim to go ahead if he can heal Woojin. Kim reveals that he would like her to teach him the mountain-breaking swordsmanship as an additional condition. The request enrages the couple and startles Seonsu and Woojin as well. Radiating a menacing aura, Miri steps toward Kim and sternly asks if he fully understands what he just said. Kim feels the pressure of her killing intent and, trembling slightly, realizes that the vice CEO is much scarier than the CEO. Meanwhile, Youngju whispers to her to go easy on him. Kim understands why she would be angry, since mountain-breaking swordsmanship is no ordinary skill. Some might question his decision to learn swordsmanship in the 21st century information era, but things are different in Arcane Soul, where strength is equivalent to authority. A superhuman swordsman can easily destroy an entire tank. High-level martial arts are traded at the value of a fighter jet squadron, which is worth trillions of KRW. If a level 1 superhuman learns and continuously trains in the mountain-breaking swordsmanship, they can reach level 4 without any difficulties whatsoever. It is basically a cheat code for the early game. Standing before her intense aura, he remembers that it is said that only the elites could learn this swordsmanship and internally wonders whether he has crossed the line. He clarifies that this is only if he completes the request. When Woojin calls her mom, she regains her senses and suppresses the killing intent. She then gently remarks that she will give him a memory chip containing mountain-breaking swordsmanship and a nectar if he succeeds. This startles Kim, who abruptly bows to thank her. Internally, he grins, thinking it worked since he felt she would kill him. But now he will get the swordsmanship too. She adds that if he fails, her husband and she may be sincerely disappointed, even angry, but Kim assures her that it won't happen. With a confident grin, he gestures to the side, stating that it's better to start as soon as possible, so let's get started right away. They led him into a spacious room containing a mana-focusing circle and 200 intermediate-grade mana potions. Miri informs Kim that everything he requested has been prepared. Kim glances around and says it should be sufficient. He then adds that he would prefer to be alone with the patient during the treatment, and politely asks if she could leave. Before leaving, she apologizes to him about what happened earlier and explains that Woojin was forcefully baptized before he could start attending school. He never had the chance to make friends or experience something as simple as a family picnic. Instead, he had to suffer while being forced to stay in his room. She bows deeply, admitting that they may have been overly sensitive because of everything he's been through, and says that from this point on, she will leave everything entirely in Kim's hands. Kim curiously notes that everyone in their family suffered from the Saintess trap. Meanwhile, Woojin rushes to his mother and assures her he is fine. Kim internally recalls that in the game, Woojin ends up opposing his own family, and it makes sense that he would become such a cold person in the future, so Kim feels bad for them. However, he assures her not to worry as he will succeed at all costs. As she leaves the room, Kim stretches his arms and casually says that now that it's just the two of them, it's time to get started. Woojin, visibly nervous, trembles as he asks what he's supposed to do. Kim turns to him, puzzled by his reaction, and asks why he's shaking, telling him to relax. However, Woojin, overwhelmed with panic, asks if he is going to torture him through some sort of drug injection or electric shock to awaken him forcefully. Kim sighed and asked what kind of treatments he had received until now. The general treatment to cure divine fever is to drink nectar after awakening. However, because Seo Woojin had too much mana accumulated in his body, the divine fever was too severe for him to awaken, and all else failed. Kim begins rummaging through the intermediate mana potions, telling Woojin not to worry. He adds that there's only one thing Woojin needs to remember. Everything he sees during today's treatment must remain a secret. Woojin immediately nods and promises without hesitation. Kim then informs him that he will begin the process and internally recalls that first, he has to expand the mana barrier to the absolute limit, and then the barrier will weaken. As expected, the barrier begins to weaken soon after, and the curse of divine fever flares up once more, setting his body ablaze in searing pain. Without wasting a moment, he quickly opens the bottles and starts chugging down the mana potions one after another, which shocks Woojin, who watches in alarm and confusion. He continues chugging down the bottles, wincing at the awful taste, but forcing himself to finish every last one. As he downs them all, a system notification appears that he has acquired the trait drug addiction. The system explains that while this trait increases the damage he takes and boosts mana consumption, it also greatly enhances the effects of any drug. As he obtains the trait, he generates an area shield within the designated area and suppresses the fiery effects behind it. He becomes excited that the divine fever has been completely pushed out of the barrier. With an excited glimmer in his eyes, Woojin marvels at the sight and calls it amazing. But Kim tells him that it's too early to be surprised. He then instructs Woojin to take off his mana-sealing glove and push his hand out of the barrier. Then he has to grab his hand, which startles him. Woojin anxiously wonders whether the two divine fevers will start a resonance reaction. Kim then steps out of the barrier and becomes engulfed in flames once again, explaining that Woojin's condition will remain bearable as long as he stays inside the barrier. Standing beyond the shield, Kim tells him not to question anything and simply follow his instructions. Woojin internally contemplates that this is the first time he has taken off the glove since he was baptized. As he takes it off and extends his hand beyond the barrier, the flames outside surge with even greater intensity. Engulfed in the fire, Kim marvels at the sheer amount of mana stored within Woojin's body. Though he finds it terrifying, he still reaches out and grabs Woojin's hand. The moment their hands connect, a searing pain courses through Kim's entire body, far worse than anything he experienced during the Saintess's baptism. He clenches his lips in pain, and it feels like his bones are being shattered into pieces, but he resolves to maintain his focus and endure the pain. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he mentally curses the Saintess and the divine pain, then quickly leaps toward Woojin inside the barrier, causing Woojin to stumble and fall to the ground. As he firmly holds Woojin's hand, the system notifies him that he has obtained the damage absorption trait, which allows the user to absorb the damage others take. He then exhales sharply and declares that it's a success. Woojin looks at his hand in awe, realizing the pain is now bearable even without the glove. Kim nods in agreement, saying that's exactly why they had to go through all of that. In addition to the barrier, Kim has used damage absorption to take part of his divine fever for himself, meaning Seo Woojin's divine fever is severely weakened. Grabbing a wooden sword, Kim explains that this is the final stage. He extends the sword toward Woojin, telling him not to stop and to keep attacking until he awakens. Woojin takes the sword and confidently states that it's time to use the swordsmanship he has practiced since childhood. He then begins attacking Kim, who is taken aback to see that Woojin has broken an iron arm guard with a wooden sword. Meanwhile, the system notifies him that he has obtained the trait Protect, but even with this trait, he will be in a critical state from one strike, and to think that this comes from a guy who hasn't even awakened yet. As Woojin swings the sword with overwhelming force, Kim can't help but wonder what kind of monstrous swordsmanship Miri had taught her child. He quickly leaps to evade the attack, barely avoiding the blow. Internally, he realizes that even dodging Woojin's strikes is becoming difficult. At that moment, the system notifies him that he has acquired the trait Evasion. Suddenly, he notices steam emitting from Woojin's body and realizes he is about to awaken. However, what truly stuns him is the sight of both Woojin and the wooden sword glowing with the same color. He can't fathom that this is SSR rank Seo Woojin, one with a sword, reaching a state where the sword becomes the person. It is an insanely overpowered trait for the warrior class, but that guy is in a complete trance state. As the next strike comes with terrifying force, Kim anxiously realizes that if he gets hit now, he might not survive. Kim anxiously grits his teeth and checks his equipped traits to bring out every defensive trait possible. He focuses all the barriers onto his two arms, using the mana focusing circle in the room to his advantage. Drawing on his traits, he merges two of them, Mana Barrier and Protect, to create a new form of defense. As the deadly strike closes in, a system notification informs him that he has obtained the Mana Shield trait. With it, Kim successfully deflects the powerful attack. He sighs, stating that one with the sword almost killed him. Suddenly, he sees Woojin, who seems utterly drained, and then plops to the ground, which startles him. Kim internally wonders how dare he lose his consciousness in peace after almost killing him. As he steps closer, he exhales in relief, realizing Woojin is merely asleep, though the stillness initially frightened him. Kim sits beside him, quietly concluding that Woojin must have gone berserk momentarily after his awakening. In the game, Seo Woojin was a strong character, with the rank of SSR, but because he awakened as a warrior, not a paladin, he acquired one with the sword as a starting trait. Kim thoughtfully contemplates that he has created a monstrous warrior by awakening Seo Woojin into a warrior instead of a paladin. He then hoists unconscious Woojin on his shoulder, and internally admits that he doesn't know how this change will affect the future story. Well, Woojin is a guy with a silver spoon and immense strength, and now he owes him a favor, which he finds not a bad thing at all. Later, while Woojin lies unconscious on his bed, his parents, beside him, comment that their son has overcome the divine fever and bows to thank Kim. With a grin, the protagonist remarks that it was nothing and reminds them that he had told them he could handle it. Seonsu, visibly excited, offers him a juice, proudly saying he knew Kim would succeed. Miri then gently pats Woojin's head, stating that it's been a long time since they saw him sound asleep, and she doesn't know how to repay this debt. Youngju then turns to Kim and informs him that, in addition to the promised nectar and the memory chip containing the mountain-breaking swordsmanship, he will also provide him with an additional success fee. Though clearly thrilled, Kim modestly replies that it's not necessary. However, Youngju insists, hoping Kim will accept their offer of 1 billion won, even if it seems small compared to what he's done for their family. The amount completely stuns Kim, and inwardly, he grins with barely restrained glee, thinking it would be too painful to reject their generosity a second time, so he supposes he has no choice. He eagerly shakes Youngju's hand. Later that night, while driving the car, Seonsu tells Kim that today was a jackpot. Holding the nectar and chip, Kim agrees and says they look amazing. Seonsu then curiously asks if Kim will drink the nectar right away. The protagonist affirms, stating that he has to, and informs him that he plans on going on a hiatus for a bit. Seonsu finds it understandable and realizes that Kim wouldn't want to catch the attention of the old father's order, or those who hear about his rewards. However, Seonsu comments that it would be a shame to consume the nectar as it is and emphasizes that if Kim refined it first, it could significantly boost his mana. Kim agrees, admitting it's true, and internally considers the possibility. If he could refine the nectar and then drink it, his superhuman level could rise dramatically, rather than simply using it to cure divine fever. When Seonsu drops him off at a hotel, he pauses before leaving and tells Kim that he will look into finding the equipment needed for refining the nectar, suggesting that Kim hold off on taking it right away and give it some thought. Standing outside the car, Kim thanks him and assures him that he will think about it. Once inside the hotel, he excitedly opens the cork of the nectar, stating that he will drink it right now. He has learned how cruel the arcane soul could be during the deer incident, so he can't guarantee that director Seonsu won't betray him. He has traits like drug addiction, mana absorption, and potion dependency that can maximize the nectar's effect anyway. He then devours the nectar, and the empty bottle drops from his hand and shatters. He feels a surge of intense pain, like every fiber of his muscles is being disassembled and reassembled. Intense radiant light emits from him, and an incredible amount of mana is stored within him. The light was so intense that it even burst out of the building. He then becomes excited as he becomes a level 2 superhuman, and by curing the divine fever with nectar, he gets one of the best tier 1 traits in the game, Black Flame. Black Flame has been added to his list of traits, along with the mountain-breaking swordsmanship, and he feels very relieved. He can focus on training these two traits, and there won't be any problems. Suddenly, his phone buzzes, and he receives a message from Seonsu, which piques his attention, and he wonders why Seonsu suddenly texts him. Without checking the message, he walks to the side to start his training. But the phone continues to buzz non-stop, which infuriates him, and he fiercely grabs it up, annoyed by its noise, and wonders what the hurry is here. Seeing the texts, Kim wonders what the hell this nonsense is because Seonsu doesn't even text usually. Suddenly, his expression changes as he reads that secret message hidden within Seonsu's texts, which is an urgent warning to run away from the Dagger Gang. The Dagger Gang is one of the opposing gangs of the Iron Fist Gang. Gazing at the phone, Kim contemplates that if Director Seonsu wanted to betray him, he would call him like usual to stall for time. Considering that Seonsu sent this secret message, it must mean that the director was caught first, and it seems the information was leaked while he was preparing the equipment needed to refine the nectar. Nevertheless, Kim chooses to ignore it since he already has the nectar he needs, and everyone is responsible for their own life in Arcane Soul. On the other hand, in a dimly lit room, Seonsu is apprehended and tied to a chair by the Dagger Gang. One of the henchmen presses Seonsu's head, calling him a suborn one, as even after a whole night, he isn't telling them whether that rookie human is. Despite being brutally injured, Seonsu grits his teeth, remarking that Kim signed the contract because he trusted him and declares that he is not speaking, no matter what they do to him. With a creepy grin, the henchman gestures to someone behind him and tells Seonsu that he didn't want to resort to this, but Seonsu leaves him with no choice. At that moment, the gang leader with an axe in hand strides towards Seonsu and asks which hand he uses to eat with, right or left. When he doesn't respond, the gang leader swings the axe to attack, assuming it must be the right hand. However, before the axe hits his hand, a sudden commotion catches his attention, and the gang leader turns around, asking what the hell is going on. He is taken aback to spot his henchmen lying injured on the ground beside the broken wall, and one of them tells him that a crazy brat is launching grenades at their building. On the other hand, perched on a distant rooftop with a rocket launcher resting on his shoulder, Kim grins confidently and mutters that the Dagger Gang picked the wrong guy to mess with. He adds that in the cruel world of Arcane Soul, he can't just abandon someone who keeps their promises. With a sharp glare toward the chaos below, he declares that the war begins now. Without hesitation, he launches another grenade straight at the building where the gangsters are holed up. The rocket causes utter chaos, and the armed gangsters rush outside to search for where the shot came from, and one commands the other to find him. Watching them from a distance, Kim grins that, as expected, they are pouring out of the building like a bunch of cockroaches. He adds that even if the place looked like an ordinary apartment, he knew they were all inside. He cleared the Dagger Gang dungeon so often that he got sick of it. It is a complex dungeon made up of 6 different buildings. Because the Dagger Gang is one of the tutorial quests, he can clear it with his eyes closed at this point, and he believes his hard work back then is paying off now. He then jumps from one building to another to enact his plan. On the other hand, in a nearby alleyway, the armed gangsters walk cautiously. One of them, dressed in a black shirt, mutters that the Iron Fist Gang must be attacking them. The man beside him agrees, saying they are the only ones crazy enough to pull something like this, and firmly adds that once they catch them, they will beat them to a pulp. Suddenly, they overhear a commotion that piques their attention. One walks to the side to investigate, and the other 2 urge him to search thoroughly. As he checks behind the basket and finds nothing, Kim instantly strangles him and smacks him to the ground. Kim grins, saying he couldn't recognize him even though he was in front of him because of his traits. He believes there is no better combination than feigning death and stealth when it comes to infiltration. So while the clueless gangsters are still wandering outside, he plans to slip right into their main building without trouble. Internally, he finds it surprisingly easy. Opening a dumpster tucked away in the alley, he lifts the lid and steps through a hidden entrance. Now inside a secret hallway, he quietly looks around and notes to himself that, up to this point, he has managed to avoid direct combat entirely during the infiltration. He glances around cautiously, recalling that the Dagger Gang has a habit of keeping their hostages right next to their boss's room on the 5th floor. That means he still has a bit of ground to cover. Moving as silently as possible to avoid detection, he presses forward through the dim hallway. Suddenly, a loud announcement echoes through the building. A harsh voice declares that an emergency is underway and that an intruder has infiltrated the premises. All members are ordered to arm themselves and head to the designated assembly point immediately. Kim grits his teeth, realizing that they have found out. Noting the closed door before him, he realizes that he is conflicted. He knows that if he gets out of here, there is the lobby, which is the most optimal route because there is the central staircase that leads upstairs. However, the problem is that once they notice that the intruder is in the building, they put up a barricade in the lobby to form a defense line. He contemplates that opening the door now would likely get him riddled with bullets. Nevertheless, a creepy grin forms as he slowly pushes the door open. The moment it swings wide, he unleashes a storm of gunfire from a machine gun straight into the lobby, where the gangsters are gathered. With a mocking tone, he greets them sarcastically, saying it's nice to meet them and urging them to enjoy his present. The gangsters are stunned at the sight of the Gatling gun and are immediately gunned down. Without giving them a chance to recover, Kim fires a grenade into the remaining group. The sudden explosion throws them into disarray, catching them completely off guard and leaving them unable to counterattack. Meanwhile, with a grin, Kim remarks that taking the hard way around was never his style. Declaring that one grenade isn't enough, he hurls several more into the chaos before ducking behind a nearby wall. As more explosions rock the lobby, he chuckles, pleased they enjoy his little gifts. He then steps into the lobby and, seeing the bodies scattered across the floor, wonders aloud if that was really all of them. His eyes scan the room cautiously, suspecting that survivors may still be hiding among the wreckage, so he keeps his guard up. Amidst the chaos, a surviving gangster launches a burst of fire at him, which catches him off guard, but he narrowly manages to dodge it. As he regains his balance, a system notification informs him that the sensitive trait has been obtained. He looks sharply at the gangster, thinking that he has finally acquired the trait he needed from this dungeon, and now that it is done, the brat must die. He then smacks that man to death and sighs, stating that now that he has taken care of the minions, he will go upstairs. He walks up the stairs sneakily, thinking he may have gotten to the 4th floor without anything happening, but the real danger starts now. He speculates that gang members will be waiting on the 4th floor, in the gambling room, right before the 5th floor, and in the boss's room. However, he is surprised to find the floor empty and can't believe they are not here. He then enters the gambling room, which is empty, and he realizes that something is not right. He activates the focus trait to remain composed and sharpen his senses. He then hears something from above. Suddenly, a drone emerges from the ceiling and launches a flashbang, which emits intense radiant light, making it hard for Kim to open his eyes. As he struggles through the blinding light of the flashbang, the boss of the Dagger Gang, a level 2 superhuman and skilled assassin, silently appears behind him with a dagger in hand. With a malicious grin, the boss launches a sneaky attack and sneers that he has finally caught this little rat. But Kim, without missing a beat, confidently turns to face him and coolly asks who exactly he thinks he got. Assassin is taken aback and can't fathom that the knife didn't go through, while Kim sarcastically scoffs that he is the one dressed like a rat and asks who is calling whom a rat now. Kim hadn't expected the boss to appear on the 4th floor, which differed from the game and made the situation far more dangerous. Still, he managed to read through the attack pattern. The flashbang was part of a linked ambush sequence that usually triggered once the player entered the boss room. To survive it, Kim had equipped the sensitive and focus traits in advance, a calculated move just before the boss made his move. Kim knows that the boss of the Dagger Gang is an assassin, and to counter him, he must rely on his 5 senses to sense where the next strike will come from. The assassin, visibly shaken, demands to know how Kim managed to block his ambush. Kim calmly replies that it is too early for him to be surprised, then unsheathes his sword and declares that he will make him regret ever choosing to target him. Kim lunges forward and swings his sword, but the assassin easily slips past the attack and reappears behind him, mocking that he is acting all cool for someone so slow. Without hesitation, the assassin throws a poisonous dagger at blinding speed, catching Kim off guard. However, Kim quickly deflects it with his sword. Gritting his teeth, he internally acknowledges that, just as he expected from an assassin, the opponent is incredibly fast. He knows he only managed to survive the attack because of the sensitive and focus traits he had prepared in advance. Kim notices that the assassin's dagger is imbued with poison magic, realizing that even a slight touch would be enough to send him to the afterlife. He understands that the longer the fight drags on, the more he will be at a disadvantage. The assassin sarcastically calls him a lucky one and asserts that if Kim surrenders now, he will only take one of his arms and show mercy. With a confident grin, Kim urges him to stop with this bullshit and come at him. Assassin scoffs, pointing out that he can tell Kim is a gunner from his lousy form holding that sword, and mocks him for having a big mouth for someone who can't even assess the situation. Kim contemplates his statement and internally agrees that the assassin is right because he has been using firearms until now, so the assassin might have misjudged him as a reinforced soldier. With a twisted grin, Assassin Han lunges forward, declaring with malice that he will slice Kim apart and make his death as painful as possible. Kim realizes that he has only one chance, which is now, while Han's guard is down. As Han steps closer to attack, Kim fiercely swings his sword and deflects the blow. Han grins, calling him slow, but is quickly taken aback when Kim follows up with another sudden swing. Han narrowly evades it, stunned and unable to believe that a gunner is pulling off a combo attack. Kim swings his sword again, and as Han tries to evade, he fumbles and falls to the ground. Kim sarcastically apologizes, saying that once he switches out his traits, he is no longer a gunner but a classic warrior armed with swordsmanship. Without giving Han a chance to recover, Kim unleashes mountain-breaking swordsmanship freestyle and executes Mountain Crusher, striking with all his might. The impact forces Han to bleed, and blood gushes from his mouth. While Han kneels in pain, Kim rests his sword on his shoulder and sarcastically remarks that Han has let his guard down and is lost. Han sternly calls him a brat and hurls a dagger at him, declaring that it is not over yet. Kim is caught off guard by the assassin's final struggle, but he does not hesitate and assassinates him. However, the poisonous dagger pierces into his body before Han collapses for good. He kneels on the ground, realizing that he let his guard down and that the poison is already circulating through his body. Gritting his teeth, he pulls the dagger out and quickly switches his traits to healing ones like regeneration, wound recovery, mana heart, vigor, and mana recovery. With these traits active, he endures the pain and begins to heal his wound. Just as he stabilizes, he hears voices from near a window, someone urgently telling the others to hurry and get up, warning that an intruder is in the area. Kim realizes there is no time to waste and that he has to get out of the building as soon as possible. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor of the Dagger Gang headquarters, inside the torture room, Mr. Seonsu is tied to a chair with his hands bound behind his back. He struggles to reach a shattered mirror on the floor, hoping to use it to cut the ropes and escape, knowing he has to move quickly. But before he can grasp it, Kim arrives and opens the ropes, asking how he got caught. Seonsu calls him Mr. Superhuman and tears well in his eyes, realizing that Kim came all the way here to save him. Kim grabs his shoulder firmly, telling him they need to get out of here first, emphasizing that the gang members are coming. Director Seonsu nods in agreement. As Seonsu struggles to walk, Kim notices his condition and clenches his jaw, thinking about what those brats did to him. Without hesitation, Kim kneels down and urges him to hop on his back. But Seonsu instantly refuses, saying there's no need and asserting that he can't possibly ask more from him after everything. Nevertheless, Kim assures him that it is okay and emphasizes that they are in a hurry, so they must first get to a safe spot. Seonsu reluctantly agrees and thanks him for the favor. Kim then hoists him onto his shoulder, internally recalling that even while enduring such brutal torture, Seonsu never gave up his loyalty. He grins, reflecting that he thought Arcane Seoul was a hellish world, but it has a surprisingly touching feel. Later, at Seonsu Workforce, Kim devours several potion tins, and the system notifies him that he has obtained poison resistance. He wipes his face and lounges on the sofa, stating that drinking the recovery potion has flushed out all the poison from his body. Seonsu, holding more potions, excitedly offers him more, saying that if Kim needs any, he should feel free to take them. Kim laughs and replies that it is okay, and this is enough, while internally noting that he already got the trait he needed. Seonsu, with a heavy expression, says he feels truly sorry, admitting that the information must have been leaked while he was preparing Kim's nectar. He regrets placing his trust in his own employees. Kim remarks that it is fine since he has already drunk the nectar anyway. Seonsu anxiously yells, asking if he had already drunk it, but Kim casually replies that if he had not, he would not have been able to save him. Seonsu, overwhelmed and exhausted, yells that it can't be that Kim actually had to use the precious nectar to save him. Kim, thinking to himself, knows it wasn't really because of Seonsu, but decides to let him believe whatever he wants. At that moment, someone knocks on the door, which catches Seonsu off guard, and he anxiously wonders whether the Dagger Gang is already here. Seonsu anxiously asks Kim what they should do, but Kim calmly replies that it seems they have some guests, so they might as well welcome them. As he opens the door, Seonsu is shocked to see Lim, the boss of the Iron Fist Gang, standing there. Kim greets him with a smile and asks if they have come, to which Lim, wearing a stern expression, comments on how Kim wiped out the Dagger Gang. He admits he had a feeling Kim wasn't an ordinary guy and questions why he was called here. Kim, meanwhile, thinks to himself that it's simply time to collect the reward for clearing a difficult quest. The Iron Fist Gang and the Dagger Gang are rival gangs struggling to claim ownership of the Silum area. In the game, the tutorial requires the player to annihilate the Dagger Gang by helping the Iron Fist Gang. Kim internally feels a surge of joy as he remembers that completing this task grants the player generous rewards from the Iron Fist Gang. While Kim reflects on this, Lim curiously looks at him and asks if he plans to form a new organization. Kim quickly denies, stating that running an organization isn't his style, and clarifies that he called Lim today to tell him he can have the area the Dagger Gang has been occupying, which startles him. Kim adds that he prefers to stay solo and has no intention of stepping into the underworld, so this is to repay the debt for the last time. Lim thoughtfully contemplates the offer, realizing that it's an offer where he has nothing to lose, but it also seems a little overwhelming compared to Kim's debt last time. With a grin, Kim remarks that they seem on the same page and says that since Lim now owns the Silum area thanks to him, he should grant a wish. The gang leader appears surprised by the sudden demand and expresses interest in hearing what it is. Kim thinks to himself that it is something anyone in Seoul would desire. Then, with a sly grin, he tells Lim to give him a house. Lim looks at him curiously and repeats whether he really asked for a house. The protagonist calmly explains that since he works alone in this harsh world, he's realized the need for a proper base. To add a little drama, he clutches his side and complains that his stomach was injured during the fight with the Dagger Gang. Alarmed, Mr. Seonsu asks if it still hurts. Letting out a sigh, Lim finally agrees, saying that since Kim got rid of those brats, giving him a house is a fair deal. Kim flashes a grin, commenting that he likes Lim's straightforwardness, while deep down he can barely contain his excitement. Lim then asks what kind of house he prefers, a luxury villa or an apartment. The protagonist straightforwardly remarks that he doesn't need either of those. What he needs is a standalone house with guaranteed security and soundproofing, and additionally, there must be a training facility in the basement. Lim takes a moment to consider the request. Kim internally hopes that he will mention the exact house he has in mind. After a pause, Lim says there's one place that fits the description, located on the outskirts of Silim along the ridge of Jinyubong. Kim internally becomes super excited because it's the very house he wants, but outwardly, he remains composed. He reflects that a house located at the ridge of Jinyubong is the very house given to the player as the first base in Arcane Soul. Later, at his new home, Kim relaxes on the rooftop, thrilled to finally experience what it's like to have his own place. Standing with his arm outstretched, he takes in the crisp air and the refreshing scent of fight inside, admiring the stunning view. The house is everything he hoped for, spacious, scenic, and truly magnificent. When he first fell into Arcane Soul, he had no idea what to do. The hospital bill was like 20 billion won, but now he has a house like a palace. Not only that, but he also has money from the #1 security guard and director Seonsu. He could afford to stay in the hospital for a year without worry, which excites him. However, since this is Arcane Soul, there is no time to bask in success. Once the game's plot progresses, a vicious villain like the Saintess of the Old Father's Order will appear and destroy the city. With that in mind, he grabs a pickaxe and says it's time to uncover the real reason he chose this house. He heads down to the underground training room, taps on a section of the wall, and mutters that it should be somewhere around here. He then swings the pickaxe and begins digging into the wall. With the help of his trait, he quickly manages to open a hole and grows excited, thinking he might finish this faster than expected. However, as he continues, he begins to feel uneasy, realizing that the tunnel seems deeper than he remembered from the game. Still, refusing to give up, he presses on with determination. Before long, a spring bursts from the ground, and his eyes light up with excitement. He drinks the water, and a refreshing sensation rushes through him, as if his veins and entire body are being filled with energy. The taste is incredible. As he looks down at his hand, he can actually see his body healing in real time. So this is the effect of the mana spring. A natural spring overflowing with mana. The mana spring possesses extraordinary properties. He immerses himself fully in the water, recalling that even characters whose HP had dropped to 0 could rapidly recover just by soaking in it. Most debuffs vanish as well, highlighting its exceptional restorative power. A place where one can enjoy the benefits of such a miraculous spring for free is the Jinyubong house, the first base provided by the Iron Fist gang. He had to go through a lot of trouble to get here, unlike in the game, where he could get it done in a single click. Now, lying in the jacuzzi, he soaks in the rejuvenating waters, savoring the moment. He murmurs with satisfaction that the vitality coursing through the spring is undeniable. He can feel the effects clearly and effortlessly. He then stands in the spring with a sword in hand, contemplating that the mana spring had such amazing therapeutic effects that it was perfect for training because he could heal right back up even if he ran out of stamina, and get back to training. With a surge of excitement, he draws his sword and begins swinging, ready to launch into a true free-to-play ranker's ultimate high-efficiency training routine. 2 weeks have passed since he shut himself in for non-stop training, and now he can easily wield the black flames. Surging with power, Kim channels the dark fire through his body and swings his sword, unleashing the mountain-breaking swordsmanship. First style, Mountain Crusher, second style, Mountain Divider, and third style, Mountain Piercer, each slash tearing through the air with destructive force. He grins as he looks at his sword, satisfied that he's now accustomed to wielding the mountain-breaking swordsmanship and the black flame. On top of that, the training has paid off with several valuable traits he's acquired: Smashing Strike, Single Point, Fire Resistance, Meditation, and Mana Stabilization. Now that he has completed the training goal, there is only one more important thing left: the Mana Cultivation Technique, which he cannot obtain through. He reflects that if he had refined the nectar before drinking it, he could have reached superhuman level 3. However, because he is only level 2 right now, some mana is still left in his body. To fully absorb the mana of nectar and reach level 3, he needs the Mana Cultivation Technique. He acknowledges that it's not easy to obtain, given that it's worth tens of billions. He recalls how, in the game, he visited Kim Chunbok's antique shop, where the shopkeeper mentioned that the item had been sitting in storage for over a decade. He told the shopkeeper he wanted to buy that item, and the system notified him that he had obtained the Mana Cultivation Technique. Holding his phone, he giggled that he was probably the only person who knew that Mana Cultivation Technique was hidden in the antique shop. Back in the present, he excitedly declares it's time to head to the Shinwon marketplace, where the antique shop is located, and jumps with joy at the thought of leveling up. Later, he arrives at Kim Chunbok's antique shop, but is surprised to see it closed. Also, the door is locked with a mana seal, so no one can enter. A note on the door states that the shop will remain closed until the situation in Shinwon Marketplace is stabilized. Shinwon Marketplace is the place with the most shops in the area, and there is nothing this place doesn't sell. Back in the game, this place would be open no matter what during working hours. But now, standing in the real Arcane Soul, he wonders why it is closed now, and what's more, most of the other shops have closed down beside this one. He curiously wonders whether the world of Arcane Soul is different from the one he knows. He then walks up to a man sitting outside the only open shop and casually asks if the market situation is not so great these days. He internally notes that even the owner of a shop that is still open doesn't seem to be doing well. The man frustratedly snaps back, asking whether he can't see just by looking that he is dying here. He complains that with those thugs fighting day in and day out, there is no way customers are coming. Kim ponders his remark regarding thugs and mentions that he thought this place was the Iron Fist gang's territory. The man disgustingly remarks that Iron Fist has his foot and asserts that ever since the Dagger gang got wiped out, all kinds of gangs have been fighting against each other every day, like the Iron Fist gang, the Poison gang, and the Naked gang. Kim can't fathom that the gangsters are fighting each other and realizes that's what it is. In the original game story, the Iron Fist gang destroys the Dagger gang itself. It claims ownership of the territory they used to own, which naturally puts the Shinwon Marketplace under their control. However, this time, he was the one who destroyed the Dagger gang, and because of that, this marketplace became a battlefield as other gangs tried to claim it. As he thoughtfully wonders what to do, he overhears a commotion, someone shouting insults and giving the order to wipe out their opponents. The noise draws Kim's attention, while the shop owner lets out a tired sigh, resigned to the trouble starting up again. Kim turns around and says he will go check on those thugs first. On the other hand, Steel Scorpion, the underboss of the Poison gang, and an N-rank character level 2 superhuman, attacks one of the Iron Fist gangsters and asks if they don't remember that she said this three-way intersection was the Poison gang's territory. She gestures with her middle finger and urges them to return to their corner. At that moment, the Naked gang arrives, asking what all this fuss is about in their territory. Steel Scorpion frustratedly asserts that the perverts are here. Exhibitionist, the underboss of the Naked gang, and an N-rank character, level 2 superhuman, claims that this three-way intersection is the territory of the Naked gang. Scorpion urges him to stop with the nonsense and get lost, while Exhibitionist asks if she insists on continuing this sacrilege. At that moment, Kim arrives there and asks what a mess this is. The kneeling gangster of the Iron Fist gang recognizes him as the superhuman who wiped out the Dagger gang. Kim helps him to his feet, telling him to get up and do his job. He then addresses the surrounding gang members, calling them damned thugs and ordering them to stop messing around and gather. The Iron Fist gangster, clearly nervous, asks what Kim thinks he's doing. Kim urges him to hold on, ensuring that he is helping them here. Kim realizes that he has to set a clear hierarchy to put the marketplace back to normal, and he thinks it would be better to help the Iron Fist gang. Scorpion scoffs at the situation, asking what they got there and demanding how he dared to tell her what to do. Kim internally notes that both these characters are level 2 superhumans. Meanwhile, Exhibitionist asks if Kim suggests he wants to make an offering. Kim internally notes that if he were to fight with everything he has, he shouldn't be able to win, but that might cause unnecessary damage to the merchants. Instead, he decides to give them a glimpse of his power. He draws his sword and activates mountain-breaking swordsmanship and divine fever, releasing an overwhelming aura. The gang leaders are visibly shaken, stunned by the sudden surge of strength. Exhibitionist, in disbelief, asks if Kim is the superhuman who single-handedly wiped out the Dagger gang. Exuding a menacing aura, Kim declares that he will be generous this time and urges them to let him make an offer they cannot refuse. He asserts, let's not complicate things and settle it with one-on-one fights, and the winner takes control of the market. He asks if those terms sound fair. Scorpion frustratedly snaps back, questioning if he thinks they are dumb enough to fight a warrior one-on-one. But Kim assures them not to worry and ensures that he will compete in the category they are most confident in. Kim then approaches Exhibitionist and asks if his specialty is mind control, stating that if he can resist it, he wins. Exhibitionist, blushing and giggling, responds with delight, then suggests they forget the pointless competition and invites Kim to join their religion devoted to the primordial goddess. Disgusted, Kim frowns and asks, clearly annoyed, why he would ever consider joining Exhibitionist's cult. Kim then questions if he's even thought this through for a second, pointing out that Exhibitionist's religion isn't one of the 7 great religions, nor even among the recognized second-tier ones. He emphasizes that it's a complete no-name group, a pseudo-religion not even listed in the Peace of Westphalia. His blunt remarks visibly enrage Exhibitionist, who glares at him and coldly responds that such words are typical of a non-believer. With unwavering confidence, he declares that he will reshape Kim's mind through the love and mercy of their goddess. Exhibitionist launches a magical attack at Kim, commanding him to kneel and proclaiming that he will grant him the honor of meeting their goddess. Kim feels the intense pressure of the priest class's mind control ability, which is strong enough to make him want to drop to his knees on the spot. However, he remains composed, resisting the effect, and responds with a fierce blow to Exhibitionist's face, sending him bleeding and crashing to the side. Internally, Kim offers a brief apology, but reaffirms that not even a saintess would be allowed to pull something like this on him. The naked gang members take their leader along, asking if he is alright, and retreat. Meanwhile, Kim shifts his attention to Scorpion, telling her it's her turn. She smirked, admitting that he's not half bad, but she confidently added that the Poison Gang is on a different level compared to those perverts from earlier. Kim responds firmly, saying he's unsure about that, but they will find out soon enough once things begin. He then asks if her specialty is brewing poison and challenges her to give him the strongest one she has, and he will drink it. She sarcastically remarks that if he is willing to die that much, she will help him out. The Iron Fist gangster anxiously halts Kim, acknowledging that he is strong, but cautions that drinking poison from them is literally suicide. Kim assures him it's okay and expresses his confidence. Meanwhile, Scorpion hands him a glass filled with poison, stating that if he manages to endure it, he wins, but if she wins, it means his death. Kim accepts the glass, internally recognizing it as Picnic Co., the Poison Gang's infamous brew known for inflicting the most excruciating pain. He grimaces at the stench, muttering that it smells awful, and warns her to brace for a punch if he survives. Scorpion, unfazed, responds with a smirk, sarcastically telling him not to come begging for the antidote after he drinks it. Kim responds firmly, saying that's not going to happen, and without hesitation, downs the poison. The overwhelming taste hits him instantly, and he collapses to the ground, his skin beginning to pale as a burning sensation spreads through his body. Gritting his teeth, he feels like he's boiling from the inside. Scorpion grins, saying that he feels it right away and asserts that if he begs for his life while barking, maybe she will consider helping him. Struggling to maintain focus, Kim reminds himself that he has to stay sharp. He opens his trait window, reflecting that their poison is mixed with a special kind of medicine, meaning simple resistance won't be enough to endure it. As the pain intensifies, he reminds himself to withstand the damage as much as possible with healing traits and control the poison somehow. Scorpion watches in surprise as she notices him channeling the poison energy into his arm, something she hadn't expected. At that moment, the system notifies Kim that he has acquired the drug resistance trait. With this new trait, he successfully gathers the poison energy in his hand. He internally expresses relief that, thanks to drug resistance, he can now control the poison using his mana. Now for the last, he draws his sword and slits through the poison energy concentrated in hand. The toxic aura bursts outward, erupting from his body in a violent surge. The sudden release startles the Iron Fist gang member and Scorpion. They find it hard to believe he managed to focus and expel the poison like that. Kim then grasps her hand, stating that the poison tasted bad, and declares that it's his turn. Without hesitation, he snaps her finger, causing her to scream in pain and collapse to her knees. Furious and trembling, she demands to know if he really believes he can get away with this. Kim nonchalantly urges her to stop with the loser talk and get lost. As her underlings take her along, she continues cursing him and warns that she will remember this. As Scorpion retreats, the Iron Fist gangsters celebrate, shouting that they have won and that those arrogant brats got what they deserved, cheering loudly for Warrior Kim. However, Kim remains composed, internally noting that while the victory was inevitable, what truly matters begins now. Meanwhile, the surrounding merchants exchange uneasy glances, wondering whether the Iron Fist gang has won and can't fathom how much they will harass them now. Kim then turns to one of the gang members and asks if they admit he did everything to achieve this victory. The gang member eagerly agrees and expresses his gratitude. Kim nods and says that the Iron Fist gang must follow a critical rule in this marketplace. The gang member, still excited, asks what it is. Kim firmly declares that the protection fee for the market will be set at half of what the Dagger gang used to demand. The announcement stuns the gang member, who immediately grows anxious. Kim sternly asks if he is talking back, which catches him off guard, and he anxiously asserts that their boss will understand. The gang member protested that they would barely make any revenue with low rates. After hearing that the protection fee will be cut in half, the merchants get excited and start calling Kim the savior of Shinwon Marketplace. Kim feels happy inside, thinking this is exactly why he went through all that hassle. When the merchants excitedly thank him, Kim downplays it, stating that he only did what he had to, and sarcastically tells them not to forget to give him some discounts from now on. Deep down, Kim lets out a sly, mischievous laugh, thinking to himself that Shinwon Marketplace truly has everything, and on top of that, this move greatly boosts his favorability with the merchant NPCs. Meanwhile, the merchants, still excited, eagerly promise to give him an 80% discount anytime he shops there. The following day, at Kim Chunbok Antique Shop, the shopkeeper welcomes Kim and ecstatically mentions that he has heard much about him from other merchants. He calls him the hero who saved the Shinwon Marketplace. Visibly pleased, Kim brushes it off, saying he only did what was right. With a sigh, the shopkeeper asserts that he doesn't have to be so humble and mentions that those gangsters were causing the merchants a lot of trouble. Furthermore, he tells Kim that he had to close the shop because he got swept up in a fight and broke his arm. Kim then asked if he had ensured it was treated. The man replies that he received Qigong therapy, and thankfully, it worked well. If not for the therapist, he says, he would still be stuck in the hospital. Kim asks if there's a Qigong therapist in Shillem. Chunbok agrees and asks if Kim wants him to introduce Qigong to him. Kim excitedly remarks that he would appreciate it, but first, he has something to buy from this place. With a bright grin, Chunbok agrees and allows him to take a look, proudly claiming that they have everything except the ones they don't have. Kim remarks that there are a lot of quality goods out there, but he asks if he can see the items in person. This startles Chunbok, who curiously asks how Kim knows that. With a malicious chuckle, Kim replies that he has his ways and internally urges him not to underestimate a no-lifer with 10,000 hours of gameplay. The shopkeeper then walks over to a door marked "No Unauthorized Entry" and, just before opening it, mentions that he normally wouldn't show these items to a first-time customer, but he's making an exception for Kim. Kim thanked him, and the man led him inside, explaining that this was a collection of magical products and inviting him to browse as much as he liked. Kim reflects that Kim Chunbok had a lot of unique items back in the game as well, but above all else, the hornpipe of the ancient god, which contains the mana cultivation technique sealed within it, is a jackpot item. Spotting it now, his eyes light up with excitement. With the top priority item in hand, he mentally notes that it's time to grab everything else that could be useful. He then approaches Chunbok with a selection of goods, stating that these are the items he will purchase today. The shopkeeper acknowledges that, as expected, he has an excellent eye for detail and notes the item he selected, including 5 colored diamonds, magic glasses, a magic glove, and the hornpipe of the ancient god. He asserts that all of them are rare items, so his total bill will be 2 billion won, which startles Kim. With a chuckle, Chunbok quickly clarifies that such a price would apply to a stranger, but since Kim is the guardian angel of the marketplace, he will only be charged a fair price. He then tells Kim that his total will be 500 million won. Kim hands him the money, saying he was scared by his joke, and internally considers that an 80% discount from NPCs for having high favorability is sweet. He places the items in his bag, contemplating that now all he has to do is find a priest-class superhuman who can release the holy seal on this item. And of course, he got a clue on where to find that person by luck. With a chuckle, he asks Mr. Chunbok whether he can get the address of the Qigong therapist he mentioned earlier. Later that day, Kim arrives at apartment number 101 and knocks on the door, calling out to see if anyone is home. He leans his head gently against the door, wondering if the person might be out for a walk or running errands. Just then, the door swings open, and the person inside, looking slightly groggy, asks what Kim wants so early in the morning. Kim notices the man's white hair and pale complexion, and immediately recognizes him as the one he has been looking for. He then comments that it's already afternoon, yet Priest Nim still calls it early morning. Nim casually replies that it is for him, then asks what brings Kim to his door. Kim explained that he had heard that Nim's Qigong treatment was highly effective. Upon hearing this, Nim's expression lights up with excitement, relieved to learn Kim is a customer. He admits he initially thought Kim was one of those annoying gangsters, then cheerfully invites him inside. Nim gestures toward the stretcher inside and tells Kim to lie down, asking where he's hurt. As Kim glances around and notices a particular statue nearby, he confirms to himself that this is definitely the right place. Turning back, Nim asks what he is doing and urges him to lie on that bed. Kim then somewhat sheepishly admits he's not actually there for Qigong treatment. Nim looks at him, surprised by the unexpected confession. Kim then extends the hornpipe of the ancient god towards him, telling him that he is here to ask him to unseal this item. Nim anxiously gazes at the item, and then hesitantly clarifies that he is a Qigong therapist, and that it looks like a holy seal. so Kim can go to a temple to make that request. Kim denies it because such a place would demand a high price and may have his item taken away. He then offers that if Nim can unseal the item, he will give him 100 million won. Nim is taken aback, surprised not just by the offer, but by the fact that Kim knows his name. Kim confidently replies that, of course, he does. Priest Nim is the third tutorial character of Arcane Soul, the priest of a forgotten religion serving a deity that died 3,000 years ago. He is one of the few innocent characters in the entire game. With so many delinquent priests in Arcane Soul, finding a kind-hearted religious person isn't very easy. With a sly grin, Kim internally contemplates that, in other words, he has many uses for this person. Nim curiously asks how Kim knows that he wasn't a Qigong therapist but a priest. The protagonist assures him that he will keep this a secret and again asks him to unseal this item. However, Nim reckons that it won't be an easy task, but with a sigh, he asserts that he will try it. Kim internally comments that, as expected, he is a kind person. Nim sets the hornpipe of the ancient god on the ground, sits beside it, and begins channeling his energy into the relic. As the flow of radiant energy increases, the seal slowly begins to respond. Seeing that it's working, Nim intensifies his efforts until finally, the seal breaks. As the hornpipe of the ancient god is unsealed, Nim is visibly startled, while Kim examines the item with fascination and praises Nim's impressive skill. When Nim asks if the item contains a mana cultivation technique, Kim confirms it and expresses his thanks. He then blows into the hornpipe and immediately senses the waste mana in his body being absorbed, marveling at the incredible effect. A system message informs him that he has successfully acquired the Einherjar cultivation technique. As radiant energy surrounds him, Kim reflects inwardly that it feels like the stillness of the northern European deep sea is flowing into his body. Filled with excitement, he notes that in about 2 weeks, he will be able to absorb this mana and reach level 3 superhuman. Watching the scene, Nim claps in amazement, remarking that it's the first time he has seen a warrior-class superhuman use a mana cultivation technique. Kim sits on the bed, acknowledging that it's not a common sight, while the priest suggests that Kim must be exhausted, so he can lie down and rest. Kim collapses onto the bed, explaining that a flood of information has overwhelmed his mind and he is exhausted. He adds that he will be in Nim's care for a bit, and Nim cheerfully agrees, saying that since Kim paid him a lot, he's welcome to stay and rest as long as he wants. With his eyes closed, Kim tiredly thanks Nim and thinks that Nim is as kind as he was in the game. He is relieved to have found a trustworthy priest, knowing that having someone like him will be helpful in the long run. Later, Kim is awakened by a strange noise and, confused, wonders what it could be. To his surprise, he sees Nim pouring some liquid over the money he gave him and quickly asks what he is doing. Nim sets the gasoline can aside and lights a lighter, solemnly calling upon the Forgotten Lord to accept his offering and finally be resurrected. As he throws the lighter toward the pile of money, Kim is completely stunned, watching in disbelief. Anxiously, he tries to make sense of the situation, unable to comprehend what is happening before his eyes. Before Nim can throw the lighter, Kim quickly steps in, grabbing his hand and pushing him to the ground, demanding to know what he's doing and what his problem is. In response, Nim calmly says that he needs to burn the money as an offering to their god. Confused, Kim asks why money, of all things. Nim explains that their god only accepts cash offerings and that burning it is the only way to gain divine power. Kim realizes this must be when Nim truly believed in his god. When Nim hears this, he curiously asks what Kim means by that. Internally, Kim reflects that the god that priest Nim worships has been dead for 3,000 years, and even back in the game, the religion held almost no power at all until priest Nim revived the god. Even so, Kim didn't think Nim wouldn't know how to serve his god. He then tells Nim that his method is wrong, explaining that he isn't supposed to burn money, but rather burn gold and vaporize it. Hearing this, Nim wearily remarks that it sounds like something a heretic would say, but Kim counters by pointing out that Nim has never actually tried it before. The priest frustratedly urges him not to say such nonsense and asserts that their order has established and practiced this method for thousands of years. However, Kim counters by pointing out that there must be a reason why Nim's god still hasn't been resurrected using that approach. His remark pokes Nim, who tearfully asserts that it hurts, while Kim continues to state that he has an idea for an alternative method, as burning gold is difficult at the moment. When Nim questions the alternative method, Kim responds with a wink, assuring him that since he received help in unlocking the mana cultivation technique, it's only fair he returns the favor. Later, as Kim melts gold in a pot on the stove, Nim nervously protests, insisting they should stop. Ignoring the hesitation, Kim pours the melted gold into a cup and urges Nim to trust him, confidently stating that drinking it will greatly boost his divine power. He encourages Nim to focus and sense whether his god is responding. Holding the cup, Nim says that if Kim insists, he will give it a try. As he drinks the melted gold, a surge of energy floods his body, and radiant light envelops him. When Kim eagerly asks how it feels, Nim responds with excitement, admitting that it worked. This had a far greater effect than burning millions of won ever did. Kim assures him that his growth will accelerate now that he's using the right method. Overwhelmed with joy, Nim says he doesn't know how to repay Kim for sharing such valuable knowledge. Suddenly, he remembered something and presented Kim with a necklace. Kim recognizes it as a holy artifact that contains the trait cure. The priest remarks that their god will be happy to see him have this. Kim excitedly says that since Nim is offering, he won't refuse, though deep down, he's thrilled beyond belief. He thinks to himself that this whole encounter turned out to be far more profitable than expected. And now that he thinks about it, Priest Nim's order also gave out a lot of good quests in the game. He then excitedly grabs Nim's hand, requesting that he pray to his god, emphasizing that he would like to repay him, too. Internally, he asserts with satisfaction that Priest Nim now belongs to him. A week later, several bottles were scattered on the ground, filled with gold liquid, and some were empty. Looking pale and overwhelmed, Priest Nim pleads for Kim to stop, groaning in discomfort and claiming that it feels like his entire body is about to turn into gold. Exuding an overwhelming aura and holding several bottles, Kim playfully insists that Nim needs to consume more. Nim immediately protests, warning that he's going to suffer from mana poisoning if he keeps raising his mana so quickly. Ignoring the concern, Kim gently holds his face and confidently assures him that it won't happen, urging him to start praying again. As he pours another bottle of liquid gold into Nim's mouth, Kim internally reassures him not to worry. After all, each of the 4 tutorial characters possesses unique traits for a reason. He reflects that if Warrior Kim had a blank body, Priest Nim couldn't get mana poisoning, which allows him to grow rapidly. Kim excitedly praises Nim for finishing the potion, though Nim can barely hold back his nausea, feeling utterly disgusted. However, that discomfort is quickly overshadowed by a powerful surge of energy coursing through his body. Nim can't fathom that he has reached the level of a level 3 bishop priest, a tier high enough to begin preparing an apostle. Thrilled by the result, Kim remarks with satisfaction that at this pace, it won't be long before Nim becomes the apostle of his god. Nim humbly admits that he still feels unworthy of becoming an apostle, but Kim confidently reassures him, saying that with the divine experiences he has accumulated, he certainly qualifies. Now that Nim has reached level 3, Kim explains that he will need to convene a regional assembly to gain official recognition as a bishop. Radiating magical energy, Nim agrees, acknowledging that his rapid growth was only possible because of Kim's help, and solemnly vows never to forget the debt he owes him. Outwardly, Kim humbly downplays his role, saying he simply enjoys helping others. However, inwardly, he's thrilled, eagerly hoping Nim won't forget this favor and will soon rise to Archbishop, unlocking access to divine artifacts from his order's storage. Just then, Nim hesitantly asks if he can make one more request. When Kim prompts him to speak, the priest explains that he's planning to call for a regional assembly but feels too overwhelmed to attend alone. He asks if Kim could be his bodyguard for the meeting, as other bishops will also be present. Kim readily agrees, assuring Nim that he can handle it, and there's no need to worry. Internally, he chuckles, thinking that now that his growth phase is complete, it's finally time to begin his questline. The next day, at the church during the regional assembly, the attending priests commend Nim for reaching level 3 and praise his remarkable progress. Nim, both excited and shy, expresses his gratitude, while Kim observes that the scale is indeed small, considering only this number of people attended the meeting. At that moment, the order's bishop enters the church flanked by his underlings, scoffing at the gathering and calling it a pitiful sight. With a stern expression, he demands to know who gave Nim the authority to organize a regional assembly. Caught off guard, Nim hesitantly responds that every priest in the order has the right to do so. However, the bishop sharply retorts that such rights only apply to ordinary priests, and that it's an entirely different matter when one is dealing with an apostate, leaving Nim visibly shaken by the unexpected accusation. The bishop accuses Nim of suspiciously reaching level 3 in just 3 months, claiming that such rapid growth could not happen through ordinary means. He furiously suggests Nim must have betrayed his fellow brethren in exchange for divine power. Flustered and desperate, Nim protests that it's all nonsense and insists he merely discovered an effective method to level up. But the bishop silences him with a shout, refusing to hear any more excuses. and immediately commands his armed soldiers to seize Nim. However, before the soldiers can move, Kim calmly steps in, stating that Bishop can't just scare a kid like this. When Bishop asks who he is, Kim remarks that he is Nim's bodyguard. Bishop angrily yells that this is their order's business, and they don't allow an outsider to be involved in this. Kim nonchalantly reminds that he is Nim's bodyguard, so he is no outsider, and asserts that Bishop has no logic and calls him an old man. Nim anxiously divulges the detail and urges them to trust him. But Bishop, frustratedly, asks if he consumed gold. This is heresy, and asks how he could commit such a misdeed and expect to get away with it. Nim anxiously insists it's not heretical and mentions that their god allowed it. The bishop sternly raises his staff, summoning a blaze of divine fire as he commands Nim to be silent, condemning him as a heretic. With fury, he proclaims that he will personally purge Nim's sins and offer his soul to their god. The holy fire erupts toward Nim, and the bishop's voice booms with finality as he declares that Nim shall repent for eternity in the burning flames. However, before the flames can reach him, Kim swiftly forms a radiant shield in front of Nim, which disperses the divine fire and stuns everyone in the room. Kim comments that Bishop can't attack without warning like that and asserts that it's like blasphemy. The bishop, eyes wide in disbelief, cannot comprehend how his magic was blocked so effortlessly. Kim asks if he wants to attack an apostle candidate like this. Bishop angrily remarks that it's nonsense and demands to know how that heretic could have become an apostle. Anxious and confused, Nim turns to Kim and says superhuman, adding that he doesn't understand what Kim means by calling him a candidate. Kim, staying calm, tells him not to worry about it and hands him a gold pill, urging him to eat it and pray. Meanwhile, Bishop shouts that if Kim doesn't want to burn along with the heretic, he needs to step aside immediately. Kim casually asks what they will do if Priest Nim proves that he is an apostle here in this spot, which catches Bishop by surprise. Meanwhile, Nim consumes the pill and kneels to pray while his body radiates intense divine energy. The bishop is taken aback, realizing he is witnessing the descent of an apostle. Kim observes the bishop's shocked expression and reflects that this is exactly why he didn't turn Priest Nim into an apostle the day before, inwardly declaring the old man completely incompetent. The bishop anxiously mutters that this can't happen and finds it impossible. Kim internally recalls that Bishop is a hated villain who envies Priest Nim and concludes that he must eliminate him here. The condition for Priest Nim to awaken the apostle trait is for him to swallow a golden artwork of a different order. While the bishop is being accused of committing blasphemy, it won't be difficult to make Priest Nim the apostle. As Nim becomes the apostle and exudes an otherworldly, radiant aura, Kim unsheathes his sword and firmly declares that now that the apostle's here, it's time to teach that blasphemer a lesson. Kim then asks Priest Nim to let him ask their god this one thing. When Nim asks what it is, Kim questions how he should punish that brat who assassinated a fellow bishop out of jealousy and tried to frame his son as a heretic to kill him. The bishop is speechless, unable to comprehend how Kim could possibly know such a thing. With unwavering calm, Apostle Nim replies that God said to kill him. Kim swiftly swings his sword and places it at the bishop's neck, declaring that since it's the deity's order, he has no right to disobey. He then swiftly slits his neck, which catches everyone around off guard. A wicked grin spreads across Kim's face as he inwardly celebrates eliminating the villain before he could cause any more chaos. Visibly shaken, Nim insists that the man was still their bishop despite everything. But Kim brushes it off, telling him there's no need for pity, that the bishop got exactly what he deserved, and calmly asks what God commands them to do next. Nim replies that he says to go to the Levant region, where the order first begins, and offer him gold there. With a confident snap of his fingers, Kim reminds him that he always said gold was the right choice and encourages him to head there and expand his influence. Beneath his composed exterior, Kim grins slyly, inwardly thinking that this is the perfect chance for Nim to repay everything he has done for him. Nim bows with excitement, expressing that he truly doesn't know how to repay Kim, then eagerly adds that before Kim leaves, he should choose a gift from their storage. Outwardly, Kim responds modestly, saying it's unnecessary, but inwardly he bursts with excitement, thinking that's exactly what he was hoping for. Later that night, Kim excitedly reflects that this reward makes him feel good about helping the priest, as he gave him valuable items, including a first-rank holy sword worth over billions and a divine statue that grants sanctuary around its location. Sanctuary is a skill that turns a specific area into a safe zone according to the owner's will. If an enemy intrudes, it exerts an expulsion of suppression effect. And in other words, Kim doesn't have to worry about getting ambushed during his training now. With the first-rank holy sword in hand, Kim excitedly prepares to have some training. Later, in the mana pool, he appears utterly exhausted and coughs, speculating that perhaps he overtrained to the point that even the mana spring isn't healing him properly. Nevertheless, he grins, satisfied that despite it all, he had plenty of time to practice his Einherjar cultivation technique and the mountain-breaking swordsmanship. He can feel that his mana and skill proficiency have increased a lot. Reaching for his phone, he remarks that it's time to check the results of all this hard work. He contacts Mr. Seonsu, who greets him by saying it's been a while and asks if he's been doing well. Still submerged in the mana spring, Kim replies that he's been fine and mentions that he thought it was time to get moving and warm his body up a little. He then casually asks if Seonsu has any requests he can assist with. Seonsu replies that they have quite a troublesome one right now and asks if Kim remembers the first landfill. Kim confidently remarks that he does and asks how he could ever forget. He internally reminisces that it's the first place he learned how scary Arcane Soul can be. Seonsu informs him that an entire cleaning team went in there and ended up mutilated, which means that there must be 6 mutants in there right now. Startled by this, Kim curiously points out whether Seonsu should be contacting the Janitor Association instead. The director explains that the public officials have requested them secretly, saying they don't want to make it a big deal. Kim remarks that it would get at least a few of them fired once they know, and then asks about the reward for completion. Looking at a paper in hand, Seonsu remarks that the reward is a little stingy, 100 million for a level 1 mutant and 300 million for a level 3 mutant. Instead, they offered an artifact, an arcane rifle with a curse debuff. Kim curiously inquires what kind of debuff this rifle has. Seonsu responds that it is also related to Kim's past and reveals that it's a rifle used by the Old Father's order, which startles him. The protagonist then maliciously chuckles, contemplating that it's a request he can't refuse. He knows that the arcane rifle used by the Old Father's order would put a black flame debuff on its user, but he has already overcome it. He agrees without hesitation, asserting that he will head there immediately. Later, Kim arrives at the contaminated landfill and instinctively covers his nose, commenting that the stench and corruption are already overwhelming, even though it hasn't been uncleaned for just a few days. He senses something amiss but can't even see straight, so he activates his sensitive and focused traits and internally prepares himself for an ambush. With a rifle in hand, he looks around, noting that the monster noises are coming from multiple directions, and he can't tell where they are. Suddenly, he realizes the sound is coming from behind, catching him slightly off guard. He quickly pivots and spots a monstrous bat lunging straight at him. Without hesitation, he raises the rifle and opens fire, shouting for it to die. The shots hit their mark, but the creature leaps into the air, completely unaffected. Kim curiously wonders whether its wings are bulletproof. It then fiercely lunges at him again with intense speed, but Kim narrowly escapes and reflects that he would have been ripped apart if he hadn't switched out to the evasion trait. He then notes his bulletproof and flying enemy and concludes that it will be disadvantageous for him once the fight gets longer, and in that case, he will have to end this fight with one precise shot. As the monster lunges forward again, Kim precisely aims and shoots its head, and it falls on him and dies with that shot. The system notifies him that he has obtained the aiming trait. Lying down, Kim grins, saying he won't mention that he just learned a high-tier shooting trait. He then curiously looks around, realizing that the mutants must be coming this way because of all the noises he made, but he mutters that he can't face all of them at once. He has an idea, and with a grin, he thinks maybe he can. He then sneakily hides behind a wall, activating his feigning death and stealth trait. As 3 more monsters arrive and come closer, he, being invisible, sneakily throws a hand grenade at them. As the blast occurs, Kim unleashes a barrage of fire at them and annihilates them instantly. He then steps out of stealth, stating that he has to use these smart tactics more. Suddenly, he senses something amiss and is taken aback to spot several undead monsters approaching without making any noise, which he had overlooked before. But he notices that these guys aren't actually mutants but specters from a necromancer. The overwhelming number of them catches him by surprise. Just then, one of the specters speaks, addressing him as Mr. Superhuman and suggesting they have a conversation, leaving Kim completely stunned. Kim is puzzled by how the specter is speaking, but soon notices a speaker attached to it, realizing that someone is communicating through it. He concludes that the person talking to him must be the necromancer who created these specters. Through the speaker, the voice questions why Kim is causing chaos in their territory. Kim, taken aback, repeats the word territory in disbelief, unable to understand why someone would claim a polluted facility as their own. Then, a specific thought comes to his mind. The Janitor Association, on the surface, is a benevolent organization that cleans up contaminated mana. But in truth, They are one of the most infamous and dangerous villainous organizations in Arcane Soul. Their mission to purify contaminated mana is just a cover-up for them. Their true nature is committing all sorts of dirty deeds to expand their power. Kim also realizes that the Janitor Association was behind it. He knows they created a situation where the government would have no choice but to seek their help, which would strengthen their influence. Meanwhile, they plan to use the incidents as an excuse to fire officials who harbored hostility towards them. Then the voice calmly says that if there is no real reason to fight, he would like to make a suggestion and adds that Kim is quite skilled. So why doesn't he consider joining the Janitor Association? Kim sighs, asking whether he is telling him to join an organization that's causing mutated creature terror attacks at the landfill. The voice emphasizes his seriousness, insisting that with Kim's skills, he would rank among the top in the association. With a middle finger gesture, Kim declines the offer and reasons that the name doesn't suit his taste in the first place, and it's not cool at all. The voice lets out a sinister chuckle over the speaker, mocking Kim for not knowing his place. It sneers that if he refuses to join them now, then he can do so as a corpse knight. At that moment, all the corpse knights lunge forward to attack him, but Kim vigilantly unleashes a barrage of bullets and annihilates most of them. However, he soon realizes that the firearms are useless against the specters, as they are regenerating themselves. In that case, he unsheathes his holy sword as its holy attribute does wonders against the dark attribute monsters. The voice is taken aback to spot a holy sword, but before it can speak further, Kim attacks that specter with his sword and urges him to shut up, declaring that he will find him soon and finish him off. Kim then slits the remaining specters with a decisive swing of his sword and internally thanks the attribute advantage that the fight isn't so difficult. But there is just no end to them. He realizes that a shift in strategy is necessary and opts to rely on his endurance-based traits. By activating his artifact's unique ability, he brings the total number of active traits to 9: Strength, Vigor, Dash, Protect, Endurance, Perseverance, Cure, Holy Sword, and Magic Glove. Confident that this arsenal should suffice, he charges forward again and tears through the enemies blocking his path. Gritting his teeth, he acknowledges that his traits are proving effective, at least to some degree. As he lunges again, he feels dizzy, but he remains steadfast and dashes instantly, while the system notifies him that he has obtained the new trait Rush, which will allow him to charge in a straight line over a certain distance, causing damage along the way. Energized by this development, Kim swiftly tears through more specters using his newfound speed. He leaps into the air, and the system promptly notifies him that he's acquired the jump trait, an announcement that excites him. With both Rush and Jump now at his disposal, breaking free from the encirclement should be easy, and the weaker enemies can be cut down effortlessly. With that, he cleared most of the specters, but the problem is that he is exhausted. At that moment, the severed head of the specter suddenly speaks, and the voice from the speaker expresses amazement at Kim's strength. He admits he hadn't expected Kim to be a paladin, and says that this only makes him want Kim even more. With a grin, Kim urges him to show himself if he is that confident. But the man scoffs, questioning what kind of fool mage would fight a warrior in a one-on-one duel, and mockingly tells him to accept this gift, which is a giant ogre. At that moment, a giant ogre corpse shieldbearer, level 2 undead Charon's undead servant, emerges out of the blue and menacingly looms over Kim. Kim grits his teeth in frustration as he hasn't managed to heal properly yet. Before he can react, the ogre swings its massive arm at him, forcing Kim to dodge at the last second. Just as he regains his balance, a stray black magic arrow strikes him in the back, catching him completely off guard. The unexpected combination attack leaves him stunned. The necromancer's voice crackles through the speaker, acknowledging that Kim's movements are quite impressive, and with a mocking tone, adds that Kim would make an excellent corpse knight. With a sigh, Kim recalls a certain rule in Arcane Soul that when fighting against a necromancer, one can't fight their servant. With that in mind, he launches himself toward the level 2 undead shieldbearer, but it is only a feint. Instead, he ducks low and slips past it, aiming for something beyond. Kim anxiously scans his surroundings until he notices a faint glimmer in the distance, something shiny. His eyes lock onto it, and he realizes it's the necromancer. Without hesitation, he takes off toward him. Using the rush trait, Kim dashes past the ogre with blinding speed and leaps forward, closing the distance toward the necromancer. He calls out the necromancer, accusing him of being a coward and warning that he will mess him up. In response, the necromancer calmly remarks that at least Kim knows how to use his head. At that moment, Kim recognizes him as Charon, an R-rank necromancer, a level 3 superhuman, one of the directors of the Janitor Association, and the final boss of this landfill stage. Charon raises his hand with a sinister grin, declaring that things won't go according to Kim's plan. In an instant, multiple magical hands burst forth and seize Kim, catching him completely off guard. Confidently, Charon proclaims that Kim will never be able to reach him. As the magical hands hold Kim in place, Charon launches a volley of magical arrows. They pierce through Kim's body, and he screams in agonizing pain. Forming a crimson ball of mana in his hand, the necromancer mockingly remarks that he loves the echo of Kim's scream and asserts that he should have known his place. Kim realizes that it's Charon's ultimate move, Blackfire. As the massive, menacing orb of mana looms overhead, Charon confidently declares that this marks the end of their battle. Struggling against the magical restraints with all his strength, Kim grits his teeth and replies with determination that Charon is right. Charon sarcastically asks if this is all he got and remarks that Kim is quite adorable for a final struggle. Kim remarks that he never needed to be right in front of Charon in the first place, and adds that if he equips just the right traits when the boss mob uses its ultimate, something fun happens, which bewilders Charon. Without hesitation, Kim then activates a series of key abilities: mountain-breaking swordsmanship, single point, Einherjar cultivation technique, mana heart, rush, and strength. As Charon hurls Blackfire toward him, he scoffs at Kim's words and shouts for him to stop spouting nonsense and just die. But Kim grips his sword tightly, his eyes unwavering, and declares that the time has come. Once the trinity of swordsmanship, magic, and physicality converges into perfect harmony, this trait manifests in the face of certain doom, the ultimate technique that cuts all tangible and intangible objects with sword aura, with which he slits through Blackfire, which startles Charon, who finds it unable to believe. Kim then unleashes Flash trait and slits through Charon into two halves with his sword aura. Flash is the strongest swordsmanship that only those who have reached the pinnacle of the sword can master. A massive explosion erupts from the impact, and Kim moves at the speed of light to narrowly evade it. Moments later, he collapses to the ground, completely exhausted. As he catches his breath, he reflects on how close he came to death, but he still managed to defeat Charon, a level 3 superhuman and the dungeon's final boss. In the game, attempting this raid at level 2 typically requires a full party, and even at level 3, it would be nearly impossible to solo without exceptional traits and equipment. He gets back to his feet, stating that he was only able to win because he played that game for 10,000 hours. He then winks, eager to grab the loot. Later, at the Seonsu Force's office, Seonsu fans Kim enthusiastically, thrilled that he cleared a zone overrun with mutants, and praises him for being incredible. Sitting relaxed in a chair, Kim grins and modestly brushes it off, saying it was nothing. Suddenly, Kim turns overly dramatic, clutching his shoulder and telling Mr. Seonsu in a pained voice that it's where he got injured, so he should be more careful. Seonsu anxiously apologizes to him for hurting his precious body. One of the three men sitting before them thanks Kim for his efforts and expresses disbelief that he managed to defeat all those mutants on his own. Kim simply remarks that he was doing his job and shares that when he entered the landfill, something entirely different from what was requested happened. He dumps the items on the table, including a camera, a speaker, a cable, and other gadgets, and asks if they recognize them. One of the men nervously responds, pointing out that it's the mana chip used to create specters, the same kind used by Charon from the Janitor Association. Kim confirms he's right, then explains that the incident wasn't a random occurrence, it was intended. The blonde-haired man, Henry, slams his fist on the table in fury, cursing the Janitor Association members as brats. Noting his outburst, Kim comments that it seems Henry never liked them in the first place. With grit of his teeth, Henry admits that the association always imposed outrageous fees on them, making things difficult in the past. He adds that while there had been conflicts before, he never imagined they would go so far as to turn innocent people into mutants. Kim internally notes that Henry had no idea and realizes that it makes sense, as the ugly reality of the Janitor Association only begins to unravel after the player completes the landfill quest. With a bow, Henry apologizes to Kim, acknowledging that he was put in unnecessary danger because of them. Kim downplays it, stating that he just did what he had to do to blow away the villains. Deep down, he maliciously asserts that Henry had better be sorry and hopes he has more to offer than just a few words. The man then placed 2 boxes on the table, stating that these were the reward they promised. Kim thanks them but curiously asks why they are giving him 2 boxes. Henry opens them, revealing the arcane gun and an additional gift for taking on such a dangerous task. Kim expresses his thanks, but internally, he's stunned to see holy water among the rewards. He can't fathom that he is getting a free essential potion that he has to buy at the temple, which excites him, and he barely controls his vicious grin. Henry then seriously advises him to be cautious, telling him that they plan to accuse the Janitor Association based on the evidence Kim has given them. However, before he can complete, Kim adds that the association will try to retaliate against him. Henry affirms that he is right, but asserts that they can't just let something of this scale pass. The protagonist then remarks that he will be fine and assures them that he will find a way to survive. Later that night, as Seonsu drives Kim somewhere, he casually calls him Mr. Superhuman and states that it might be a good idea to stay low for a bit to avoid the Janitor Association. Kim remarks that he doesn't think hiding is the best idea. After completing the landfill quest, the player will receive linked quests that inevitably conflict with the Janitor Association. This is only natural since the player would have made trouble for them, not to mention killing the director of their association, Charon. The important thing is that the Janitor Association questline is divided into various routes, and the worst one out of them is doing nothing and wasting time. In that case, the president of the association will attack the player's house with dozens of superhumans. On the other hand, the route with the easiest difficulty offers a much safer progression. After contemplating all this, Kim turns to Seonsu and asks if he has ever heard of this place called Jinyubong. While driving the car, Seonsu affirms that he has heard of it and adds that it's a forbidden area located in the south of Silim. He points out that there is a large-scale poppy farm, so he would get in trouble if he went there. Hearing this, Kim informs him that the Janitor Association owns the place. Seonsu's eyes widen in shock, and he quickly glances over at Kim, asking in a worried tone what on earth the association is doing growing poppies. Kim remarks that it's not just about poppies. They are conducting body modification and human trafficking in that place, and adds that they are nothing more than a fancy criminal organization. Seonsu clenches the steering wheel in frustration and asks if they have completely lost their minds. Kim firmly agrees, then adds that this is exactly why he plans to strike Jinyubong first. The revelation stuns Seonsu, and in his panic, the car briefly skids as he tries to regain control. Kim then turns the phone screen toward Seonsu, telling him that he needs a lot of things, so here is the list of things to prepare. Seeing the list including Claymore and EMP bombs, Seonsu hesitantly asks if he is planning to wage a war or something. Furthermore, he nervously points out that gathering all these materials would be highly costly. Kim lets out a sarcastic sigh and replies that worrying about money is something only an amateur would do. He then hands the bag to Seonsu, saying these are the items he gathered while clearing out the monsters in the landfill. Seonsu remarks that it should suffice with the cost, but he is certain that not even Kim could fight against the association himself, as the president is a level 4 superhuman, and the executives are level 3. Kim remarks that he never said that he would be fighting alone, which startles the director. He tells Seonsu that he doesn't need to worry about anything for now, just get the items on the list prepared. 2 days later, at the Jinyubong hideout, Kim moves with blinding speed, silently taking down one of the guards on duty. As the other guard frantically raises his weapon, Kim vanishes in a flash, reappearing just long enough to strike him down as well. He grins, stating that he loves infiltrating, no matter how often he does it. Standing amidst the lifeless bodies of several guards scattered on the ground, Kim mutters that since he is done with outer security guards, it's time to check the underground. He then contacts the boss of Iron Fist Lim, who expresses his gratitude to Kim for clearing the path, saying it made securing the underground much easier. As he looks around, Lim comments that the Janitor Association members are undoubtedly evil, pointing out their forced body modifications and human trafficking. He states that they have gone too far. Kim agrees and says they should be completely wiped out, then asks if Lim has inspected the place. Lim confirms and tells him that the place is definitely a full-scale modification workshop. Kim says Lim can take it over once everything is finished and promises to help him strengthen his men. On the call, Lim says that sounds great but questions whether Kim is really confident about going up against the Janitor Association, pointing out that things could get complicated if they retaliate afterward. Kim confidently replies that, of course, he is and asks if Lim has ever seen him make a move without a reason. Standing next to the poppy flower garden, Kim ends the call and observes that, despite Jinyubong being the primary source of the association's income, its security is surprisingly lax. With a dark and gleeful chuckle, he lights a flame and declares that this is the perfect place to begin the fall of the association. The following day, a henchman rushes into the office of the Janitor Association's president, urgently reporting that the Jinyubong hideout has been attacked. Standing calmly by the window, Park Diop, a level 4 superhuman and the president of the association, tilts his head and asks what exactly he means. The henchman steps forward, explaining that the same person who killed Director Charon has now taken control of Jinyubong as well. Diop ferociously slams his fist on the table and sternly wonders how he dared to attack them so boldly. The henchman nervously hands over his phone, explaining that the attacker sent them a photo, a selfie taken in front of the burning garden. With a fierce clench of the fist, Diop shatters the phone and fiercely declares that he will kill Warrior Kim and break him into pieces. 100 armed men from the Janitor Association arrive at Kim's residence. At the front, a bald man grits his teeth in fury, seething that Kim had the audacity to burn down the poppy farm. Another member mutters that Kim must be insane. The bald man raises his voice, rallying the group by saying they only need to capture one lunatic, urging them to move quickly and finish this task as soon as possible. He firmly declares that it's time to show the president what the Department of External Affairs is capable of. As they all move forward, the bald man glances back and warns the others to stay alert, suggesting that Warrior Kim might try to snipe them from one of the buildings. The man behind him nods, stating that they will take him out the moment they spot him. Just then, they catch sight of a gun pointed from a window. Reacting swiftly, the bald man fires and shatters the glass. With a smug look, he declares that his prediction was right, while the man behind praises him, calling him an amazing captain. Suddenly, a strange feeling washes over the group, and before they can make sense of it, a thunderous explosion erupts, throwing them into chaos. The captain shouts in alarm that it's a claymore, while the man beside him nervously asks what they should do next. Before they can respond or regroup, their eyes widen in shock as rocket launchers come into view, catching even the captain completely off guard. On the other hand, Kim watches the chaos unfold on the screen from the underground control room and lets out a tired chuckle, remarking that it was worth staying up all night to plant the bombs and mines. With a dark grin, he adds that thanks to his special trait, stealth, there's no way anyone could have detected them in advance. As he hears the panicked shouts of the men realizing they have walked into a minefield, he scoffs that he is not foolish enough to face hundreds head-on. With a sinister glint in his eyes, he mutters that he will wipe them all out from this underground control room. Kim presses a button, triggering a chain of massive explosions that rip through the area, wiping out most of the Department of External Affairs in an instant. The few who survive quickly raise a protective barrier, finally realizing that despite the odds, Warrior Kim had meticulously prepared for this. Inside the barrier, Diop, standing with his men, calmly observes the destruction. He remarks that it's just what one would expect from a man bold enough to provoke them directly. At that moment, Cyborg, an R-rank level 3 superhuman and the vice president of the Janitor Association, steps forward confidently. He tells Diop to leave the rest to him, assuring him that he has already finished analyzing Kim's methods. With a malicious chuckle, Diop gazes back at him and urges him to bring that brat alive, emphasizing that he has to kill him as painfully as possible. One of the men tosses a hand grenade ahead, assuring the group that the area is clear. Cyborg nods, saying that's good, and instructs them to keep throwing grenades to check for traps as they move forward carefully. Just then, a missile appears in the distance, flying straight toward them. Without hesitation, Cyborg swats it aside, redirecting its path, then quickly asks one of his teammates if they managed to locate Kim's position. One of the men spots the missile's origin, pointing to the side of the rooftop. He fires at the spot, but to his surprise, it was just a setup, an empty missile launcher placed there as a decoy. Cyborg, with his men, strides forward, commending that they are almost at the hideout, and lets them show him hell. With a grin, he speculates that he might already be tasting it right now. On the other hand, seeing them on screen, Kim nonchalantly remarks that, as expected of cyborgs, they are really inhumane. Suddenly, a siren blares through the control room. Kim stands up with a calm expression, remarking that they arrived quicker than expected and noting that the newbie killer quest certainly lives up to its cruel reputation. Just then, a gunshot shatters the door lock, and the control room door swings open. Ebony and Viper, both R-rank level 3 superhumans and high-ranking executives of the Janitor Association, step inside. With mocking grins, they call out, asking where Warrior Kim is hiding like a rat and taunting him to come out and play. They become surprised to find the room empty and all screens nil and wonder whether he knows they were coming. Making use of his stealth and feigned death traits, Kim remains invisible nearby, quietly grinning to himself as he mutters that, of course, he knew. Standing just outside the doorway, he calmly reflects that the Janitor Association's strategy was obvious, to create chaos at the front to simulate a drawn-out battle, while sending their assassin executives from behind. Naturally, he was already familiar with all their tactics. With a grin, he urges the ladies to take it and hurls a flashbang in the room. The sudden burst of light blinds them, making it hard to keep their vision, and making them realize too late that it was a trap. Meanwhile, Kim dashes off to the side, sarcastically stating that he has no business with them. Ebony furiously yells in rage that she will kill him the moment she catches him. Kim then rushes down the stairs, fully aware that the assassins will be on his tail soon, so he needs to move fast. As he approaches the hallway, the ladies open fire at him. While dodging them, he realizes that he has to defend first. He instantly unleashes his mana barrier and protect trait, which creates a giant barrier before him. As they shoot him, the barrier blocks the bullets, and Kim sarcastically taunts them to shoot him as much as they want, because he will block them all. With a confident grin, Viper asks if he really thinks this will be enough. Viper fires a bullet that tears through Kim's barrier and shatters it, catching him completely off guard. The resulting explosion blasts him to the side, and he tumbles across the ground. With a mocking tone, Viper asks how it tasted, revealing that the bullets are infused with explosive magic. Gritting his teeth in pain and frustration, Kim tries to recover, but before he can react, Ebony releases an arrow that strikes him directly, piercing through his body. As Kim grits his teeth and kneels, Ebony scoffs, saying this is nothing compared to the pain she's about to make him feel. In response, Kim defiantly shows them the middle finger, mocking that they are just a bunch of villains in cheap-looking latex suits. Enraged, Ebony leaps into the air and slams a kick into his face, growling that this should fix his attitude. The force of the blow sends him crashing into a clock, and he collapses to the ground, struggling to stay upright on his knees. They stride toward him, taunting that if it hurts, and explain that the poison coursing through him targets the arteries, which makes it hard to endure. Viper then yanks his collar with a sarcastic grin and asserts they should take him to the president. However, before they can, Kim suddenly grins and confidently welcomes them to his destination, stating that acting is more complicated than he thought, which startles them. He then urges them to listen to that tick-tocking, close noise and asks if it reminds them of anything. When they demand what the hell he's talking about, Kim responds with a malicious chuckle, saying it's like standing on a giant time bomb. In an instant, he activates his rush trait and darts to the side at lightning speed, shouting for them to stay there and rot, which catches them completely off guard. As he moves, he reflects that both Ebony and Viper are as powerful as Charon, and he can't guarantee his victory in a head-on battle against them. He had unequipped all of his traits to convincingly fake weakness and lure them close to the clock while their guard was down. Inside the clock, he installed white phosphorus munitions that cost him over 1 billion. With a sarcastic smirk, he bids them farewell and urges them to sleep well. Meanwhile, the two women grow tense, suspecting it might be another trap, but before they can react, a massive explosion erupts. As the explosion annihilates the ladies, Kim wearily sits to the side, thinking that he has successfully eliminated the executives. He activates his traits to heal himself, realizing that more of the assassins are on the way, though, so he has to recover his health quickly, especially since he doesn't know when that machine guy will come. Just then, he spots Cyborg and his underlings stepping in from the shattered wall. He stands up, stating that the devil is here. Cyborg grits his teeth in rage, seeing that Kim has defeated Ebony and Viper. With a playful wink, Kim remarks that they will end up like them in a moment. Cyborg ferociously warns him not to dare think of dying easily and declares that he will make sure to modify him until he begs for death. Kim nonchalantly sighs, stating that he has such a terrible taste and urges him to try to be a bit more humane next time. Cyborg remarks that it would be a waste of time to continue talking, so he will end it here. As all his men aim their guns at Kim, he remarks that he loves the fact that they modified their bodies beyond imagination, and Cyborg curiously wonders what he means. Kim sarcastically thanks them and, with a grin, presses a button in his hand. Instantly, their metal bodies react to a surge of electricity, stunning them and throwing them into disarray. Taking advantage of the chaos, Kim begins firing, noting that nothing handles machines better than EMP bombs and shotguns worth $1 billion. He annihilates Cyborg's members with his shotgun while they are already dealing with shockwaves. However, he is surprised to see Cyborg standing unaffected and curiously asks how much Cyborg spends on his body that even EMPs don't work on him. Cyborg ferociously dashes forward, declaring that it can't be helped and that he is going to rip him apart and kill him here. He attacks Kim, who barely dodges, but due to the impact, his gun slips out of his hand. Cyborg strikes again with a sharp blade, questioning whether Kim intends to keep dodging forever. Kim grits his teeth, realizing that Cyborg's power is too strong and he has to outspeed him. He launches a counterattack, but his weapon bounces harmlessly off Cyborg's steel frame, leaving the machine man unfazed. As Cyborg holds his sword, Kim grits his teeth, seeing that Cyborg is all metal except for his eyes. Cyborg dismisses the attack as a pathetic attempt, then ignites a burst of flame from his leg and drives it into Kim, sending him crashing into the wall with brutal force. The impact forces blood to spill from Kim's mouth as he crashes down, and he quickly realizes that Cyborg's body is reinforced with mana, rendering blades useless. Cyborg follows up with another fierce kick, sending pain surging through Kim's body, and coldly asks what else Kim expects with his weak body. With a grit of his teeth, Kim calls him a dirty machine brat and internally can't fathom a mechanical body that moves using mana, which defies everything he knows. As Cyborg raises his sword, announcing his intent to sever Kim's arms and replace them with umbrellas, he suddenly halts, taken aback by the sight of Kim aiming a gun directly at him. Kim, bloodied but smirking, remarks that seeing Cyborg's disgusting body just gave him a brilliant idea. Cyborg scoffs with disdain, questioning whether Kim hasn't realized that ordinary bullets are useless against him. But Kim, wearing a sarcastic grin, calmly explains that this isn't just any bullet, it's infused with black flame. As he fires, the bullet tears into Cyborg's body, igniting him in searing black flames. Cyborg screams in agony as the black flames consume him, and Kim casually elaborates that since Cyborg's mechanical body relies on mana, the black flames are especially lethal because once they latch onto mana, there's no way to extinguish them. He chuckles, stating that Cyborg should have stopped his modification at a certain point and call him Dumbo. As Cyborg writhes in black flames, Kim draws his sword and bids him a final farewell, then drives the blade into his burning body. Without looking back, he turns and mutters that only the final step remains. He then makes his way to the rooftop, where he unleashes a relentless barrage of gunfire upon the remaining forces of the Janitor Association. While firing, he mocks them as headless chickens, scrambling without their precious executives to lead them. As the henchmen scream in panic and scatter aimlessly, Kim chuckles to himself, claiming their cries are music to his ears. But his amusement is cut short when a thunderous roar demanding him to stop pierces the air, sending a sharp pain through his eardrums, and he curiously wonders if the president is finally stepping into the fray. Kim spots the tiger-like figure with glowing red eyes and immediately recognizes him as Diop, the president of the Janitor Association and a level 4 superhuman. With a fierce glare, Diop commands Kim to stay put, then launches himself with incredible force and lands on the rooftop with an intimidating crash. The sudden appearance stuns Kim, who finds it hard to believe that Diop leapt all the way from the ground to the top of a 5-story building. Diop admits that he has never experienced such humiliation before and declares that he will gladly punish him for messing with the Janitor Association. He then lunges forward menacingly, and before Kim can unsheath his sword, he slams him fiercely with his metal fist and sends him crashing to the side. With a grit of his teeth, Kim internally notes that he would have gotten one shot if he hadn't switched out his traits for defensive ones, but he realizes that he can't defeat Diop if he fights defensively. He then firmly swings his sword and attacks Diop with sword aura, but Diop effortlessly dodges it, stating that Kim uses interesting skills. Kim then shoots him with black flame-imbued fires, but the defensive shield around Diop deflects them easily, and Diop sarcastically comments that he likes it. Kim grits his teeth in rage, noting that he easily blocked his flash and black flame. Diop then unleashes a relentless barrage of punches and sends him crashing to the ground, and sternly asks if it is all. Kim internally acknowledges that he is unbelievably strong and reflects that, as expected, this was impossible from the start, since Park Diop was an SR rank character from birth. On the other hand, Kim himself is a beginner, and Diop outlevels him as the gap is insane. As Kim regains his footing, the president sarcastically asks if this is his final struggle. Kim questions whether Diop is aware of how he took down his subordinates, revealing that he eliminated Ebony and Viper using white phosphorus munitions and dealt with Cyborg through EMP bombs. He then provocatively asks what Diop thinks he might have prepared for him. In response, Diop scoffs in irritation, claiming that being prepared for someone like him is impossible and dismissively calls Kim a fool. Wearing a sarcastic grin, Kim casually rejects Diop's claim, catching him off guard. In the next instant, he unleashes his monstrous transformation, activating both the mutant body and mutant muscle traits. As his body morphs into a terrifying form, Kim reflects that the only chance a level 2 superhuman has against a level 4 is by becoming the one and only mutant warrior Kim. Diop is taken aback to see his transformation and can't fathom that he chose to become a mutant. Meanwhile, Kim realizes that he is going to lose himself at any moment, but reminds himself that he has prepared something for situations like this. He has Berserk's glasses, which grant the wearer the frenzy trait for a limited period. Kim reflects that this is the item that allows him to acquire the trait he needs the most right now. In his Berserk state, The mutant Kim clenches the glasses in his fist and acquires the frenzy trait. The system notifies that the character clears all distractions from their mind, focusing solely on the battle and unleashing power beyond their limits. He grins, realizing that he can finally relax his mind now, as only bloodshed and combat fill his brain. He then lunges and attacks Diop, who blocks the attack with his iron arms and nonchalantly comments that he doesn't know what skill Kim just used. But one thing is for sure, things just got a lot more entertaining. Diop urges Kim to let him get serious as he activates his rage trait, declaring that it's time to enjoy the fight. Both of them charge forward at full force, meeting each other head-on as Kim mutters that this is exactly the kind of fight he was craving. They exchange fierce blows, landing punches squarely on each other's faces. Bloodied but resolute, Diop states that it still won't be enough to stop him. Kim snarls in return that the same applies to him. They keep hitting each other head-on, and amidst this, Kim ferociously smacks Diop's face, which shoves him backward, but he maintains his balance. As the system notifies him that Kim has obtained super strength and iron armor traits, and that the thrill of fighting dominates his consciousness, he chuckles aloud. He then remarks that he could do this all day. Diop, wiping the blood from his face, responds with a sarcastic laugh and admits that he hasn't had such a fight in a while. However, his tone shifts as he asserts with confidence that he has finished analyzing Kim and declares that the victory is his. Kim launches a relentless assault, demanding that Diop stop bluffing. However, Diop narrowly evades the strike and slips past every follow-up attack, stating that Kim is simply throwing punches without any real technique. He drives a heavy blow into Kim's stomach, forcing blood to spurt from his mouth and catching him off guard. Gritting his teeth, Kim swings his arm with fury, calling him a brat, but Diop avoids the attack with ease. Diop fiercely attacks his face and sends him crashing to the side, and blood gushes out of his mouth while Diop asserts that it's a sloppy punch from a non-fighter. Kim grits his teeth, internally cursing that in hand-to-hand combat, Diop has the upper hand, and his frenzy trait's effect is weakening. Getting back to his feet, he realizes that it can't be helped, and he has to put everything into this attack. Kim realizes that close combat won't win him this fight, so he activates his traits, releasing a menacing aura that shakes the air around him. Seeing the shift, Diop grits his teeth, suspicious of what new trick Kim is planning. Without hesitation, Diop lunges forward, declaring that he will finish Kim right here and now. But before the blow lands, Kim clenches his fist and twists it with purpose, calmly admitting that Diop surpasses him in hand-to-hand combat. However, with a sharp glare, Kim reminds him that he's not a fighter. He's a swordsman. Then, with defiance in his voice, he calls Diop a brat. Kim's hands morph into a gleaming blade, catching Diop completely off guard. In one swift motion, he drives the transformed weapon into Diop's torso, releasing a blinding flash that erupts on impact. Blood bursts from Diop's mouth as he staggers, gritting his teeth in pain, unable to comprehend how Kim managed to trigger Flash with his bare hands. Kim withdraws his blade-like arm, calmly remarking that it was a good fight. Diop, gasping and drained, calls him a monster before collapsing to the ground. Kim acknowledges that he has pushed his body far beyond its limits, just as the system begins to alert him to multiple status ailments. He senses something shifting within him, and before he can react, a wave of searing pain rips through his body, forcing a scream. Suddenly, a brilliant, radiant light bursts forth, engulfing him completely. As the light fades and his body returns to its original form, the system notifies him that he has ascended to a level 3 superhuman. Letting out a breath of relief, he mutters that he made it just in time and calls himself a lucky brat and collapses unconscious onto the ground. Later, he wakes up inside his mana spring and slowly rises, unsure if he's truly back home. Just then, Seonsu rushes over and throws his arms around him in a tearful hug, overjoyed to see him awake. With a puzzled look, Kim asks what happened. Seonsu, still emotional, says he genuinely thought Kim had died and explains that he was found unconscious on the ground alongside the other Janitor Association members. Kim smiles, realizing that Seonsu was the one who brought him back home. Seonsu explains that he noticed Kim was still breathing, so he placed him in the mana spring, and reveals that he's been unconscious for a whole week, news that shocks Kim. Glancing at his half-healed hand with partially regrown fingers, Kim notes how much he has recovered. Seonsu, full of excitement, says Kim is amazing for taking down the entire Janitor Association on his own and adds that their office has been flooded with requests ever since. Sitting in his mana spring, Kim remarks that he knows he is something else. Seonsu exclaims that he is not just something else. He is incredibly amazing, which makes Kim grin wider. He then tells him that he collected all the loot from the battle and urges Kim to check it out later, and let him know if there's anything else he needs. Kim replies that he needs to finish healing first, but with a dark chuckle, he adds that now that he's a level 3 superhuman, there's somewhere he plans to visit. A week later, he makes his way to the Jamsil's superhuman tower to have his mana measured. When the system confirms that he's now a level 3 superhuman, excitement washes over him as he's finally eligible for official certification and all the perks that come with it. Just then, Beak Soren arrives there, clapping enthusiastically and exclaiming how amazing it is. With a light chuckle, Soren remarks that she's never seen anyone grow so quickly and jokes that he will be founding his own country at this rate. The comment leaves him flustered and blushing, laughing it off and insisting he wouldn't go that far. He then asks if he can get his certification. Please. She agrees and gestures for him to come this way. Later, in her office, she hands him the official certification and congratulates him warmly. As he thanks her, she chuckles again and admits with a grin that she's honestly a little envious of him. When Kim curiously asks why, she remarks that it's for many reasons and expresses a wish to be as strong as he is. Beak Soren showing such an emotion feels so off to Kim as it's unimaginable in-game. Realizing he doesn't have anything pressing to do at the moment, he thinks he might as well take a chance. So, he asks her if she wants to become a superhuman. When she affirms, saying that anyone would want to, he suggests that she become his student. Although she shows hesitation, Kim assures her that if she's willing, he can guarantee her transformation into a superhuman. She looks at him with curiosity, wondering what he means and how he plans to do it. He urges her to trust him, explaining that he sees potential in her. As she repeats the word with a hint of disbelief, Kim confirms it and internally grins with a malicious glint, thinking to himself that he can clearly see the potential for her to become an SSR rank. He then extends his hand and asks for her answer. After a brief pause, she agrees and shakes his hand, saying she believes she can trust him. With a chuckle, Kim praises her decision as wise, though deep down, he is thrilled at the thought of training an SSR rank warrior. With a chuckle, Kim tells her that she doesn't have to pay him any tuition fee and asserts that she can repay him once she awakens as a superhuman. With a concerned expression, she remarks that it's good and all, but she should let him know that she failed to awaken even after taking a dedicated class, so it won't be an easy task even for him. Kim confidently assures her not to worry about it and urges her to trust him, while deep down, he contemplates that it's because he knows everything about her awakening story. Heaven-slaying star is a trait that signifies an incarnation of murderous intent that stains the world with blood. This is the Tier 1 core trait of the Berserk Beak Soren with combat experience plus 1000%. However, while it greatly increases the experience points gained through combat, it also comes with side effects. There is a risk that her mentality might be eroded, turning her into a psychopath or a mad killer obsessed with combat. Beak Soren has an awakening story befitting her unique trait. Kim then tells her that she needs to prepare herself. Hearing this, she nervously asks if it requires a lot of money, mentioning that she only earns 20 million won a year. Kim calmly denies it, explaining that what she truly needs is not money but mental fortitude, which leaves her surprised. At that moment, a staff member enters the room and informs Kim that someone has requested a meeting with him, asking if they should proceed to the lounge on the 5th floor. Kim is surprised by the unexpected invitation from the 5th floor. Inside the lift, he reflects on how the superhuman tower organizes its floors according to superhuman levels. Since he was summoned to the 5th floor, it means a level 5 superhuman is the one who called for him. As the attendant drops him off on the 5th floor, a voice calls out to him, addressing him as a teacher. Upon turning, Kim sees Seo Woojin, the director of No. 1 security, and a level 5 superhuman. Kim comments that he somewhat expected this encounter, but is still taken aback to see him in person. Woojin enthusiastically congratulates him on earning his level 3 certification, gripping Kim's shoulder and expressing how glad he is to see him there. Kim responds in kind, but internally laments that despite Woojin's natural talent and privileged background, he has already reached level 5 so quickly. Woojin then hands him a box, explaining that it's a gift to congratulate him. Looking at the box, Kim hesitantly remarks that it wasn't necessary, though deep down, he feels a rush of excitement, thinking to himself how much he enjoys having a friend from a wealthy family. As he opens it, he immediately recognizes the item inside, a rare artifact containing the mana-focused trait, something he considers perfect for a warrior like him who channels mana. Kim then pats Woojin on the shoulder, stating that it would be rude to refuse a gift from a friend, and expresses his gratitude. With a serious expression, Woojin tells him there's another reason he wanted to meet and asks if he can request a favor. Kim, noticing the sudden shift in mood, curiously asks why he looks so serious all of a sudden. Woojin then explains that he hopes Kim will be willing to help his friends, who are also suffering from divine fever, just as he once did. Kim responds by asking if they were also infected under the orders of the old father. Woojin affirms and explains that he has 4 friends who had to suffer through it since childhood, which surprises Kim. Kim internally wonders whether Woojin is referring to those characters in his mind and contemplates that if so, then this is a perfect opportunity for him to make things easier. He then calmly agrees to help, stating that he can't turn away from those who are suffering. Woojin, visibly moved, expresses his gratitude with excitement. Kim then asks if he can meet them before beginning the treatment, and Woojin agrees, stating that he will arrange a meeting right away. Later, at Woojin's place, he leads Kim to a room where his friends are already waiting. As Kim sees them, he internally reflects that, just as he suspected, these are the deputy characters who once stood behind the paladin Seo Woojin. Internally recognizes that they are all children from high-class families who were basically held captive under the old father's order. He then firmly speaks up to set things straight and asks if all of them were forcibly baptized against their will. They each confirm it, and one of them, with a glimmer of hope, curiously asks if a cure truly exists. Gesturing toward Woojin, Kim remarks that his treatment method will indeed be painful. However, they will be able to awaken like Woojin here if they endure it. He then asks if they have what it takes, which surprises them, and they glance at each other. They then firmly declare that they will do anything if they can get rid of the divine fever and request him to help them. Kim agrees without hesitation and unleashes his black flames, signaling the start of the process. A week later, radiant energy emanates from each of them as they stand tall, having successfully awakened. Internally, Kim notes with satisfaction that their awakenings went smoothly, just as he expected, thanks to their innate talents. Overwhelmed with emotion, they embrace him, tears streaming down their faces as they call him their benefactor and express their gratitude profusely. With a light chuckle, Kim acknowledges their perseverance, stating that they endured well and commends them for their resilience. Just then, their parents arrive and, with respectful bows, express their heartfelt gratitude to Kim. They present him with various luxurious gifts, explaining that this is their way of showing appreciation, even if it may not seem like much. Kim responds with a nervous chuckle, modestly downplaying the gesture by saying it was all possible due to their children's natural talent. However, deep down, he's thrilled, relishing the fact that he's gaining rewards from an order that targeted only wealthy families. To him, it almost feels like pulling a paid gacha with guaranteed high-tier rewards. Kim eagerly opens each gift, his eyes lighting up as he discovers exactly what he needed. Extreme speed trait plated steel caps, a detection trait helmet, a rage trait axe, an Acropolis trait shield, and most exciting of all, nectar. These items and traits are perfectly tailored to him, and he can hardly contain his excitement. As he's still absorbed in unboxing, one of the women among the parents gently speaks up, explaining that they all came together to choose the gifts and sincerely hope he likes them. Kim turns to them with bright eyes and offers a humble bow, expressing his heartfelt gratitude for their generosity. Inside, he feels unbelievably lucky, like everything is aligning just right for him. Kim internally declares that it's time to claim his true reward. Not long after, a representative from Galaxy Mall approaches him, reminding Kim that he had mentioned wanting a moment to talk. Kim confirms it and says he has a favor to ask. With a warm smile, the man replies that he would be willing to do anything for him and respectfully addresses him as teacher. Kim then states that he wants to enter the underground gold mine beneath the Hanam branch of Galaxy Mall. The man is visibly startled and nervously insists that there's no such thing hidden under the shopping center. Kim calmly clarifies that he's referring to the location hidden in the wall between the A1 and A2 sections of the basement's 8th floor parking lot. He then asks if the representative is still certain it doesn't exist. Mr. Hans flinches and waves his hand nervously, admitting with a twitch that he has no idea how Kim knows about it, but insists that he can't allow access, not even for Kim. In response, Kim reassures him with a composed tone, promising that he won't utter a single word about anything he sees down there. Seeing the resilient yet sorrowful expression on Hans's face, Kim gently assures him that he's only asking for a single day and promises to keep whatever secret Hans is trying to protect. The next day, deep in the A2 section of the Hanam branch basement, Kim strikes into the concealed section of the wall, revealing the hidden space. Soren, standing beside him, stares in disbelief, unable to process that there truly was a hidden chamber sealed within the wall. Kim, calmly yet firmly, reminds her that he told her this was the place where she would awaken. He adds that she has no idea how much effort he poured into reaching this point. She anxiously asks if he is really going to train her in such a secluded place. Kim affirms and assures her that it will be fun, But deep down, he knows that characters with the trait Heaven-Slaying Star cannot awaken with normal methods. One needs to put them in an extreme situation, fighting for their lives. This place is a dungeon yet to be discovered by the world, and the very place where Beak Soren awakens in the future. As they venture inside the dungeon, Soren anxiously asserts that this place is so dark and smells strange, which is making her nervous. Out of nowhere, a zombie lunges at Soren. Before it can reach her, Kim moves in an instant and obliterates it with ease. The sudden attack leaves Soren stunned, and she stumbles to the ground, calling out to Kim for help with visible panic. Instead of offering a hand, Kim throws a sword toward her feet. His tone sharpens as he declares that the real training starts now. Soren looks at him in disbelief, overwhelmed by the shift. He urges her to fight, stating that she must kill the next zombie herself if she wants to survive. Confused and shaken, she stands up and asks what he means by that. Kim calmly, yet firmly, tells her that this is the only way for her to awaken. As a monster lumbers toward her, Soren nervously questions what kind of nonsense Kim is spouting. But with a burst of determination, she steadies herself and delivers a fierce slash, cutting the creature down while shouting for it to get lost. Her move takes Kim aback, and he grits his teeth, wondering how such a sloppy slash can have so much power, and internally asserts that she might just have talent beyond his imagination. Kim praises her performance, saying she did well and that it's a solid beginning. Soren, visibly frustrated, calls him mean and complains that he can't just throw her into a fight without any warning. Kim, unfazed, replies that she handled it well, regardless, though she agrees with hesitation. Her unease is evident while Kim internally notes that, as expected from one of the best 3 warrior characters in the game, even without awakening, she fought like a character with the Heaven-Slaying Star trait once she went into a battle. She then anxiously asks if she really has to fight herself. With a chuckle, she affirms but urges her not to worry, and assures that he won't let her die at least. She frustratedly argues that it doesn't sound reassuring at all, while Kim chuckles and walks to the side. As another zombie lunges toward her, she instinctively cuts it down. Watching her, Kim casually remarks that she mentioned taking superhuman lessons before, then asks if those included swordsmanship training. She denies his claim, explaining that she never received any swordsmanship training, and reminds him that he was the one who mentioned she had talent. Kim internally bites his nails, thinking about how much he had to endure to obtain a single trait, and reflects that her ability feels far too overpowered. As they venture deeper into the dungeon, she remarks that the place stretches farther than she expected, unable to see where it ends, and asks how much further they have to go. Kim casually replies that there's probably an exit on the other side, while he internally grins, knowing that it won't end until she awakens. While cautiously looking around, she's suddenly ambushed by a zombie wielding a drill. She narrowly dodges the attack, startled by the fact that zombies in this place actually carry drills. Kim internally reflects that drill zombies were tricky opponents back in the game, too, and thinks maybe he should lend a hand. Meanwhile, with a decisive move, she severs the zombie's arm and firmly declares that if they're zombies, they should stick to using their bare hands, not weapons, then finishes it off with a fierce blow. Taken aback by her action, Kim acknowledges it as a clean win. Soren, catching her breath, comments that it felt as though her body had moved automatically. Amidst the chaos, a severed zombie suddenly latches onto her leg with a bite, catching both of them off guard. As Kim takes a closer look at the wound, she anxiously asks what she should do. Observing it carefully, he casually remarks that it's common sense in situations like this. Getting bitten means turning into a zombie. With veins beginning to bulge slightly on her skin, she urgently pleads for him to end her before she becomes a zombie. With a chuckle, he informs her that he brought a solution for that, internally noting that this game has already developed a cure for the zombie virus. After consuming the holy water, while sitting in the dungeon, she remarks that she was surprised and thought she was going to become one of those hideous things. Kim comments that it is a harsh world out here. She curiously remarks that the zombies here are quite strange, from their attire to their equipment. She suspects that this place is artificially made. Kim affirms that she is right and explains that the Galaxy Mall was constructed much faster than normal, considering its vastness. This was made possible due to an enormous number of workers, but the tight schedule caused many to get injured or even lose their lives. However, the official casualty count of the construction is 0. The evil construction companies just buried them here. Later, Galaxy Mall's representative heard about this, but as it would cause critical damage to their public image, he decided to conceal both the area and the secret. Kim internally reflects that this is only possible due to the unruliness of this world. She comments that she never imagined such a dark history would be buried beneath this place, then looks at him curiously. wondering how he even came to know about a secret like this. Kim internally recalls that it was the old father's order who first unleashed the zombies in an attempt to take over Seoul, and the dungeon that emerged during that chaos was none other than the forbidden area beneath Galaxy Mall. With a sigh, he tells her that he has a special ability, to which she responds, acknowledging that he does seem to have quite a few already. Internally, Kim reflects that since this was the very place where Baek Soren awakened after being swarmed by zombies in the game, he believed it would be the most optimal location to trigger her awakening. However, so far, there's still no sign of it happening. Meanwhile, she sadly remarks that the victims have to suffer even after death. She stands up, firmly stating that the least they can do is help them find eternal peace, while Kim remarks that it seems she has found some determination. She replies that she has this strange feeling that she should keep fighting. The protagonist then steps to the side, saying it's not a bad start, and tells her to move on. While deep down, he feels a surge of excitement, knowing that it's finally beginning. As they continue walking deeper into the dungeon, Soren suddenly shivers and comments on the cold. Kim glances around and remarks that the atmosphere is eerie, urging her to stay alert. They soon enter what appears to be a cold storage room, where a radio sits, playing a creepy voice that recites a rhyme about 3 bears living in a house: Daddy Bear, Mommy Bear, and Baby Bear. Soren begins to comment that it's unsettling to hear a children's story in such a place, but before she can finish, the voice suddenly grows loud, distorted, and more disturbing, repeatedly chanting 3 bears in a house. The sound becomes unbearable, and both of them quickly cover their ears as Soren, startled, tries to make sense of what's happening. Suddenly, a sharp iceberg spike shoots up from behind, aiming straight at Soren. Kim quickly shields her, warning her to watch out, but the spike ends up piercing his arm. Soren frantically asks if he's alright, and through gritted teeth, Kim admits he didn't expect such a sudden ambush. At that moment, a massive conjugated ghost, the boss of Galaxy Mall's forbidden area, a level 3 mutant, appears from the ceiling, catching them both completely off guard. Kim firmly draws his sword and urges Soren to escape, telling her this isn't something she's ready to face yet. As she hesitates, the conjugated ghosts begin launching sharp iceberg projectiles. Kim swiftly deflects them with his blade, muttering that he has no interest in becoming a popsicle. However, to his surprise, the ghosts unleash a powerful blast of ice. The sudden force catches him off guard, overwhelming him as ice rapidly forms around his body, trapping him. Soren is stunned and cries out his name in panic. Gritting his teeth, Kim urges her to run, emphasizing that he will try to buy more time. Seeing the massive ice that had accumulated around him, she tearfully asks how she can leave him here. Kim remarks that one of them has to survive, but she tearfully remarks that she can't do that. Being apprehended in ice, Kim tells her that the reason why he was so certain about her talent is because she is the heavenly slaying star. With tears in her eyes, she turns to him, her voice trembling as she insists it can't be true. Kim urges her to believe in herself, assuring her that this truth will lead to her awakening, and with that, it marks the end of his lessons. Suddenly, the ghost intensifies its attack and unleashes a relentless barrage of ice spikes. Soren anxiously clenches her eyes in fear, internally wondering how she can trust herself. As the relentless spikes hit the ground, Kim is surprised to see her standing still and frozen. He calls her name in alarm. At that moment, she begins to radiate a brilliant aura, and her eyes glow red. Turning her head toward him, she declares that she will believe in herself and in him, too, so he must not give up. In a flash, she strikes and shatters the massive ice that had imprisoned Kim, setting him free. Kim is stunned to see that Soren has awakened to an SSR rank warrior and reached level 1 superhuman status. As the immense power surrounds her, she looks at herself in awe, wondering aloud what this newfound strength is. Her initial confusion quickly turns into excitement as she realizes she has finally awakened. In the midst of it, Kim breaks through the remaining ice spikes with a sharp, deliberate strike, which startles her. He then turns to her with a focused look, declaring that now that she's awakened, it's time to stop holding back. When she curiously asks what act he's referring to, Kim steps to the side and explains that the awakening of a heaven-slaying star demands a life-threatening battle and the mental resolve. She looks at him in disbelief, wondering if he really put himself in danger just to awaken her. With a satisfied grin, Kim tells her she did well, better than he expected, and declares that it's time to fight, calling her by her new title, Heaven-Slaying Star Baek Soren. Noticing the rapid barrage of ice spikes from the conjugated ghost, Soren comments that it looks furious. Kim calmly tells her not to worry, reassuring her that she will be fine as long as she swats the attacks away before they make contact. With a swift and precise strike, he destroys a wave of spikes and turns toward her, stating that it's not too difficult. But then he stops, stunned, as he sees Soren frozen in place, her body pierced by several ice spikes. Concerned, he steps forward and asks if she's alright. Kim internally reflects that even though she has awakened, she's still only at level 1. He can't expect flawless performance from her just yet. Soren brushes it off with a grin, casually mentioning that she got hit several times, but it doesn't really hurt. Kim chuckles at her confidence, admitting that it does look that way, and quietly notes to himself that upon awakening, everyone gains a starting trait. He then realizes she has acquired Indomitable, a powerful trait that grants high resistance to all abnormal status effects. As Soren gazes at the radiant aura surrounding her, she reflects on how close to death she felt before awakening, and finds the transformation fascinating. Kim, meanwhile, thinks to himself that it's fitting for an overpowered character like her to receive Indomitable, a Tier 1 defensive trait. Having awakened multiple traits himself, Kim recently gained Insight, a rare ability that lets him perceive all of an opponent's traits. He grins, recognizing it as an extremely overpowered skill for PvP combat. Walking beside him, she admits that she doesn't think she is of much help right now, but he assures her not to worry about it. With a confident and determined grin, he declares that this is exactly how one trains a heaven-slaying star. As the conjugated ghost ramps up its ice spike attacks, the two of them dash swiftly to the side using the Rush trait. Kim turns to her, stating that it's nice that she has already learned Rush, and internally acknowledges that her growth speed during a battle is incredible. Amidst dashing, she remarks that her body feels so light that it could fly away, which makes her want to keep fighting. Suddenly, she notices the ghost unleashing two massive waves of ice in their direction. Kim swiftly dodges and tells her to hold on as he will cut that off for her. However, she says it's fine and leaps into the air using the leap trait, which surprises him. As they land on the ground, Kim chuckles and praises her performance, internally surprised that she's already able to use leap. She excitedly says it felt like she was flying. Stepping forward with determination, she asks what her next step should be. Deep down, Kim feels a twinge of frustration, wondering if she's going to surpass him in no time, just like Seo Woojin did. He advises her to use the skills she just learned to take his aggro while, in the meantime, he will take him out. She excitedly agrees, while Kim internally contemplates that he has taught her everything she needs, so he must finish this as quickly as possible. She swiftly handles the incoming ice spikes, breaking them all apart using the Accelerate and Breakthrough traits. Kim is surprised to see that she has gained even more abilities and admits that her talent is truly remarkable. He draws his sword and decides that since he's already done plenty to help awaken her, it's time to finish off the ghost in a single blow. Leaping into the air, he launches a decisive strike using the Flash trait. As the attack lands, it triggers a massive explosion that completely destroys the ghost. Amazed by what she just witnessed, Soren walks over to Kim and praises him, saying it was incredible, though he modestly downplays it. As a broken smartphone lands on the ground nearby, they walk toward it. Kim picks it up and realizes it's the monster's mana core. Soren, curious, asks how a smartphone can function as a core. Kim explains that this kind of thing often happens with ghost-type monsters. A worker who ended up here cherished his daughter more than his life before his death, and his resentment possessed the smartphone, becoming the mana core. Looking at the phone, Soren quietly hopes he can finally rest in peace, and Kim assures her that he will. Suddenly, the phone emits a radiant light and transforms into two glowing, spiked crystals, catching Soren off guard. Kim informs her that it's called the crystal, and if used properly, it can be crafted into some impressive equipment. Internally, he is excited, realizing that it's a fantastic reward one can get by defeating the Galaxy Mall dungeon's boss monster. Suddenly, the dungeon began to tremble violently, and Soren curiously wondered what was going on. Kim remarks that since they defeated the boss, the forbidden area is collapsing, which prompts her to ponder what they should do now. Kim activates the dash technique, asking her if she has adapted to the movement traits she learned a moment ago. He then dashes to the side, emphasizing that it's time to run, so if she doesn't want to die, they must get moving. Seeing her dashing behind, Kim urges her to run as fast as she can, asserting that it will be over if she is too slow. Amidst running, she exhaustedly pants and remarks that this is the fastest she can run. Kim internally notes that there is still some distance left until they reach the teleportation portal and that she will have to surpass her limit. Meanwhile, realizing the urgency of the situation, she grits her teeth and dashes with the speed of light, asserting that she has awakened after so much struggle, so she can't just die here for nothing. She uses the leap trait to dodge falling debris and destruction, while Kim, standing near the portal up ahead, calls out to her, pointing out that it's the teleportation portal. Seeing her from a distance, Kim grits his teeth, internally acknowledging that he can't help her because she still has a trait that she needs to obtain. The reason why she could become one of the best units in the game was because of 3 traits. He contemplates that Heaven's Slaying Star allowed her to grow very quickly, and the Indomitable trait blocked the side effects of Heaven's Slaying Star, and the last one is yet to be discovered. As she sprints forward, a heavy piece of debris crashes down on her arm, causing it to bleed and making her stumble. Gritting her teeth and clutching the wound, she refuses to give in and pushes forward, determined to survive no matter what. In a surge of resolve, she activates Runaway Train, dashing ahead with a crimson, menacing aura bursting from her body. Suddenly, a massive chunk of debris collapses between them, blocking Kim's view. Alarmed, he can no longer see her and anxiously wonders if she didn't make it. But then, bursting through the debris, she leaps forward and grabs Kim in an urgent embrace, hurling them both into the teleportation portal while urging him to hurry. The portal flares with intense light, just as the dungeon collapses behind them. Moments later, they are teleported back into the mall, startling everyone nearby. At the same time, the system notification appears, stating that they have acquired the trait Narrow Escape, which grants a second chance at life when on the brink of death. The surrounding crowd stares in confusion, murmuring about where they came from and calling them a mess. With a sigh, Kim tells Soren that he knew she could do it. Internally, he reflects that they even managed to obtain the Narrow Escape trait, meaning all 3 of Beak Soren's main traits have now been collected. When she softly calls his name, he looks at her with concern and gently holds her shoulders, asking if she's okay and whether she can stand up. Sitting in front of her on the ground, she quietly says she's fine, but Kim looks at her with concern and questions what she means by that, pointing out that her face is completely red. With a deep blush, she embraces him and softly asks him to let her stay like this for a bit, which surprises him. As she looks up at him, her voice trembles slightly as she asks if he can hold her just a bit longer. She had embraced him because she needed a moment to fix her clothes, which had been torn around the chest area. Once she finishes adjusting them, she excitedly thanks him, and Kim, a bit flustered, replies that she's welcome, though inwardly he's still a little surprised by the sudden closeness. As they both get back on their feet, she comments with a relieved smile that it was a close call, but they made it out alive. Kim internally notes that her smiling face, even after awakening, definitely tells him that she is different from the game. Perhaps it's because she awakened from the original story, where she survived after endless slaughtering. He walks alongside her toward the gate, casually saying they should finally get out of this damned shopping mall. Once outside, he extends the crystal towards her, telling her to take this, which surprises her as it is worth at least a couple of billion. Kim confirms this with a nod and encourages her to use it to grow stronger and faster. She looks down at the crystal in her hand, hesitating, and quietly says it feels like too much for a gift. She's not sure she can accept it. With a chuckle, Kim sarcastically urges her not to worry and to repay him later. Deep down, he maliciously asserts that there is a reason why he spent so many resources to awaken her. The Mars sword technique is one of the 3 top-tier sword techniques in Arcane Soul. Once learned, the character experiences rapid growth. However, it is a special trait that only Beak Soren can use, so the only way to learn this is to receive the trait in the form of a memory chip. She then thanks him for the crystal, to which he remarks she must not worry about it, but don't forget about it. Internally, he grins, knowing full well that his real goal is to learn that unique sword technique of hers. Later that evening, Kim exhaustedly walks out of his house, asserting that all he wanted was a short break, but the world of Arcane Soul just won't let him be. Outside the house, Woojin was waiting for him in his car. Kim gets in and thanks him for coming all the way here. Woojin remarks that he is glad to finally repay Kim for curing all his friends. Utterly tired, Kim internally asserts that he would have preferred him not to come now. Woojin excitedly informs him that they miraculously managed to schedule a meeting with the Armor Meister and can barely contain his enthusiasm. However, Kim doesn't seem excited about it, but internally acknowledges that there is no way he can skip this event if it's the Armor Meister. He reflects that in this world, good items lead to great abilities. The master craftsman who can create high-level items is extremely busy. Woojin excitedly informs him that the one they contacted this time can craft level 7 armor, which surprises Kim and excites him the most to meet that man. As they arrive at the location, a group of guards stands in 2 orderly rows, giving the place an air of prestige. Kim looks around and curiously asks if this is for real, while Woojin smiles and comments on what a great house for a great craftsman. Kim then shifts gears and asks if Woojin happens to know which religion the craftsman is devoted to. Caught off guard by the question, Woojin tilts his head and asks why Kim is bringing that up all of a sudden. Internally, Kim concludes that Woojin clearly doesn't know, which he internally finds understandable, given how much he suffered at the hands of the Old Father's order. Kim recognizes this is the house of a craftsman devoted to the Old Father's order, Ju Chul. In the future, Ju Chul rises to prominence as one of the leading war craftsmen for the order, eventually becoming known as the Death Craftsman and serving as the mid-boss of Episode 3. Kim internally reflects that he has already refused to be baptized, but wonders why Ju Chul is willing to craft armor for him and what he wants from him. As they step inside, an armored guard steps forward, blocking their path, and firmly instructs Kim to hold out his hand for identification. Without waiting, the guard grabs his hand and urges him to show his black flame, which startles Kim, who internally wonders what the hell is up with this guy. Kim reveals the black flame emanating from his arm and asks if that's good enough. The guard narrows his eyes, still gripping his hand, staring at the flame with a hard gaze. Woojin, clearly irritated, steps in and demands to know what's going on. He tells the guard to let go of Kim's hand, reminding him that they are guests with a reservation. At that moment, Master Craftsman Jo Chul, a level 6 superhuman, arrives there in a wheelchair and firmly commands the guard to stop. He questions who gave him the authority to treat a guest that way. The armored guard quickly bows in respect, acknowledging the Meister's presence. Jo Chul comments that Kim refused the baptism and awakened the black flame. Still, he is a distinguished guest indeed. Kim, visibly annoyed, brushes off his arm and mutters that this is how they welcome someone. Jo Chul asks for his forgiveness and remarks that he is the light and savior acknowledged by the Saintess. Kim is startled by this and internally tries to make sense of what the light and savior nonsense even means. Without offering further explanation, Jo Chul turns his wheelchair around and motions for them to enter, suggesting they discuss the type of equipment they need. Once inside, Jo Chul presents the armor suits on display, explaining that this style of plate armor is his specialty. He adds that since the request came from the Saintess, he is willing to craft it in this style if Kim prefers. Kim glances around the room, then steps to the side and points at one of the armor suits, stating that he has made his choice and will go with that one. Jo Chul, caught off guard, looks at him with surprise and asks if he is certain about that selection. Kim nods and states that he loves the style. Jo Chul, clearly uneasy, calls it nonsense and explains that infusing magic into that type of armor is extremely difficult, making it impossible to craft holy armor in that form. Kim calmly replies that he doesn't need holy armor and firmly states that Jo Chul only needs to imbue the armor with giant and extreme attributes. From Jo Chul's reaction, Kim can already tell what the order is truly aiming for. Holy armor, also known as the Paladin's armor, provides an overpowered amount of stats for tanks. However, there is a critical downside to it. To utilize the armor properly, the user requires a significant amount of divine power. Kim understands that to raise his divine power, he must enter a religion. He sees through the scheme, realizing they are disguising it as a generous offer while actually trying to trap him into their religion. With a grin, Kim shakes hands with Jo Chul, stating that he expects the best from him. As they step outside, Woojin glances at him and curiously wonders if he made the right choice by turning down the holy armor. With a light chuckle, Kim replies that he definitely did because he simply liked the other one far more. Meanwhile, the armored paladin approaches Jo Chul, asking if he will make it as Kim requested. Jo Chul replies that with the armor's current form, he can only imbue a limited number of traits. Letting out a sigh, he questions whether the paladin is asking him to defy the Saintess's direct command. He reminds him that she called that man the light and savior of their order. The paladin, clearly unsettled, responds that he still can't believe it, no matter how many times he thinks it over. Clenching his fist tightly, he declares that he will have to see it for himself to be sure. A week later, outside Chunbok Antique Shop, the shop owner nervously stops Kim, warning him that he shouldn't be consuming the Mandragora elixirs all at once. Despite the concern, Kim downs 3 bottles in one go. Letting out a burp, he casually thanks the shop owner, while Chunbok, clearly worried, asks if he's alright. Kim gives a thumbs up in response, assuring him that he's fine. Internally, he can barely contain his excitement as he has finally acquired the trait he was aiming for. He thanks Chunbok for generously giving him the elixirs for free. With a hearty chuckle, Chunbok replies that after Kim saved their market, business has been booming. This is the least they can do in return. Kim nods, remarking that it explains why the place is so crowded today. Just then, a man enthusiastically bows before him, calling him Mr. Superhuman, which catches Kim off guard. Looking closer, Kim recognizes him as a member of the Iron Fist gang, pats him on the shoulder, and says it's good to see him again. The man laughs and asks if Kim's been doing well. The man then leans in slightly and whispers, asking if he could borrow a moment of Kim's time, emphasizing that their boss wants to meet with him briefly. When Kim asks why, the man glances around and replies that there are too many ears nearby, suggesting they move to a more private location. Kim agrees without much fuss. Later that night, inside a sleek car, the same man, now in the driver's seat, mentions that they arranged a high-end bulletproof vehicle specifically for Kim. He turns his head slightly and asks if Kim likes it. Kim gives a casual nod and remarks that it's not bad. As they head to Myoram, Kim senses that something is not right. Internally, he questions whether the Iron Fist Gang's headquarters were ever located in Myoram. If memory serves him right, that area is nothing but a rundown slum, overrun with human trash. The man brings the car to a stop, explaining to Kim that they've run out of fuel and need to pull over at a gas station. Kim gives a casual nod until he catches sight of the sign, Myoram Gas Station, which unsettles him. Stepping out of the vehicle, the man flashes a sly, unsettling grin and remarks that Kim should enjoy his time here. With grit of his teeth, Kim anxiously wonders whether it is all a trap. Unbeknownst to him, the car trunk was full of bombs. As the man is about to leave the car with a creepy grin, Kim grabs his arm and pulls him back inside, and sternly asks if he looks like a retard to him and who he thinks he is messing with. Caught off guard, the man stammers, nervously asking what Kim means. Kim kicks the car door open and leaps out, coldly telling the man to stay put, along with all the explosives he brought with him, for good. Without hesitation, he tosses a grenade into the vehicle. The man is caught entirely off guard, and before he can escape, a powerful explosion erupts. Meanwhile, Kim darts to the side at lightning speed, using his dash and breakthrough traits to evade the blast. Upon reaching a safe distance, Kim notes that the explosion was bigger than what a single grenade would have caused and realizes that, as expected, that guy was a traitor. The luxurious bulletproof car, heading toward Myoram, and the gas station, everything begins to make sense. There's a reason why he kept feeling a sense of déjà vu, because all of these events happen in the story when Iron Fist Lim gets betrayed by his men. He doesn't know exactly why, but a traitor of the Iron Fist gang targeted him. While he is engrossed in contemplating the situation, a group of delinquents opens fire on him, claiming that he is the person from the picture. One of them maliciously grins, asserting that if they kill him, they will get $1 billion for it, and they are all determined to make some big money. Caught off guard, Kim grits his teeth, acknowledging that, of course, it won't end with that car filled with bombs. As they continue to fire, Kim hides behind a car. But since there are just too many of the thugs, he realizes that the car can't cover him for long. Realizing that he has to get out of here first, Kim leaps into the air and lands on the rooftop, stating that they probably didn't expect it. However, the thugs continue to fire at him, which prompts Kim to grit his teeth and immediately form a mana defense shield that blocks the bullets approaching him. He is startled to see that they aren't even superhumans, yet they can react this quickly. One of the thugs commands the others to aim for the center and kill him. Kim grits his teeth as he sees the thugs concentrating their fire on the center of his shield. The growing crack in the barrier and their terrifying accuracy catch him off guard. Suddenly, the shield shatters, and Kim instantly realizes he needs to retreat. But before he can move, a bullet rips through his arm. He jumps to the side, gripping his arm, and he realizes that he can't take it as lightly as he thought. He pulls out something from his inner jacket, stating that he really didn't want to use these since he just brought them. With that, he tosses the tear gas canisters down toward the thugs, catching them by surprise. As the thick gas begins to spread, they hurriedly cover their faces, quickly realizing they've been hit with tear gas bombs. Amid the chaos, one of them shouts that they can't let him get away. They need to kill him if they want the antidote. Standing atop the rooftop, he scoffs, questioning who they think they are after, when they are not even superhumans. He then dashes to the side, realizing that it's time to get out of here. He leaps across to a distant rooftop, glancing back and noting how a group of ordinary rogues displayed precision and focus on par with superhumans. He reflects that there is only one thing out there that can make this possible: the battle drug. It has serious side effects, but it can momentarily boost the user's combat ability. Given that they mentioned something about an antidote, Kim feels certain that the battle drug is involved. The real issue, however, is that only one person in Myoram has the power to mobilize this many rogues: Human Hunter. That's the only name that comes to his mind. He knows Human Hunter well, a figure notorious for underhanded tactics and cowardly ambushes, and someone who has long made Myoram his territory. His tactics usually follow a pattern. The first step is betrayal from someone on the inside to deploy a bomb. The second is an assault by rogues enhanced with battle drugs, and the third, his signature move, is long-range sniping. Kim spots a figure perched on a distant rooftop just as a sniper bullet tears through the air toward him. He narrowly evades it, but not without consequence. A sharp sting grazes his forehead and draws blood. With a slightly bleeding forehead, Kim acknowledges that if he had reacted even a bit later, he would have died for sure. He then wipes off his blood with a grin, stating that the risk for this gamble was worth it because now he knows where Human Hunter is hiding. From the rooftop, Kim gazes down at the gas station engulfed in flames. Without hesitation, he leaps down and sprints straight toward the blaze. As he charges through the fire using his dash trait, he grits his teeth, fully aware that to take down the cowardly Human Hunter, who only attacks from a distance, he has no choice but to close the gap directly. The searing heat scorches his body, but he pushes forward, forcing himself to endure the pain by relying on his defensive and endurance traits. Ensure the sniper is unable to fire accurately due to the thick smoke disrupting his line of sight. When a bullet grazes past Kim from the side, he flinches in surprise and notes that to fight against a skilled sniper, finding his location is the top priority. He becomes excited to spot the sniper's location. On the other hand, the eye-patched sniper exhales in frustration, muttering that the smoke has completely obscured his target. Kim then leaps into the air with a shotgun in hand, realizing that he has to get close to him and create an unexpected variable. The sniper is stunned by how high Kim has leapt. While suspended in mid-air, Kim levels his shotgun at the sniper, who scoffs in frustration at Kim's audacity to dare challenge a sniper to a gunfight. Without hesitation, Kim activates 6 traits tailored for this kind of encounter: Snipe, Focus, Deep Breathing, Insight, and others. Channeling black flame into his weapon, he pulls the trigger and fires at the Human Hunter just as the sniper prepares to shoot him. The sniper's bullet grazes through Kim's shoulder, which prompts him to bleed. Kim silently admits that the man truly lives up to the title of sniper, managing to land a shot even under such circumstances. Nevertheless, he is confident in his bullets that are lethal even if they just graze him. Kim's bullet pierces into the sniper's arm, prompting him to engulf in black flame and yell in agonizing pain. Kim then leaps down and lands on the rooftop, and his gun falls aside, while the sniper is deeply engulfed in black flames. With a sigh, Kim declares that he won, but suddenly he began to sink into the ground, realizing that it's a trap magic, which catches him off guard. While pouring holy water on himself, the sniper calls him a little brat and urges him not to think that it's over. Seeing himself sinking in, Kim grits his teeth and finds it bad, realizing that if he can't get out of this trap, and if the man extinguishes the black flame with holy water first, he will be dead meat. At the same time, the man, consumed by black flames, keeps dousing himself with holy water and warns Kim that he will riddle his body with bullets. As Kim keeps sinking, he acknowledges inwardly that he hadn't expected this to turn into a race against time. For now, his priority is to slow down the sinking by lessening the magic damage. It is a brute force method, but survival comes first. So, he activates his strength and perseverance traits and tries to pull himself out of the ground with all his might. Amidst his struggle, he activates his purification trait, with which he will destroy as much of the mana in the trap magic as possible. However, he is taken aback to see that the sniper has extinguished the black flames. The sniper firmly acknowledges Kim's effort in resisting the trap magic, but claims it's too late. With a trembling hand, he raises his sniping gun, calls it his victory, and with a low chuckle, declares that taking Kim down will secure him a good life from here on. As he aims at Kim with the intent to kill him, he is taken aback to see him vanish from the trap. Before he can react, the protagonist smacks his face with all his might, declaring that this is the thrill of a comeback. He reflects that, thank goodness, he managed to get the trait Earth Resistance at the last second. He then yanks the disoriented sniper by the collar, reminding him that he is a sniper, so he doesn't even think about fighting back at this range and urges him to tell him who made this request. The sniper admits his defeat and agrees to tell him everything, but requests that he let him light a cigarette first. Kim shoves him to the ground, stating that it's good that he is down to talk. As the man lights the cigarette, Kim intently notices him and asks if he likes the taste of it. The man puffs the cigarette and, with a malicious chuckle and a berserk expression, affirms that he loves it because it tastes like his sweet victory. Before the sniper can make a move and strike, Kim shoots him first. Staggering, the man asks if Kim had known. Grinning, Kim replies that, of course, he did, and questions whether the sniper seriously thought someone with 10,000 hours of experience wouldn't recognize a cigarette that transforms the smoker into a mutant. The man collapses to the ground, muttering in disbelief. Kim comments that it was unexpected, noting that the Human Hunter is a sly brat who doesn't tend to surrender at the brink of death. But this time, he chose to fight until the end by turning into a sitting beside the fallen sniper. Kim acknowledges that he must have had his reasons. He then pulls a USB from the sniper's cloak and grins, eager to uncover who's truly behind the entire scheme. The next day at Seonsu Agency, the news on TV reports a large-scale shootout that occurred the previous night between gangs in Myeorim, noting that a gas station explosion caused a massive fire and the estimated death toll has reached dozens. Watching the broadcast, Seonsu turns to Kim with concern, asking if he made it out of that massacre alive. With a sigh, Kim affirms that it is why he is in such a mess and that it was perilous. Seonsu, visibly alarmed, raises his voice and demands to know who attacked him. Kim replies that it's a long story and wonders where to start. At that moment, Iron Fist gang leader Lim barges into the office and tosses a subordinate to the ground, which startles Seonsu and catches the attention of Kim. Lim apologizes, stating that it seems he failed to keep his subordinates in check. Kim calmly remarks that it's a good thing that Lim knows, while Seonsu frustratedly urges him to stop breaking his door every time he enters. With a concerned expression, Seonsu grabs Kim's shoulder, asking if it was the Iron Fist gang that attacked him. Lim mentions that it was one of their bottom ranks and explains that, despite grilling the one in charge, he still managed to get some helpful information. Kim then asks if it is something like that. The guy who set him up was desperate for money. Lim asks how he knows that and reveals that the traitor turned out to have lost everything in illegal gambling and was drowning in loan shark debt. Kim nonchalantly comments that the reason for his betrayal is pretty obvious. Lim remarks that, whatever the reason is, it's his fault and apologizes again. Kim accepts the apology and acknowledges that even for a boss, it's not easy to keep track of every low-level gang member. Internally, he reflects that Lim truly had no idea, and if it hadn't been him, Lim likely would have been the one betrayed. Lim then states firmly that he will take full responsibility and promises to uncover whoever is behind it all. Kim shows him the USB and claims that to help with the investigation, he already has evidence. He explains that the superhuman who tried to kill him had it on him, then turns to Seonsu and asks if he knows how to use a computer. Seonsu believes it's finally his time to shine and excitedly asserts that he has a license for that too. He plugs the USB into the laptop, and as the contents appear, he comments with surprise that this human hunter was a major figure who had killed at least 20 superhumans. Standing behind him, Kim clarifies that the name Human Hunter was just an alias and tells Seonsu to ignore the rest and focus on the most recent request. Seonsu scans the files and reveals that the latest request came in 3 days ago. He's stunned to see the reward amount, 20 billion. The number catches both Kim and Lim off guard, leaving them wondering who could have possibly offered such an enormous sum. Seonsu then reveals that the requester was affiliated with the Ascendant Group and brings up their profile on the laptop. Kim is surprised that someone from such a major company is involved, but as he looks at the screen and recognizes the requester, he's visibly shaken. It's the paladin he previously encountered at Ju Chul's place. Realizing the implications, Kim mutters that things have gotten seriously complicated now. Seonsu turns to him and curiously asks why this rich kid is trying to kill him. Kim replies that he has a suspicion and asks Seonsu to bring up the family tree of Ascendant Security. Seonsu agrees, begins searching on the laptop, and pulls it up for Kim to see. As Kim examines the screen, he internally confirms that things are lining up just as he thought. Ascendant Security is a private military company operating under the Ascendant Group, one of the 5 major corporations in Arcane Seoul. Lee Yeol, the eldest son of Ascendant Security, was once first in line for succession. However, after undergoing the baptism of the Old Father's order and becoming a paladin, his position in the inheritance line was significantly lowered. With his path to corporate succession cut off, his only remaining option is to rise through the ranks as a paladin. However, even that path is now threatened, as the Saintess has become fixated on Kim, referring to him as the light and savior. Kim realizes that seeing him overcome the baptism and rise to prominence must have infuriated him enough to put out an assassination request. Seonsu, visibly frustrated, reacts with disbelief and exclaims that it's ridiculous that Yeol would go this far out of sheer inferiority. He angrily declares that someone like that needs to be taught a proper lesson. Lim curiously wonders how and points out that the opponent isn't just some minor business heir, he is from a family that owns a major company. One wrong move and the entire company will be out to get them. Seonsu turns to him and asks if he's suggesting they just sit back and stay quiet. As Lim affirms his concern, Kim calmly states that he has an idea, which immediately excites Seonsu. Kim then explains that since they are dealing with a major target, the best approach is to begin by focusing on expanding their own influence. Later, when they relay everything to Woojin, he erupts in anger, calling Yeol a brat and demanding to know how he dared to attempt an assassination on Mr. Warrior. Sitting beside him, Kim calmly tries to ease his rage, reassuring him that he's still alive. Woojin, still tense, anxiously asks if he was injured. Internally, Kim reflects that there's nothing more dependable right now than Seo Woojin, a wealthy ally and a level 5 superhuman. Meanwhile, Woojin turns to the side and declares that he won't let this go unanswered, insisting that if someone came for them, they should return the favor and hire an assassin as well. Seonsu joins the conversation, stating that he can't even imagine how much they would have to pay the assassin if they are requesting the assassination of the eldest son of Ascendant Security. When Woojin tries to say something, Kim assures him not to worry and reveals that he has an idea. When Woojin asks about the plan, Kim reveals that he will officially challenge Yeol to a duel, which surprises them all, as it will be too dangerous. Kim acknowledges that it can't be helped, but emphasizes that if he lets Yeol be, he will hire even stronger assassins to kill him. However, Woojin voices his concern, pointing out that someone like Yeol wouldn't step onto the battlefield himself and would probably find someone else to fight in his place. Kim responds firmly, saying that the world is already filled with unfair advantages and points out that if he wins the duel, he will secure both a proper apology and compensation. Lim considers the plan and admits that it actually seems like the most realistic option at the moment. Kim then adds that since they have solid evidence, he has every reason to issue a formal challenge. If Yeol insists on sending someone else to fight for him while keeping the duel private among close acquaintances, he's willing to go along with it. Seonsu states with determination that he will formally deliver the duel challenge and mentions that they will also need an official notary. Woojin, though sounding a bit down, says he will handle that part and adds that his parents know a lawyer who used to serve as a Supreme Court judge. With a chuckle, Kim thanks everyone, acknowledging that he can always rely on them. Seeing their concerned expression, Kim curiously asks why they are all looking at him like that. Lim asks if Kim is confident about winning and points out that since the opponent is aware of his strength, he will likely bring in a level 4 fighter or higher. Kim admits that it won't be easy and internally reflects that, without being able to use the mutation trait in an official duel, the challenge will be much tougher than when he had to fight the president. He then remarks that he can anticipate who will be coming to fight in his stead. Lim curiously asks if he knows who his opponent will be. Kim agrees and explains that it's why he needs some time to prepare, and asks Woojin if they can spar. Woojin enthusiastically agrees to help him out with all his might. With a nervous grin, Kim thanks him but also asks Woojin to go easy on him, recalling how he nearly died the last time they fought. 3 days later, in the fighting arena, Seonsu, Woojin, Lim, and Soren cheer loudly for Kim, expressing their trust in him. Kim acknowledges them with a wave of his hand and quietly reflects that he might have overtrained during the past 3 days. His body feels exhausted, but thanks to the intense effort, he's completed all the preparation he needed to face his opponent, Odusik, the paladin captain of the Old Father's Order. At that moment, Odusik, the level 4 superhuman, arrives there and remarks that it has been a while since he had to duel. Yeol calls him captain and nervously asserts that he didn't have to come all the way here. Dusik turns his head with frustration, telling Yeol to be silent, and asks what makes him think he has the right to speak. He firmly states that no paladin of the order is allowed to lose an official duel, while he still holds the position of captain. Yeol stays quiet in response, and seeing this, Kim reflects inwardly that Yeol, who always tries to act tough around him, is nothing more than a sheep in front of his captain. Deep down, he labels him a coward. Dusik then approaches Kim, stating that it's nice to meet him. With a bow, he says that first off, he would like to apologize for this unpleasant matter. This unexpected courtesy catches Kim off guard, and he internally questions the reason behind such a respectful apology. Dusik asserts that this incident is entirely the fault of an individual and clarifies that the esteemed saintess has nothing to do with it. Kim then inquires about the official stance of the order on the incident. Dusik remarks that the saintess said that Mr. Warrior Kim will be their light and savior. Hearing this, Kim recalls that Jo Chul mentioned the same thing before and internally questions what that's supposed to mean. With a grin, Dusik proposes that if he wins, Kim will join their order. This catches Kim off guard, and he internally groans in frustration, wondering why they are so obsessed with him. With a sly grin, Dusik reveals that everything is the will of their saintess and their lord. At that moment, the match organizers arrived, with the man stating that it was now time to start the duel. He asserted that, now that everyone was present, they should confirm the contract for the dueling oath. The organizer reads aloud that if the paladin wins, Mr. Warrior Kim will join the Old Father's Order. If Kim wins, Mr. Yeol will be forbidden from harming Kim, both directly and indirectly, and will be required to pay compensation. The organizer then asks if that's correct. Both parties confirm the agreement. Gazing at his body, Kim internally notes that in Arcane Soul, the dueling oath is a magical oath, so one's heart will explode if one breaks it. Even in this chaotic world, no one would be crazy enough to break such an oath. Holding a document, the organizer then declares that he will proceed with confirming the rules of the duel. He states that the match will follow international standard regulations as established by the Superhuman Federation. All superpowers and personally owned weapons are permitted, but any consumable items must be crafted on site. With a snap of his fingers, Dusik signals that he is ready, while Kim pulls a pouch from his bag and announces that he will begin crafting his consumables. The organizer acknowledges this and states that the time limit for crafting is 10 minutes per item. Holding the potions in his hand, Kim grins to himself, thinking that with a switch in traits, formulation, crafting, and modification, he's basically an alchemist. These elixirs, he notes, are explicitly designed to counter paladins. The organizer then identifies them as the Elixir of Steel Body, Elixir of Flash, and Elixir of the Magic Dragon. Kim confirms and states that he will be consuming them. He downs all the elixirs at once, internally remarking that doping is essential when it comes to PvP. The organizer then asserts that now that both sides seem to be finished with their preparation, they will begin the duel. As the timer starts counting down from 10 seconds, both Kim and Dusik stand in the arena ready to confront each other. Dusik tells Kim that it is an honor and a pleasure to join their order and asks if he could change his mind now and join them voluntarily. Kim, however, firmly rejects the offer, telling him to screw off. Dusik calmly states that it can't be helped and, radiating a terrifying aura, swings his massive sledgehammer while adding that Kim shouldn't worry too much as he won't kill him, since he will be joining their order soon enough. As he exudes an incredible radiant aura, Kim grits his teeth, internally acknowledging that it's an incredible mana and notes that Dusik is clearly at a higher level than he is. No matter how hard he prepared, he can't beat Dusik if he doesn't risk his life. As the countdown hits 0, Dusik lets out a thunderous roar and leaps into the air, while the sheer force of it tears a deep scar into the arena floor. Kim's eyes widen in shock as Dusik seemingly disappears from sight, but he quickly regains his composure, reasoning internally that Dusik must have activated the rush trait. Suddenly, he sees Dusik menacingly looming down towards him from behind with an intense force, declaring that Kim will become a god. The unexpected declaration shakes Kim to his core, leaving him rattled and unable to grasp the meaning behind those words. As he lands, the impact triggers a chaotic burst of radiant energy that startles Kim's comrades, making them anxious as they realize Dusik's overwhelming strength and consider the possibility that the fight might end in a single blow. As the smoke clears, they see Kim standing firmly with his shield raised. He demands an explanation about what Dusik meant by becoming a god. With a grin, Dusik reacts with a mocking response. The protagonist internally notes that, as expected, Dusik charged in using his rush trait from the start, which is a top-tier trait to use in surprise attacks. However, since he had anticipated it, there was no reason not to counter it using his own traits. Even so, the sheer force of the strike was enough to crack through his 3-layered shield. Dusik then comments that for a level 3 warrior to withstand his surprise attack, he can now understand what the Saintess meant. Kim firmly urges him to stop blabbering nonsense and urges him to explain first why he calls him the light and savior, and now a god. Dusik remarks that it is exactly as it sounds and claims that warrior Kim is the hope of their order and also the victor who will save them from the upcoming doomsday. Kim furrows his brows and internally wonders what he means, the hope of the old father's order. Now that he thinks about it, the god they serve is currently dead. He reminisces that a few years later, when the story progresses, the Saintess holds a revival ritual for their god, and a boss battle begins in the middle of Seoul. With a flustered expression, Kim urges him not to tell him that by savior, he is referring to God's vessel. With a malicious glint in his eyes, Dusik affirms his assertion, adding that it is a noble sacrifice and sacred dedication. Kim, frustrated, calls him a crazy brat and realizes that they had meant to sacrifice him all along. Dusik then reveals that Kim's body and soul are meant to become part of the old father and serve as his avatar, because once Kim loses the duel and joins their order, the process will begin. Urging him to screw off, Kim activates his dash trait and menacingly swings his sword and attack him. However, Dusik manages to deflect the blow with his shield, though the force of the impact pushes him backward. Regaining his balance, he takes note of Kim's impressive strength. At the same time, Kim notes his flustered expression and internally asserts that Dusik should be because he has changed all his traits to those suitable for an offensive warrior. Now he plans to attack him with other warrior traits to harass him. He then unleashes a relentless barrage of assaults on Dusik, who deflects them with his shield. With a grin, he acknowledges that Kim's swordsmanship is quite the challenge. As the flurry continues, Kim notes it's a good sign that Dusik is prioritizing defense. Taking advantage of the opening, he switches tactics and swings an axe with his left hand, supported by specialized traits, and lands a hit that pierces into Dusik's side. With gritted teeth, Dusik remarks that this is getting fun, while Kim internally notes that his plan is working, and that his 3 days of preparation weren't in vain. He reflects that the reason why he trained with Seo Woojin was not only to obtain the traits he needed for this duel, but to learn how to instinctively change his traits in a split second. Through fighting against superhumans of a higher level than himself, Kim has learned how to adapt in real time. Amidst the heated clash, Kim internally reminds himself to switch to defensive traits when blocking and unleash offensive warrior traits for surprise strikes. He lunges forward, thinking that when rapid, continuous attacks are needed, other warrior traits must be used. As he launches a relentless flurry, his eyes burn with intensity. With a powerful swing, he declares inwardly that now is the time to activate the berserk traits when the moment demands he break through and press the assault without hesitation. For a level 3 superhuman to fight against a level 4 superhuman, all he can do is switch out his traits while fighting. He then clashes his sword with Dusik's sledgehammer, and Dusik finds it hard to manage, internally noting that it feels like he is fighting against 4 different warriors. He grits his teeth, finding it hard to believe how it is possible. The impact of the attack hurls Dusik's sledgehammer to the side. Watching from the sidelines, the paladins are stunned by the sight, and even Dusik himself is momentarily shaken. Kim then brandishes his sword at him and firmly declares that he will win this duel, because he has no intention of becoming a sacrifice for their rotten order. Dusik swings his shield and declares that he can't go easy on him anymore. With a sarcastic grin, he asserts that he doesn't even care about a sacrifice or prophecy, and coldly warns that he might kill him, so he must be prepared. He then hurls the shield with all his might towards Kim, who grits his teeth seeing it coming, but confident in his own shield, asserts that such a straightforward attack won't work. However, to his surprise, his shield shatters, and he crashes to the side due to the heavy impact. Regaining his composure, Kim grits his teeth, realizing that the power output has increased, and internally wonders whether Dusik was really going easy on him all this time. Before he can fully react, Dusik charges forward and slams into him with another furious roar, demanding how he dares to mock their sacred order. The impact sends Kim flying, crashing hard into the arena wall, and leaving deep cracks in the stone from the sheer force of the impact. Radiating a menacing aura, Dusik stands tall and firmly declares that if Kim apologizes now, he will accept his surrender. Struggling to steady himself, Kim regains his footing and defiantly rejects the offer. With unwavering resolve, he declares that there's no way Dusik can win unless he kills him. Kim then leaps forward with renewed determination and launches a fierce attack, but Dusik swiftly counters, striking him hard and sending him flying. Without giving him a chance to recover, Dusik charges again, his aura surging with intensity, and slams Kim with another brutal blow. The impact sends Kim crashing across the arena, breathing raggedly as he struggles to rise. The head of Paladin then declares that it's time to end this useless battle and raises his shield, calling upon Old Father to bestow his power on him, and an intense flare of water emerges. Kim clenches his teeth, realizing that it's Dusik's ultimate move, Darkness Tsunami. Now that he gets to see it with his own eyes, he is sure it is a disaster. He is certain that he will lose 100% if he gets hit by that move, but there is no way to dodge it. To win in this battle, he must get through that, but deep down, he is afraid. He closes his eyes, contemplating that he must trust in the traits he has built as a warrior, Kim. Especially in his mountain-breaking swordsmanship, a discipline he has trained in relentlessly without ever skipping a day. The swordsmanship he learned by training with Seo Woojin, the Einherjar cultivation technique. He put a lot of time into training, Mana Heart, which grew along with him, Rush, which he gained through desperate will, and the ultimate move that can slice through any material in this universe, Flash. As the tsunami effect befalls upon him, Kim exudes a menacing aura, reflecting that he will trust his traits, the time and effort he put into them, and last but not least, he will trust himself. Kim leaps into the air and charges at Dusik, and their clash releases a blinding surge of radiant light. Those nearby instinctively shield their eyes, unable to see what unfolds in the brilliance. As the light subsides, Kim seems to be kneeling on the ground, and blood gushes out of his mouth. and he looks utterly exhausted. At the same time, Dusik stands tall to the side and admits that it was a magnificent duel. But suddenly, he collapses to the side, and his shattered shield is seen lying beside him. The match referee then declares that the duel is over and raises Kim's hand, announcing that he is the winner. Kim's comrades rush into the arena to cheer him. As he wipes the blood from his face, Kim reflects with quiet satisfaction that he succeeded in overcoming a higher-level superhuman without ever using his mutant trait. Woojin pulls him into a thrilled embrace, calling him the best. Soren, still in disbelief, says the performance was beyond human. Seonsu says he had faith that Kim would win all along, while Lim expresses his admiration, saying he's genuinely impressed by what Kim pulled off. Suddenly, Yeol calls him a brat and launches a surprise attack. But before the strike can land, Woojin strikes him first, sending him crashing aside. Woojin glares at him and harshly calls him a scumbag, demanding how he dares to deny the result and attack their teacher, asking if he has a death wish. The male organizer reminds Yeol not to forget the magical oath. In contrast, the female organizer stops Woojin from taking any further action, warning that if Yeol acts carelessly, his heart could explode. Yeol clutches his chest and accuses Kim of being the reason their captain is dead, vowing that they will take revenge and that the old father's order will never forget what happened. Kim approaches him with steady steps and demands to know if Yeol is claiming he was the one who killed Dusik. Still collapsed on the ground, Yeol insists that everyone saw Dusik die at Kim's hands. Kim steps closer, casting a threatening shadow over him, and tells him to stop spouting nonsense. He firmly declares that the one truly responsible for Dusik's death is Yeol himself, which causes Yeol's fury to spike. Kim adds that despite being an enemy, Dusik was a true warrior and worthy of respect. Surely, he wasn't someone whose life should have been lost in an open duel, because of Yeol's pretty assassination plot, driven by his inferiority complex. As Yeol embarrassingly lowers his head, Kim urges that, for the sake of Dusik's honor, Yeol should accept the outcome of this duel and keep the promise. Overwhelmed with despair, Yeol grits his teeth in shame while his comrades help him stand up, stating that they need to leave. Meanwhile, Kim internally reflects, certain that even the old father's order wouldn't think of getting revenge after he went this far. Later, at Seonsu's workforce headquarters, Seonsu speaks on the phone, confirming that they have officially signed a contract with the superhuman warrior Kim, the one who defeated the captain of the old father's order. He adds that he understands the caller has a request to make. As Kim arrives, Seonsu quickly ends his call with an apology, promising to call back in a bit. Kim, wearing his new armor, comments that he was worried that master craftsman Ju Chul might have meddled with his armor, but he had made it as he requested, with the giant and extreme traits. Seonsu gives an enthusiastic thumbs up, saying Kim looks great in it. Then, with a grin, he hands Kim a small package, urging him to try it out while they are at it. Kim is taken aback when he sees what's inside the gift box and quickly puts it on. Seonsu, practically glowing with excitement, explains that it's a handmade luxury outfit, enchanted with self-cleaning and regenerative magic. Kim grins, giving a thumbs up and thanking him, saying he clearly understands his style. Seonsu laughs and adds that Kim looks like a model in it. He then asks if he can request something from him, and when Kim asks what it is, he thanks Kim for their business being booming right now. However, because Kim has a relatively short work history with them, some people are doubting their contract relationship. Kim remarks that if that's the reason, then he must oblige and asks if Seonsu has some decent work for him. Seonsu agrees and explains that he has a perfect one prepared for him. He then hands Kim a contract detailing and explains that the Sun Magic Tower wants to study Kim's black magic flame for research purposes. Kim internally recalls that the Sun Magic Tower is one of the 4 greatest magic towers of Arcane Soul. If he remembers correctly, that's the place where one can acquire fire-related magic. Seonsu informs him that they will reward him with their membership. Kim agrees to take the offer and mentally notes that he knows a certain character affiliated with the Sun Magic Tower, so he already has an idea of the potential rewards he can obtain from them. Later, he arrives at the Sun Magic Tower. As he ventures inside, he looks around, intrigued by the unique environment where magic and science seamlessly intertwine, a sight he finds truly fascinating. At that moment, a senior researcher and level 5 mage, Park Hyungju, approaches and introduces himself. He assumes Kim is here in response to their request to study his black flame. Kim confirms and follows him, all the while reflecting internally that he had expected Hyungju to be much older, but the mage turns out to be surprisingly young. Leading Kim to the side, Hyungju explains that time is limited, so they should begin right away. He brings Kim to a large tubular machine, stating that they will start with basic measurements and instructing him to step inside. Kim internally finds this machine quite familiar. As he enters it, Hyungju closes the door, telling him that he just has to stand still. Moments later, it displays the beginning of ultra-precision measurement, which startles him as he realizes that this is the machine used to reveal everything about the character to the player. He reels back in alarm, realizing the machine is about to expose every secret of his traits. Panicked, he slams his hand against the glass, shouting for Hyungju to stop the process, insisting this wasn't what he agreed to. But with a cold, malicious expression, Hyungju calmly tells him to remain still, claiming it's a necessary procedure and that everything was clearly outlined in the contract. Enraged, Kim strikes the machine with force, causing it to shatter and leaving Hyungju startled. Hyungju nervously demands an explanation, but Kim firmly responds that the agreement only involved demonstrating his black flame for research purposes. He questions Hyungju's audacity to overstep those boundaries. At that moment, Yu Myung-seok, the level 6 mage and chief researcher, enters abruptly. Without hesitation, he slaps Hyungju across the face and scolds him sharply, calling him a troublemaker who's pulling the same reckless stunt again. He demands to know how Hyungju could dare to ruin his project. Hyungju hastily insists it was all a misunderstanding, but Myung-seok approaches him with a cold glare, dismissing the excuse as nonsense. He accuses Hyungju of attempting to leak confidential information about Mr. Warrior, the sole possessor of the Black Flame trait. He states that the entire incident has been recorded on surveillance. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Hyungju lowers his head in shame and admits he was momentarily blinded by greed. Myung-seok sternly tells Hyungju to leave immediately and declares that he is expelled from the team. Meanwhile, Kim stands in stunned silence, struggling to process what just happened. As he lets out a cough, Myung-seok turns to him, offers a sincere apology, and introduces himself, admitting that the situation reflected poorly on them. Kim, scratching his head, replies that it wasn't Myung-seok's fault and guesses that things like this probably happen more often than they should. With a sigh, Myung-seok asserts that Hyungju sold their confidential information because of his gambling addiction. He adds that if it weren't for his teacher, Elder Joe, he would have been kicked out of this place a long time ago. Kim then changes the topic, stating that he came here to fulfill Myung-seok's request and almost got his personal information extracted. Myung-seok offers a sincere apology and promises to upgrade Kim's membership status. Kim curiously asks what kind of benefits come with that upgrade. Myung-seok explains that Kim can use their commercial facilities as well as their training facilities and guarantees that he will find them useful. Internally, Kim reflects that the training grounds of the Magic Tower are usually reserved exclusively for mages and considers this a fortunate opportunity. With a nod, Kim remarks that it doesn't sound too bad. Myung-seok then suggests he take a break while the preparations for the research are underway. Kim agrees, saying he will use the time to explore the Magic Tower. Later, as he wanders through the tower, he notices various mysterious, glowing items suspended in the air, piquing his curiosity. Seeing them, Kim grins to himself, thinking that he nearly got swindled, typical of Arcane Soul, but in the end, things worked out. This is his chance to acquire powerful traits from the Magic Tower's training grounds. Just then, a speaker announces the start of electric magic training. Suddenly, the floating items begin to glow, releasing intense electrical energy. Kim is caught off guard as a surge of electricity courses through him, delivering a painful shock that cuts deep into his bones. Gritting his teeth through the searing pain, Kim tells himself that if he can just hold out a little longer with his current traits, he will gain the one he needs. As he pushes through the electric shock, his efforts pay off, and he successfully acquires the electric resistance trait. Despite the continued waves of pain surging through him, excitement wells up inside him. He has finally done it. He now possesses the final resistance trait among the 6 elemental attributes. As electric shocks continue to surge through him, Kim raises his hand and urges the organizers to shut it off, stressing that if it goes on any longer, he will be roasted alive. Just then, red warning lights flash, and a mechanical voice announces that the training system has been switched to manual mode. It adds that the intensity of the electric magic has now been readjusted. Amidst the surging current in his body, Kim grits his teeth and demands to know what is happening, reminding that he said he is done with the training. He calls out, asking who's out there. At the control panel, Hyungju stands with a twisted grin and coldly declares that Kim picked the wrong person to mess with. Without hesitation, he activates the maximum output, initiating the full force of the electric magic. The floating artifacts flare with blinding light, releasing a torrent of searing electric waves toward Kim, catching him completely off guard. Meanwhile, Hyunju watches from the control panel with eyes glinting with malice, and with a twisted smile, he urges Kim to die. As the overwhelming electric currents crash into him, Hyunju sneers, muttering that this is what they get for messing with him. But his expression quickly shifts to disbelief when he sees Kim still standing, enduring the surge with gritted teeth and burning resolve. Kim, straining against the pain, thinks to himself that such a pathetic, low-grade trick won't bring him down. There's a reason he chose to come to the training chamber during his free time. He activates his equipped traits, like Divine Resistance, Fire Resistance, Darkness Resistance, Cold Resistance, and Earth Resistance. He recalls how he gained each resistance. Divine Resistance, which he obtained while resisting the Saintess baptism. Fire Resistance, which he obtained while boiling himself in the Mana Spring. Darkness Resistance, which he obtained during the battle against the necromancer Charon. Cold Resistance, which he obtained in the fierce blizzard of the conjugated ghosts. Earth Resistance, which he obtained while trying to get out of the magical trap of the human hunter. And lastly, Electric Resistance, which he obtained through the training just now. With all 6 elemental resistances now combined, Kim grits his teeth and withstands the unrelenting electric onslaught that rattles him to the core. In that moment, he manages to obtain Magic Resistance, which creates a protective shield around him. Despite all this, he finds the sensation exhilarating. Hyunju reels in disbelief, struggling to understand how Kim managed to withstand a level 3 magic attack using only his body. He nervously questions whether Kim is even human. In a panic, he turns the control dial to raise the current output, muttering that this level will be even harder to endure. Just then, the mechanical voice announces that the system is malfunctioning. Training protocols have been compromised, and all sessions must be stopped immediately while the facility is evacuated. With a heavy sigh, Kim realizes that this one is going to be dangerous, and in that case, he decides to dodge all the attacks with his insight trait. As the glowing artifacts unleash an electric onslaught, Kim activates his insight, movement, and dash traits and dodges them vigilantly. The system window notifies him that he has obtained the secession trait. He grins, satisfied with gaining such a useful trait, and thinks that at this rate, he should be able to unlock the upper-tier trait Air Raid. Meanwhile, Hyunju frantically taps at the control panel, muttering through gritted teeth that he will finish Kim off. Just then, Chief Myungseok storms in and shoves him aside, saying he heard the system alarms blaring and demands to know what Hyunju thinks he's doing. Without hesitation, he orders the nearby mage to shut it down, and the mage immediately complies. The system then broadcasts that the training program is being readjusted and has returned to normal, and the artifacts cease emitting electricity. Myungseok yanks Hyunju's collar and sternly calls him a lunatic, demanding to know how he dared to harm warrior Kim. Just then, Kim steps out of the training facility, drawing Myungseok's attention. He's taken aback to see Kim looking completely unscathed. With a grin, Kim remarks that he did feel a little electrified, that's for sure, but it was a good warm-up, which startles everyone around. Later, as the guards drag Hyunju along, he desperately shouts apologies to the chief, pleading not to be expelled from the tower. Watching the scene, Kim asks what happens if someone is kicked out. Myungseok explains that the person is magically branded in the brain, making it impossible for them to learn any new magic. Kim casually notes that it would mean the end of his life as a mage, and inwardly thinks that he got exactly what he deserved. Myungseok remarks that he has done too many bad deeds, which is only a natural outcome. He then hands Kim a small box, acknowledging that it may not be much, but it's a token of apology from them. Kim is surprised to see an elixir inside the box, which is a miraculous potion that can heal him from 1 HP to max in one shot. Though surprised inside, Kim maintains his outer demeanor and thanks him for the gift, admitting that it's like an extra life for him, and internally reminds himself to calm down. Myungseok nods, affirming that he believes this is a fair price to pay. Meanwhile, Kim thinks to himself that Myungseok is likely trying to keep the situation from escalating any further. However, Kim knows there's still something more he needs to gain from the magic tower. He then closes the box, stating that this seems insufficient to make up for him getting attacked twice after he visited this tower. With a twitch, Myungseok anxiously asks if he can let him know what he actually needs. Kim remarks that he has kept this wish for a long time, which is to experience the 4 magic spells of the 4 great magic towers. Startled by the request, Myungseok anxiously asks if he is saying that he would like to experience a solar flare. Kim affirms and requests him to fire the solar flare at him. The chief responds with visible concern, saying that he's afraid such a request cannot be fulfilled, stressing that even a level 3 superhuman wouldn't survive a second under the solar flare. However, Kim confidently asserts that he can endure it for at least 15 seconds. Myungseok, still anxious, insists that not even a level 5 superhuman could manage that. In response, Kim raises his index finger, letting black flames surge from it, and calmly declares that he is different. The chief is surprised to see the black flame, which can burn the enemy's mana, and finds it an interesting approach, but still emphasizes that it will still be dangerous. With a confident grin, Kim remarks that they will see about that. Later, as a large pipe is positioned and aimed directly at him, Kim feels a chill run down his spine. Internally, he admits it's genuinely terrifying now that he's moments away from being struck by the solar flare, but he understands that it can't be helped. Kim is well aware that there are only 3 known methods to acquire the solar flare trait. The first is to become the Tower Master's direct disciple. The second is to defeat the Tower Master in a one-on-one duel. However, both options are only available to mage-type superhumans, making them impossible for him. Myungseok, still visibly uneasy, announces that the procedure will now begin. Meanwhile, Kim contends that there is a third way that he can use a hidden quest that is unlocked once he builds enough favorability with the Tower Master. In other words, he is putting up a show to prove his usefulness to him. As the solar flare is activated, an announcement confirms that it will be maintained for 15 seconds. Moments later, the searing light erupts, and the blazing flames completely consume Kim. He confidently grits his teeth, reminding himself that he can endure this because there is a trait that he can obtain through the trait on his equipment, magic armor. Meanwhile, the Tower Master and his subordinates watch in utter disbelief as Kim endures the intense flames, despite not even being level 6. One of them, clearly anxious, exclaims in confusion, questioning how someone at merely level 3 could possibly withstand it. While completely engulfed in flames, Kim grits through the pain, acknowledging internally that despite all his preparation, it still hurts like hell. Just then, Myungseok announces that 15 seconds have elapsed and declares the termination of the solar flare. As the solar flares are deactivated, Kim pants heavily, thinking to himself that it's finally over, and that those were the longest 15 seconds of his life. Meanwhile, the Tower Master, clearly intrigued, quietly ponders whether his name is Warrior Kim and admits he's quite impressive. Later, Kim is invited to the Tower Master's residence for tea. During their conversation, the Tower Master acknowledges how fascinating the feat was. He notes that using black flames to endure the solar flare for that long was no ordinary accomplishment, and he expresses his belief that Kim will be a valuable asset to their long-awaited project. With a grin, Kim replies that it would be his honor, inwardly thrilled that he's successfully raising his favorability with the Tower Master. Chuckling, the Tower Master, Sunyu, comments that he likes Kim's way with words and mentions that he has a request for him. Internally, Kim notes with satisfaction that his plan is working. At that moment, a young man enters the room, asking if his grandfather had called him. Sunyu gestures toward Kim and tells the newcomer to greet Warrior Kim, a level 3 superhuman. Kim rises to his feet and greets him, saying it's nice to meet him. The young man bows politely in return, introducing himself as Magic Jim. Internally, Kim reflects that Magic Jim is the mage-type tutorial character who appears after Iron Fist Lim and Priest Nim. As Jim apologizes for being late, Kim can't help but wonder if he was always this gloomy. Sunyu then explains that Jim is his grandson who has the potential to become a high-level superhuman, but whose growth has mysteriously stalled at level 1. Kim remarks that it's strange while Jim anxiously apologizes for being strange and for being the embarrassment of this magic tower. Taken aback, Kim quickly clarifies that he didn't mean it that way, and inwardly questions what's going on with Jim. At that moment, Sunyu turns to Kim and asks for his thoughts, mentioning that he has heard about how Kim cured Director Seo's son. Given that, he believes Kim might have some insight on how to awaken Jim's dormant potential. Kim confidently agrees, which instantly excites both Jim and Sunyu. In response, Sunyu declares that if Kim can truly pull it off, he will grant him anything he desires. With a dark chuckle, Kim contemplates that this marks the beginning of the solar flare hidden quest. When Kim reveals his request, Sunyu is visibly startled and asks him to repeat himself, shocked by what he just heard. Kim casually responds with solar flare, even offering to spell it out if necessary. Setting the tie, Sunyu remarks that he can do it for him, since the future of their tower depends on this, but he is unsure if Kim will be able to use it. Kim excitedly remarks that this is why he wants it delivered in the form of a memory chip, so he can learn and utilize it immediately. Sunyu agrees that if Kim can solve this issue, granting his request won't be a problem. Just then, Jim hesitantly interrupts to ask how Kim plans to train him. Kim replies that the first step is identifying the root cause of the problem. At that point, Sunyu interjects bluntly, stating that his biggest problem is that he is stupid. he has to become a mage, but he has almost no mathematical knowledge. Overwhelmed with guilt, Jim begins to cry and repeatedly apologizes for being so bad at math. Kim internally reflects that he already understands Magic Jim's issue quite well. Despite being intelligent enough to qualify for a business major at Seoul University, Jim gave up on math early on, which made him incompatible with the demands of magic research. With a gloomy expression, Jim insists that no matter how hard he tries, he can't grasp magic, and he apologizes for making excuses even now. Kim suggests the idea of learning magic that doesn't rely on mathematical calculations, prompting Sunyu to curiously ask what he means by that. In response, Kim explains that Jim will become a flame sorcerer by utilizing spirits instead. Sunyu frustratedly stands up, declaring that a flame sorcerer is not a mage, while Kim asks if he would rather let his grandson stay in this state forever, or would he rather train him as a flame sorcerer so Jim can unleash his potential. After a brief pause of contemplation, Sunyu urges him to explain in detail. Kim explains that the core issue lies in the magic incantation. Without being able to perform the formulaic calculations, casting spells is impossible. That's why, he asserts, the solution is to leave those complex tasks to a spirit, which will handle them while Jim provides the mana. Sunyu, unconvinced, argues that it's not feasible since Jim has no experience with spirits, questioning how he could possibly manage one. But Kim firmly clarifies that he's not suggesting Jim form a contract with a spirit in the traditional sense. Instead, Jim will use them. Kim explains that the key is to inscribe a single spell onto the mana circuit. This way, the user only needs to manage the mana flow, while the circuit itself handles the casting of the spell. Intrigued, Sunyu asks if Kim is implying that they should capture a spirit and use it as a living mana circuit, or perhaps transplant it directly into Jim's circuit. With a chuckle, Kim confirms that's exactly what he meant. Impressed, Sunyu smiles, calling the idea truly fascinating and wondering aloud how someone known as a warrior could come up with such an incredible theory. Kim confidently agrees that the idea is amazing, though deep down he admits it wasn't originally his. It's something people came up with in the future, and truthfully, even he doesn't fully understand what he just explained. Sunyu then brings up a significant concern. The gate to the spirit realm is currently closed, which means they can't summon any spirits. In response, Kim suggests they use spirit animals instead, like the phoenix. Sunyu, skeptical, notes how difficult that sounds and questions how they are supposed to find such a legendary creature. With a wink, Kim reassures him not to worry because he already has a way. Later, Kim leads them to a phoenix valley, which surprises them. Sunyu notes that even high-level superhumans struggle to find places like this, wondering how Kim managed it. With a chuckle, Kim explains that, unlike the rumors, it was hidden behind the back alleys, so he found it by accident, too. Sunyu comments that Kim truly is a lucky one, and Kim, filled with excitement, reminds him about the solar flare he was promised. The Tower Master nods, assuring Kim that he will indeed grant him the solar flare, which excites Kim immensely. Internally, Kim celebrates, thinking that clearing this quest was as simple as knowing a single location and finding it sweet. Sunyu then inquires how Kim plans on utilizing the solar flare as a warrior. With a pointed finger exuding black flame, Kim remarks that he would like to enhance this ability, and that his goal is to create his own polarization. Sunyu chuckles aloud, stating that polarization is no easy task by any means, and reveals that they have already spent an entire decade on it. Kim acknowledges that it won't be easy, but adds that approaching it as a mage and approaching it as a warrior may produce different results. He adds that maybe his polarization may turn out better than Sunyu's. Sunyu suggests that they bet, with a duration of 2 years, to compare the Magic Tower's polarization with his and see which is better. Kim remarks that it sounds fun, but ponders what they are betting. Sunyu remarks that if Kim wins, he will grant his wish, but if Sunyu wins, Kim will join the Magic Tower's security team. With a chuckle, Kim agrees, stating that it sounds good, while Sunyu urges him not to forget this promise. Kim internally grins to have another opportunity to benefit from the Sun Magic Tower. He then declares that it's time for verification. Later, as Kim sits outside the operating room, Myung-seok approaches him and acknowledges how incredible it was, remarking that it's astonishing Kim managed to open the path for flame sorcery within their magic tower. Kim agrees, stating that it turned out that way, but first, they have to hope that the operation will succeed. Myung-seok takes a seat beside him and agrees, then brings up the expelled mage from earlier. Kim casually asks if he means that loser. Myung-seok remarks that he did a further investigation after Hyungju left, and it became clear that he received money from the Kumo group, which surprises Kim. The Kumo Group is one of the 5 major conglomerates known for its highly aggressive and predatory business expansion. They were basically villains back in the game. Moonseok explains that the problem isn't that they stole information from their magic tower. It's that they specifically demanded Kim's information only. He speculates that they are trying to recruit Kim. Kim frustratedly remarks that he wouldn't want that, and internally thinks that he would never join hands with villains like Kumo, and finds it another thing to keep avoiding again. At that moment, Sunyu steps out of the operating room and announces with excitement that the operation was a great success. He enthusiastically pats Kim on the shoulder, expressing that it's all thanks to him that his grandson has become a mage and a superhuman. Kim, slightly flustered, replies that he's glad to hear it, while inwardly he is amazed and realizes this is the power of a level 8 mage. As Kim steps into the operating room, he's greeted by Jim, who is now radiating mana and expresses his gratitude. Kim, surprised by Jim's strength, thinks to himself that Jim is already as powerful as he is. He wonders if starting at level 3 is the result of good genetics, especially since it took him much longer to reach that point. Watching the energy flow, Jim admits it feels odd to wield magic so effortlessly. Kim advises him to start drinking fire attribute elixirs from now on to help stockpile more mana. Jim expresses his gratitude, noting that they're even guiding him on how to grow stronger. Just then, Sunyu waves enthusiastically at Kim, praising his work and announcing that it's time for his promised reward, which immediately excites Kim. Overjoyed to receive the solar flare chip, Kim is then handed another box by Sunyu, who asks him to open it. Sunyu explains that he included some allowance for Kim inside, a bag enhanced with space expansion magic. The rewards thrill Kim the most, and inwardly, he believes that Sunyu's favorability toward him must be off the charts. Later, at Seonsu Workforce, Seonsu is thrilled to see that Kim has received a bonus reward of 5 billion, calling it incredible. Kim, just as excited, confidently declares that it's time Seonsu gets used to his greatness and says he's ready to drink the nectar he's been saving. Taken aback, Seonsu points out that it hasn't even been a month since Kim reached level 3 and questions if it's too soon, warning about possible side effects. In response, Kim asks if Seonsu can refine the nectar. Seonsu assures Kim that he can count on him and shows him a laboratory area, which excites Kim. He then explains that he just needs the main ingredients and pulls up a tab displaying popular trait options. Kim notes that the traits will vary depending on the ingredients used, leaving him conflicted. He reflects that he already possesses super strength and regeneration, and his shield is equipped with steel armor. He then selects the horned tiger's heart, but Seonsu expresses concerns, stating that it's an endangered species, so it's hard to get nowadays, which startles Kim. Later, Kim heads to the deserted area to retrieve the horned tiger's heart on his own, but the challenge is figuring out how to locate it in such a vast expanse. Shortly after getting into the area, he opens a tuna tin and smells it. The disgusting smell allows him to acquire the dog nose trait. He kneels on the ground, thinking he would rather smell a durian sea herring. He walks off to the side, still thinking that the stench of rot lingers in his lungs, but thanks to the trait, he can now pick up all sorts of scents. That's how he notices a strong scent of blood in the area and wonders if a predator was around. Sure enough, he spots one. As he turns around, he's caught off guard by the sight of a car pulling up, and the hunters inside immediately start shooting at the tiger. Kim quickly darts to the side in a panic when he spots a competitor, realizing he might lose his target. Seeing the scar on the tiger's face, he grits his teeth, understanding that it's not a normal horned tiger. It's the king of the mountain. He recalls it's the most famous mystical creature of the Cholwon Plain, and it also has 6 full traits. The tiger menacingly leaps to attack him, while Kim braces himself, fully aware that he will actually die if he lets his guard down. Kim narrowly dodges the attack, but is taken aback that even with the evasion trait, he manages to dodge it narrowly. He grits his teeth, realizing that he doesn't have that many chances and that he has to end it in one shot, and that he has to rely on his senses and instincts. Before he can move, the tiger attacks him again, but he slides to the side and dodges it. He then aims a gun at it, utilizing his equipped shooting traits, but the tiger effortlessly evades it, surprising him. However, he remains determined. He then jumps before it and aims again, confident in his shooting skills for a warrior. This time, he fires a bullet imbued with black flame, certain it would land, but to his shock, the tiger remains unfazed and charges at him. The sudden twist leaves him stunned. He can't believe it's still able to move after being struck by the black flame. Kim realizes that if the black flame isn't enough, he will have to engage in close combat. With a fierce glare, the tiger charges forward at lightning speed. Kim immediately identifies it as the King of the Mountain's most powerful skill, Rush. He knows that the beast accelerates its massive body, which weighs over 1 tons, and pierces the target in its entirety. Despite its fearsome reputation that has left countless users overwhelmed, the strategy to clear it is laughably simple. It is to use the strength of the tiger against it. Kim then engages it in close combat, swinging his sword with force as he taunts the beast, asking if it's surprised and declaring that it won't be able to dodge this one. The fierce attack of his sword pierces through its body and annihilates it. Later, he takes its body to the monster exchange office, where everyone is startled to see King of the Mountain's corpse. Kim excitedly displays the tiger's heart to everyone around, while he internally reflects that he handed it himself because he was worried a contractor might rip him off, and ended up gaining a butchery trait in the process. He considers it a 1+1 event. He then announces that he only needs the heart, so he plans on selling the rest and asks if anyone is interested in buying it. Internally, he is thrilled to see how much the King of the Mountain is worth. People start raising their hands, calling out bids, 1 billion, 2 billion, 2.2 billion, and the price keeps rising, much to Kim's excitement. Then, a woman named Young Jinyoung steps forward and raises the bid to 5 billion, which startles everyone around. Without hesitation, Kim agrees and sells it at 5 billion. Young Jinyoung tells him she will transfer the money, and Kim quickly shows her his bank account number, while the other disappointed bidders walk away in frustration. She then curiously asks if he hunted the king by himself. When Kim affirms that he was lucky, she remarks that there's no such thing as luck when it comes to hunting. It's all part of his skill. Jinyoung then hands him her Hunter Association business card, stating that she would appreciate it if he could give her a call later. Kim internally wonders if she is from the Hunter Association, and she looks familiar. She then bids him farewell until next time. Kim excitedly thanks him and internally speculates that she is probably just a rich extra character. He becomes excited to receive 5 billion won and thinks that the king's heart and 5 billion won are such a fortune. 2 days later, while holding the nectar, Kim feels confident that it has been properly refined just by judging its rich color. He recalls Seonsu mentioning that the king's heart was used in the nectar, so there shouldn't be any side effects. He recalls that director Seonsu seemed confident in his abilities, which gives him some reassurance, but he still feels a bit anxious. To be cautious, he preemptively equips traits like Einer Jar cultivation technique, Patoon dependency, and drug addiction. With that, he drinks the nectar and grits his teeth, feeling it burn like lava. The system notifies him that his body is undergoing evolution, detecting a hormonal shift as adrenaline secretion accelerates and overall bodily activation becomes more efficient. With a grit of his teeth, Kim notes that the nectar is working, while the system confirms that he has been promoted to level 4. With a major boost in stats and the title of a level 4 superhuman. Now that he's reached level 4, Kim feels different, like his soul itself has ascended a level. The system informs him that a new trait has been acquired. Kim thinks back to Seonsu's assurance and acknowledges that the nectar was indeed refined successfully. He reflects that there is a reason why he went out there and hunted the monster, then sold the items himself. Using the traits like strength, super strength, and pressure he earned through battles, Kim considers the possibility of imprinting those same traits onto his equipment using the diamond. Just then, the system notifies him that he has successfully acquired the sturdy and giant traits. Gazing at his newly acquired traits window, he firmly declares that the preparation work is done. As he begins the final step, the status ailment window alerts him. Significant damage detected in his muscle fibers. Moments later, it reports that his skeletal structure is being readjusted and that the traits are resonating with each other. The convergence of all these traits culminates in the acquisition of giant strength. Seeing his newly acquired muscular fit body, he grins, realizing that he has finally gotten giant strength, which is the top-tier warrior trait. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, he lets out a chuckle, noting that he is the size of a mutant. To check his strength, he punches the wall, which shatters immediately, and he is surprised to realize that he crushed it with just the shockwave. The system promptly notifies him that significant damage has been detected in his muscle fibers, and that recovery is necessary. Upon seeing the alert, Kim acknowledges that the side effects are indeed real. Returning to his normal size, he reflects that, just as he expected, utilizing this trait requires additional support. He would need either the diamond body trait to reinforce his physical durability or the invincibility trait to enhance his regeneration. However, both of these traits are considered top tier and not easily obtained. He could learn them from his equipment, just as he had, but the problem was that he was out of diamonds because he had used them all up this time. Nevertheless, he chuckles and steps out of his house, thinking it's not a problem since he knows exactly where to get more. However, upon arriving at Chunbok's antique shop, he's caught off guard when Chunbok tells him they are completely out of diamonds. His expression turns anxious as he asks if there isn't even a single one left. Chunbok denies but assures him that they will restock next month at the earliest. Kim internally reflects that he thought the Shinwon marketplace had everything. Scanning the shop, he mutters that next month is far too late. Chunbok then whispers to him, asking if he would like to come with him to mine some diamonds. Kim ponders what he means and internally contemplates that he doesn't remember this from the game. Chunbok tells him that the route they are taking is strictly confidential and must not be leaked under any circumstances, then asks if Kim is still interested. Without hesitation, Kim agrees eagerly, urging Chunbok to get moving, internally convinced that this is the opportunity he needs for rapid growth. As they drive toward the location, Chunbok comments that someone like Kim surely understands the risks involved in acquiring something as valuable as diamonds. Sitting beside him, Kim calmly replies that he figured as much. Internally, he reflects that this is just like everything else in Arcane Soul, full of secrets and complications. Chunbok tells him to check it out first and reassures that if he's not interested, he's free to walk away. Kim internally wonders what's up with all these disclaimers. Meanwhile, Chunbok continues driving, heading toward Bucheon, which is nearly 5 kilometers away. Kim then grins, realizing that Bucheon, their destination, is known as the battleground where superhumans risk their lives in fierce combat. Meanwhile, in the capital's largest fighting arena, the Colosseum, the crowd roars with excitement, chanting for the fighter to kill or slam his opponent. They arrive at the Colosseum, where the crowd is loudly cheering for their fighter to defeat his opponent. Kim, excited to witness the largest battle arena in the capital firsthand, remarks on its impressive scale. Chunbok then asks if he's familiar with the Colosseum, and Kim responds that he's heard stories about it. He then asks if Chunbok is affiliated with this place. With a chuckle, Chunbok acknowledges it, stating that he got him. Kim internally reflects that he had always wondered where Chunbok got all those rare items. Now it makes sense that they came from here. Now that he thinks about it, Chunbok's background seemed quite suspicious back in the game, too. Chunbok, the antique shop owner, is one of the founding members of the Shinwon marketplace. He sells magical items from unknown sources, and occasionally offers high-ranking magical goods at surprisingly low prices. Chunbok assures him that he didn't bring him here to make him participate. After everything Kim has done for him, he couldn't do that. Kim then asks if bringing him here was part of their plan. Chunbok confirms it, adding that in this world, nothing comes without a cost. He emphasizes that this is one of the many ways to get his diamond as quickly as possible. He explains that the rule is simple. The winner takes the loser's diamond. The loser has to break down their magic circuit to create a diamond. Kim internally contemplates that it's basically resetting one's experience points completely. He then asks if he would have to fight with his entire battle life on the line. But the bigger the risk, the bigger the reward. Chunbok affirms and explains that if this doesn't suit Kim's taste, they can always leave. But with a chuckle, Kim asks where he can register, inwardly thinking this is the perfect chance to gather diamonds. Chunbok replies that he will handle the registration himself since he's the one who brought Kim in. That makes Kim wonder if Chunbok stands to gain something from this arrangement. Chunbok explains that half of the victory bonus will go to Kim, while the remaining half is split between him and the organizers. Kim clenches his fist, saying it sounds fair, and eagerly declares that he's ready to experience the thrill of this place. Later, during the match, Kim effortlessly evades all of his opponent's attacks. Frustrated, the opponent sneers and asks if Kim plans to keep dodging like a coward. The opponent then swings his arms, boasting that he will finish Kim in a single blow with his strength. But Kim easily sidesteps the attack, catching the opponent off guard. With a smirk, Kim remarks that he talks too much. Activating his giant strength trait, Kim declares it's his turn, and with a powerful strike to the opponent's face, he knocks him out in a single hit. The referee declares the blue corner as the winner, marking the rise of a super rookie with a 5-match winning streak. Chunbok approaches Kim, congratulating him on the impressive achievement. Kim bets that Chunbok now has plenty of diamonds, thanks to his victories. Chunbok excitedly admits that not only has he collected diamonds, but he has also made a fortune, then asks what Kim plans to do with the prize money he earned today. Kim thoughtfully remarks that he will get a better set of items for himself. Chunbok is amazed that he is only interested in getting stronger and speculates if this is the secret to his power. Kim affirms and internally thinks it's because strength defines a person's capability in Arcane Soul, and that he wouldn't want to live like a loser who gets scammed in this world. Chunbok glances at his phone and mentions that a challenge request just came in, prompting Kim to ask who it's from. He then explains that it's from a level 4 superhuman known as the Destroyer King, currently ranked first in the Colosseum. The name catches Kim off guard. As Chunbok continues reading, he notes that the challenger is ranked 10th overall in Arcane Soul, making this a particularly dangerous opponent. He advises against accepting this challenge. This prompts Kim to contemplate the situation for a moment. Eventually, he decides to accept the challenge. As the first round is about to start, the crowd roars with excitement, chanting for the Destroyer King and urging him to crush the rising sprout of the rookie. Standing in the arena, the level 4 superhuman known as Destroyer King lets out a booming laugh and points at Kim. With a mocking tone, he says he never thought Kim would actually accept the challenge, calling him a kid and claiming he must be out of his mind. Kim internally realizes that he is certainly a difficult opponent. Destroyer King is an SR rank character with practical combat, giant strength, and fighting technique. He is the strongest when it comes to bare-knuckle fights, possessing 3 upper rank traits. Nevertheless, Kim is certain that it's possible to beat him. He recalls that in the game, Destroyer King was a level 5, but here, he's only at level 4. That difference gives Kim hope. Furthermore, Kim darkly grins as he starts to feel that diamonds aren't a good reward. As he's caught in his thoughts, the Destroyer King suddenly charges at him, shouting that he will wipe that grin off Kim's face and crush him until he's crying on the ground. Kim narrowly slips past the blow and, still smiling, replies that he was just about to say the same thing. Suddenly, Destroyer King hoists him, but Kim remains unfazed because he already knew that his opponent would go for the joints. After all, Destroyer King is a wrestler. Kim knows that the moment Destroyer King lifts his enemy, he will pin them down to the ground. But before Destroyer King can slam him down, Kim grins and leaps into the air. By stacking giant strength, super strength, and triggering counter-strike at just the right moment, he easily overpowers Destroyer King's powerful technique. He then drives his elbow into him, causing blood to burst from the impact. Nevertheless, Destroyer King doesn't let his guard down and strangles him from behind in a chokehold. But Kim already knows that he will go for the armbar, so he effortlessly evades because he saw it coming from a mile away. He then yanks Destroyer King's collar and slams him onto the ground. Meanwhile, the system window pops up, notifying him that he has obtained a suppression trait. Kim grins, realizing that this trait is gained by repeatedly predicting the opponent's moves. Destroyer King regains his composure and curiously gazes at Kim. Seeing his expression, Kim discerns that his opponent is wondering how he knew and dodged his attacks. With a smile, Kim asserts that, unfortunately for Destroyer King, he is just getting started. He internally notes that by obtaining the suppression trait, he has collected all 6 of the basic combat traits. The 6 lower traits will combine and evolve into one single practical combat trait. Having the practical combat trait, Kim determined to put this bad boy to the test. Meanwhile, Destroyer King is utterly taken aback and can't fathom what he is trying to do. As Kim speedily approaches him, the Destroyer King is taken aback and anxiously wonders what Kim has done to his atmosphere to make it completely different. With a grin, Kim acknowledges that he has sharp instincts, which makes sense given his high ranking. Internally, he admits that Destroyer King is right and thinks that if he were just an oversized rookie when he first entered the ring, but he is a full-fledged fighter now that he has obtained practical combat experience. Amidst relentlessly beating the Destroyer King, Kim reflects that equipping practical combat allows his basic attacks to have the combo trait active at all times, and also adds all kinds of bonuses to all his combat moves. Despite the odds, Destroyer King launches a powerful punch, but Kim effortlessly dodges it. As he moves, Kim thinks to himself that with practical combat, if he combines another set of lower rank traits, even someone like Destroyer King won't be able to withstand him. Seizing the moment, he grabs Destroyer King's arm, swiftly throws him to the ground, and locks in a tight arm twist, catching him completely off guard. With steady pressure, Kim warns him to tap out unless he wants his arm snapped. The Destroyer King, overwhelmed and outmatched, anxiously taps out in surrender. The referee immediately declares Warrior Kim the winner. To everyone's astonishment, the referee adds that Kim has now climbed to the number 1 spot in the level 4 Superhuman Division rankings. The unexpected outcome sends a wave of shock through the crowd, who erupt in cheers, loudly chanting his name as Warrior King. Hearing the nickname, Kim grimaces in frustration, internally grumbling about how ridiculous and embarrassing it sounds. Meanwhile, the referee takes a seat beside the defeated Destroyer King and announces the start of the diamond creation process. Kim turns to them with a grin, internally wondering whether Destroyer King will put all the strength he has gathered on the line. Destroyer King grits his teeth and requests the use of the special contract, which internally excites Kim. The referee, clearly surprised, questions if he truly intends to go through with it. He then explains to the audience that the special contract is an agreement made with the organizers when the Destroyer King first rose to the rank of number 1 fighter. The referee continues, explaining that the condition of the special contract states that if the Destroyer King is defeated, the organizers will compensate the winner with diamonds on his behalf. However, this is only possible with the winner's consent. He then asks Kim whether he will give his consent. At that moment, the Destroyer King urgently speaks up, promising to give Kim 10 diamonds if he agrees. This shocks the referee, who calls it an unprecedented offer. He notes that normally only 3 to 4 diamonds are expected to be extracted from the Destroyer King, making the offer quite generous. With a nod of approval, he advises Kim to consider accepting the deal seriously. However, Kim remarks that it's not enough, which startles them, while he internally contemplates that the mana of the level 4 SR rank superhuman is on the line, so he has to demand more than that. He then tells Destroyer King that he requests one more thing, but he is not talking about diamonds, which prompts him to wonder what he wants. Kim inwardly reveals that what he truly desires is the item Destroyer King was equipped with when he appeared in the game. Specifically, he wants his SR rank magical weapons. With a sly grin, Kim looks at him and says that if he hands over his steel fists, he will agree to the terms of the special contract. This unexpected demand visibly startles Destroyer King, who begins to sweat and feigns ignorance, asking what those are. Kim internally asserts that it's too late to act like the Destroyer King knows nothing because he has already seen the surprise on his face. Calmly but firmly, Kim declares that he won't accept anything less than 10 diamonds and the steel fists. Gritting his teeth, Destroyer King silently wonders how Kim knows about them, but Kim simply meets his gaze and coolly asks what he's going to do. The protagonist internally concludes that Destroyer King has no choice if he allows his magic circuit to be shattered to produce diamonds. He will lose all his skills in the process. Destroyer King reluctantly agrees to give him the steel fists, but asserts that Kim has to duel him later in this coliseum with the steel fists on the line. Kim finds the offer acceptable and agrees, casually adding that they will decide the timing later, since he is a busy man too. Later, Kim puts on the steel fist and is excited to see the glow around it, which looks so fresh. The system informs him that steel fists increase strength and stamina and reduce all damage for 10 seconds. Kim sarcastically scoffs that damage reduction is totally a scam. He glances at the pouch full of diamonds, which excites him, and he realizes that he could make a top-tier trait and even have some left over. He then applies the cure trait from the necklace the priest Nim gave him to a diamond, which emits a glow, and a sharp surge of energy courses through his body, prompting him to grit his teeth in pain. With that, the system notifies him that he has obtained a trait called immorality, which fills him with excitement. He thinks to himself that now that he has giant strength and immortality, he only needs one more to complete the Trinity Warrior build. With a grin, he closes the pouch and says he will take good care of them. Suddenly, his phone rings and he sees that the call is from Young Jinyoung. He realizes that it is the hunter who purchased the King of the Mountain. The next day, he arrives at the Hunter Guild, where Young Jinyoung thanks him for coming and tells him that their guild leader was eager to meet him. Kim replies that he wanted to meet him as well, while inwardly noting that it is because the Hunter Guild leader is a well-known NPC who gives out rewards. She then leads him inside, announcing that Warrior Kim has arrived. The guild leader greets him with a smile, saying it is nice to meet him, and introduces himself as Yoon Byingjin. Kim is taken aback, instantly realizing that this man is not the guild leader, but the head of the assassin organization. He silently questions why someone like him is present. Still, maintaining his composure, he shakes hands with Byingjin and introduces himself, responding that it is nice to meet him as well. Deep down, Kim reflects that there was some lore that after an incident at the Hunter Guild, Byingjin was kicked out, but it was vague. At that moment, Director Kang huffily enters the room and apologizes for being late. Byingjin turns to him and asks what the matter is and whether there is any update on the dispatch. With a nervous chuckle, Kang replies that he heard the person who slayed the Mountain King was present, so he rushed over. Kim is taken aback internally because in the game, Kang was the guild leader, and he can't fathom what's going on. Kang informs Byingjin that the united competition is today. He then shakes hands with Kim and introduces himself, telling Kim that he can call him Kaisok. Kim politely declines, saying he wouldn't dare address him so casually and remarks that he seems to have a playful sense of humor. Internally, Kim notes that, as expected, Kang has a pleasant personality. Clearing his throat, Byingjin says that if the introductions are over, it's time to move on to the main topic. He explains that they would like to officially invite Kim to join their guild as a full member. Kim responds by asking if he means the Hunter Guild and adds that he will consider the offer. Deep down, he believes that becoming a full member for free is nice, but he is hesitant because of the guild leader. To be frank, Byingjin mentions that the guild is in the process of setting up an exclusive hunting ground in Yeonshin. When Kim repeats exclusive hunting ground, Byingjin affirms and admits that the position of their guild is unstable. He explains that currently, they can only hunt with the permission of the two armies, the West Army and the Right Army. But if that permission is ever revoked, they are at risk of dissolution. So, they are aiming to create a territory where only their guild can hunt freely without needing external permissions. To achieve that, they need a skilled individual like Superhuman Kim to help establish and secure it. Internally, Kim acknowledges that it sounds like a fairly reasonable plan. Kang interrupts, revealing that the true goal isn't just establishing a hunting ground. He wants the guild to be recognized as an army and to create a military kingdom in Yeonshin. Kim curiously asks if a goal of that scale is truly achievable for a guild, adding that the generals of the two armies hold tremendous influence due to their deep-rooted history in both independence and military power. Kang agrees that it seems impossible, but Byingjin confidently responds that it is indeed possible. With a crimson glow in his eyes, Byingjin insists that if Kim lends them his strength, he can even offer him his position in the future. Kim considers the proposal and observes the overwhelming ambition reflected in Byingjin's gaze. With a light chuckle, Kang tells Kim to forget about such matters for now and simply join, assuring him that he will be well taken care of. Young Jinyoung then speaks up, asking Kang if he truly believes she is not capable of handling something like this herself. Kim internally contemplates that Yoon Byingjin, a vicious man, whose actions are unpredictable. He thinks it would be unfortunate if something happened to Director Kang, who will give out delicious quests in the future. Kang gently moves Jinyoung aside while telling Kim that if he joins, he will also receive tax benefits, and that he can enjoy hunting at the United competition today. After weighing the risks and potential gains, Kim makes up his mind to protect Kang and agrees to join their guild. Later that day, Kang drives Kim to the hunting ground, casually mentioning that he owes Kim a favor now. He tells him to sit back and relax since he will handle the driving. Kang explains that the guild leader had approached Kim first, which is why he rushed over. To be honest, he admits he was a bit concerned about the guild leader getting too close to Kim. Still, he finds it fortunate that the two of them can ride together like this. Hearing Kang's non-stop chatter, Kim feels like his ears are starting to bleed and internally complains that the game never mentioned how much of a talker Kang was. He then asks why Kang is opposed to the idea of an exclusive hunting ground. Kang responds that it's because of the Yeonshin Party, a group of guild members loyal to the guild leader. According to him, they have no real interest in hunting. They are just busy cleaning up after politicians. Kim curiously asks if the guild leader was trying to recruit him to his side. Director Kang agrees and sighs, saying that Byingjin is approaching things the wrong way, as merit should be the most important factor in a guild rather than getting involved in such nonsense. He adds that recently, the guild members who shared his opinion have all been sent out on dispatch, making his position within the guild increasingly unstable. Kim internally reflects that he had assumed Kang was just a happy-go-lucky guy, but he feels quite deeply. Kang then halts the car and informs him that they have arrived at the secret hunting ground of their guild. Observing the area and the crowd, Kim comments that it's been set up quite nicely and notes the large number of hunters present. Young Jinyoung walks up to him and asks if he came with Director Kang. The protagonist confirms and tells her that Kang went to the bathroom. She says it's perfect timing and mentions that she has something to tell him, warning that it's better not to get too close to Director Kang. Kim asks if she believes he's planning to side with Kang. Jinyoung notes that it seems he's already aware of the internal factions within the guild. He remarks that he has a rough idea that there is a difference in thinking. She agrees and remarks that Kang is someone who can't see the big picture and is too focused on the little details. Kim notices her yellow eyes and scars, realizing she looks familiar. He recalls that she was part of Yoon Byingjin's assassin organization. He now understands that the Yeonshin Party is the predecessor of the assassin organization. She adds that even about the hunting ground, Kang was going crazy about some small illegal activities. Kim remarks that he likes him because he doesn't talk behind others' backs and seems like a real person. This infuriates her, and she turns around, urging him to do as he wishes, but don't regret it later. Kim internally notes that now that he has a grasp of the situation, he should start preparing. Later, he applies a thick layer of sunblock on his face, and the system notification informs him that he has obtained a sensitive skin trait. Kim washes his face, reflecting that he got it after buying cheap skincare and applying it until it hurt. However, he has finally obtained all his desired traits, including sensitivity, bright eyes, enhanced hearing, a dog's nose, a god's tongue, and sensitive skin. He then combines these into the absolute best trait for hunting and manages to acquire the sixth sense trait. He contemplates that the sixth sense trait is beneficial for hunting, but it's also great in situations like this. He then steps out of the camp and decides to check if anyone here is harboring evil thoughts. As he complies, he is taken aback to see that most of the people here are evil. At that moment, Kang approaches him with some food and drinks and tells him to have a drink before the competition. Furthermore, he introduces two guys as hunters who are like his right arm. One of them states that Director Kang had so many good things to say about Kim. Kim responds that he doesn't think he can drink, while inwardly noting that despite being someone Kang considers his right hand, he can smell the venomous stench of betrayal coming from him. Later, Director Kang and his managers enjoy their drinks while Kim grills meat nearby. Watching them, Kim internally notes that they have no idea there's a spy among them and wonders what he should do. He clenches the chopstick between his teeth, asserting that he has to tell Director Kang, but wonders if he will believe him, someone he has just met for the first time, if he were to tell him that his right-hand man had betrayed him. At that moment, Manager Choi walks over and asks Kim to look after the director for a bit, saying he's going to get more alcohol. Kim agrees and internally decides to keep an eye on the situation for now. Slightly drunk, Kang pats him on the shoulder and asks if he's enjoying the party and having a good time. With a flustered look, Kim replies that he is, and deep down, he tells himself not to forget that there's a traitor among them. Manager Choi, standing nearby, lifts the bottle and announces that the alcohol has arrived, which excites Kang. Choi then pours the wine into a glass and says he will mix a shot of alcohol, soju, and beer for Director Kang, asking for his permission to prepare it. Kang eagerly agrees, saying he always loves his ratio. Choi extends the glass toward Kang, but just as Kang reaches for it, Kim swiftly intercepts and takes the glass himself. With a calm but firm tone, he asks Choi why he doesn't try a sip first. Caught off guard, Choi hesitates, clearly uneasy. Sensing the tension, Kim presses further, asking if there's any particular reason he can't. Internally, Kim reflects that the most effective moment to expose a traitor is right before they set their plan in motion. He reflects that Choi couldn't hide his malice, and he seemed nervous while pouring the drink for Kang to assassinate him. Kim then asks if he poisoned this drink, while Choi reluctantly asks what nonsense he is saying. Kang curiously asks why Kim is doing so, but Kim calmly states that if he's mistaken, then Choi should have no problem drinking it himself. He offers the glass to Choi, urging him to take a sip. Choi grits his teeth, then suddenly throws the glass aside, startling both Kang and his subordinate. Kang, visibly shaken, asks Choi if he really tried to poison him. In a fit of emotion, Choi snaps back, accusing Kang of betrayal first, claiming he overheard everything from the president, including how Kang opposed his promotion. Kang, clearly confused and upset, denies the accusation, insisting he never did such a thing. Choi insists otherwise, but before he can make a move, Kim swiftly kicks his leg, disarms him, and forces him to his knees. Kim presses the weapon against Choi's neck and turns to Kang, asking whether he should take care of the traitor himself or leave it to him. As Choi pleads for mercy and claims that the president tempted him into doing this, Kang grits his teeth in fury and beheads him with an axe. Kang wipes the blood off his face and mutters that he knew he was a greedy one to begin with, but he never thought Choi would go so far as to kill him for the director position. Shortly after, Kim drives Kang and the remaining manager away, urging that they have to get out of here as soon as possible. If they find out that they killed the spy, they will come for revenge. Kang, seething with anger, curses Yoon Byung-jin, calling him a sly brat and muttering that this must be why he sent all his men away, thinking he could get away with such treachery. At that moment, Young Jin-young, seated in another moving truck, calls out to Director Kang and casually asks if he managed to catch anything. Leaning in slightly, she adds that she heard he stumbled upon quite the jackpot. Kang turns his head towards her, stating that they didn't find anything special. She aims a gun at him, declaring that they have heard it all that Kang decapitated Manager Choi. In that tense moment, Kim instantly activates his key traits: sensitivity, night vision, enhanced hearing, insight, intuition, and focus. As the gun fires, he slams his foot on the gas and accelerates the car. Meanwhile, multiple cars and trucks begin to tail them and fire as the chase begins. Kang takes his head out of the window and aims a gun at the pursuers, calling them Yeonchan party brats, and demands to know how dare they shoot at them. His shot hits its mark, causing one of the enemy vehicles to explode, though the rest continue the chase undeterred. Kang turns to Kim and says he can't hit the enemies, asking him to slow the vehicle down a little. Kim grins, gripping his gun, and declares he will handle it, which startles the director, who can't fathom what he means. Amidst the moving car, Kim aims back at the enemies and activates his shooting traits. With that trait set effect activated, stabilization is applied. He aims at one of the vehicles, internally reflecting that he can read their movements with the set effect and aims with his intuition trait. He then shoots the fire, which hits the vehicle's tire, prompting it to skid and disrupt the movement of other pursuing cars as well. Watching from inside the car, the brown-haired manager excitedly praises Kim as a god-level shooter, while Kang comments that he's a monster. At that moment, Young Jinyoung grabs the steering wheel from the driver and swerves, trying to ram into Kim's car. Kim abruptly detects the crisis and veers his car aside, causing a nearby truck and mini-dumper to nearly crash into each other. Young Jinyoung ferociously urges the driver to chase them. As Kim drives speedily, he sees the pursuing cars in his side mirror, while the system notifies him that he has acquired driving and boarding traits, which excites him in the chaos. Later, he approaches the Eastern Army base, and at the gate, he introduces himself as a level 4 superhuman affiliated with the Hunter Association. As several vehicles approach behind him, the Eastern Army's commander steps forward and asks Kim what exactly happened out there. At that moment, Young Jinyoung leaps out of her truck and orders her subordinates to leave their weapons inside. The commander warns Kim that if he causes any disruption in this area, it will be seen as a challenge to the Corps commander's authority. The protagonist responds that he understands and assures him he has no intention of causing trouble. Just then, Byung-jin steps forward and sternly stops the commander, insisting that they can't be allowed in, claiming they are criminals who killed a man. The commander, maintaining his composure, replies that they don't interfere in conflicts that occur out on the hunting grounds and adds that he's certain the president is already aware of the situation. When Byung-jin tries to protest, the commander sternly asks if he is challenging the authority of the Eastern Army commander. Byung-jin then turns to Kang, asking where he was running away like a rat, and inquires if he hired a professional racer or something. Kang shrugs and replies that it was all thanks to their hunter, Kim, who turned out to be good at driving, hunting, and shooting. With a smirk, Kang adds his thanks for sending someone like Kim, then sarcastically remarks that if he had a daughter, he would let her marry him. Meanwhile, Kim thinks that becoming a son-in-law of this guy is a terrible thought. Byung-jin sternly grits his teeth, asserting that he didn't think warrior Kim would side with a guy like that. He then urges Kang to come here, emphasizing that they don't want to see any blood being spilled. Kang denies, urging him to forget that, reminding him that it isn't his territory, so he must not cause any disruption. At that moment, someone sternly asks what's with all the noise, which catches the attention of everyone around. As Gu Hyung-won, level 7 warrior division commander of the Eastern Army, strides forward, Kang and Byung-jin bow, apologizing that they were just trying to have a conversation. Kim internally recognizes Hyung-won as one of the 4 division commanders of the Eastern Army. Hyung-won loudly proclaims that he doesn't care if hunters want to fight among themselves, but they can't do it here, stressing that this place isn't their playground. In the midst of his words, he notices Kim, and after a brief pause, declares that he will mediate the dispute and represent the Eastern Army. This announcement startles President Byung-jin and Director Kang, who insist with utmost respect that this is the Hunter Association's business. Even Hyung-won can't get involved in this. Hyung-won coldly declares that this is an order from heaven, which catches them off guard. He then declares that an honor duel will take place at noon tomorrow in front of City Hall. Glancing at Kim, he adds that only one person present here may volunteer to fight, and the loser must forfeit their head. Kim curiously wonders why he is looking at him. Hyung-won loudly declares that if they refuse the duel, he will condemn them. The next day, a heavy rain drenches the city as everyone gathers at City Hall. Standing under an umbrella, Kang looks at Kim with concern and asks if he's really sure about going through with the duel, even if he did volunteer. While stretching his muscles, Kim reassures him with a calm expression, saying there's no need to worry, and that this honor duel was meant to test him from the very beginning. Internally, he speculates that the level 8 superhuman, the Corps commander of the Eastern Army, the Tiger King Kujigum, must be behind this duel. With a confident grin, he internally urges Kujigum to evaluate him as much as he would like. As he walks toward the center, Byung-jin, poised to face him, sighs and remarks that it's a pity, adding that if Kim had chosen to stand with them, they could have created something great together. Kim nonchalantly shakes his hand, stating that he doesn't want to work with a dirty lot. In response, Byung-jin flashes a wicked grin. his aura turning ominous as he growls that if that's Kim's decision, then he will kill him. The crowd gasps in shock as Byung-jin reveals his transformation into a vampire, some whispering in disbelief, wondering if he's a transformer. However, Kim remains unfazed and internally finds it understandable that they are all surprised, as vampires are known to be extinct monsters. Nevertheless, he had already known his true identity from the start, and he was aware of all the countermeasures. Later that night, Kang hands Kim a pouch of diamonds and tells him that he went through every single exchange house to gather as many as possible. Meanwhile, the brown-haired manager, Park, comments on whether Kim is truly certain that these will help him in the fight against the vampire. Kim responds with calm confidence, saying they will find out soon enough during the duel. The protagonist then activates his 6 traits, merging them into the diamond body trait. Internally, he feels completely assured because now that he possesses the Trinity build, his confidence is unwavering. Back in the duel, the vampire Byung-jin lunges forward, swinging his sharp claw with menace, but Kim effortlessly deflects the blow with his shield. Byung-jin is taken aback, unable to understand how someone at level 4 could block his strike so easily. Kim responds with steady confidence, stating that he's no longer at a level where a monster like Byung-jin could kill him. He then strikes with his sword, unleashing a wave of sword aura that sends Byung-jin stumbling backward. Byung-jin, unable to comprehend Kim's strength, questions whether he had been hiding his true level all along. In response, Kim activates his Trinity build, unleashing the combined power of giant strength, diamond body, and immortal traits. His size increases, and he stands tall with confidence, thinking to himself that this is the perfect synergy of the 3 most overpowered traits in the game. Internally, he reflects on how the durability of the diamond body and the regeneration of the immortal perfectly support the overwhelming power output of the giant strength. With the Trinity build active, Kim swings his sword with even greater force, now able to wield power beyond that of a typical level 4 superhuman. Byung-jin tries to block the strike with his hands, but is shocked when his steel claws shatter on impact. His eyes glow red as he mutters that, now that things have come to this, there's no other choice. Byung-jin then undergoes a full transformation into a terrifying spider-like creature, leaving Kang and Park stunned as they speculate whether he might be a mutant. Kim quickly recognizes it as the secondary awakening of a transformer utilizing the mutant trait, a dangerous state that carries the risk of the user losing control and going berserk. However, its destructive power is immense, strong enough to wipe out an entire party of level 5 superhumans. That's why subduing it before it grows fully is the top priority. Kim strikes with black flame, but Byung-jin deflects the attack and emerges unscathed. Kim notes that he has withstood black flame and contemplates that he could probably reach level 7 if he completes his growth. Now fully transformed into a monstrous spider-like vampire, Byung-jin lunges and strikes Kim with one of his sharp legs, catching him off guard. Byung-jin sarcastically finds it truly unfortunate to think that he would have to kill such a talented individual. He then unleashes a flurry of attacks with all his sharp legs, creating chaos across the battlefield. However, he's stunned to see Kim standing there, completely unharmed. With steel fists equipped, Kim calmly mutters that he nearly slipped up. Byung-jin, unable to comprehend what just happened, insists that with the power he awakened, Kim should have been killed on the spot. Kim silently agrees with Byung-jin's assessment that if the black flame hadn't delayed his transformation, things might have ended differently. But with a confident grin, he declares that it's his turn now. Internally, he notes that since Byung-jin's growth has been halted, there's only one thing left to do: eliminate him before it reaches full growth. He then swings his sword and bids farewell to the horrendous monster. The sudden and decisive move catches Byung-jin off guard. The radiant sword aura strikes him and annihilates him completely. Manager Park excitedly commends Kim on winning against the level 5 vampire and can't believe that he even witnessed it. As Kim wipes the sweat from his face, he calmly remarks that it was a close fight. Beside him, Kang, kneeling on the ground, smiles and says he knew Kim would win from the very beginning. Meanwhile, the members of the Hunter Association stand frozen, equally stunned. The fact that their own president was defeated sinks in, and they realize they are in serious trouble. One of the members turns to Hunter Young, urging her to say something, but she stays silent, visibly seething with rage. Kim then turns to Kang and asks what he plans to do with the association now. Kang admits he's unsure and casually suggests that Kim should take the position of president. Kim politely declines with a nod of thanks, saying that Kang understands the association far better than he does and expresses his confidence that Kang will do well, leaving Kang visibly excited by the encouragement. Deep down, Kim chuckles, stating that it's because he can get his must-have quest only when Kang becomes the president. At that moment, Hyung-won approaches and tells him to come along as the Corps commander wishes to see him. Kim grinned, internally finding it as expected that Kyujigum was watching him. Later that night, Kim arrives at Tiger King's palace and, with a bow, introduces himself to the people sitting there. He internally reflects that he thought Kyujigum was older than 100 years old, but he doesn't seem like it at all. Then again, he has heard that once someone reaches level 8, they begin to surpass the normal boundaries of human aging and physical limitations. Exuding an aura, Kyujigum admits that he saw Kim's entertaining battle and asks who his teacher is. Kim internally contemplates that he doesn't have to exude his mana to overwhelm him, and he can feel all of his muscle fibers and mana paths trembling. He then remarks that he doesn't have any teacher, which surprises Kyujigum, who asks if it means Kim is self-taught. A white-haired man sitting there remarks that, as expected, Kim's movements were quite unrefined. Another man with an eye patch adds that his swordsmanship was basic and his combinations weren't as smooth. Kim internally notes that they are criticizing him too hard. Kyujigum finds him an interesting fellow and asks if he would like to become his student. Kim pauses momentarily and internally reflects that he expected this situation because he makes the same offer in the game, too. He considers that once he becomes Kyujigum's student, his rapid growth is guaranteed, and as a reward, he will receive the Corps commander's technique, the Tiger King swordsmanship. Nevertheless, with a bow, Kim remarks that it's such an honor to receive an offer, but he would like to walk his own path. This startles everyone present, prompting them to demand how he could possibly defy their father's order and question if he has lost his mind. Kim silently notes that if he accepts Kyujigum's offer, he will have way too many restrictions, and taking the easy path isn't always the answer. Suddenly, Kyujigum releases a fiercely intimidating aura and shouts for his subordinates to be quiet, leaving them visibly shaken. Kim senses the killing intent in his aura, and just sensing it feels like millions of blades are stabbing his body, but he will endure it somehow. Gritting his teeth, he activates his traits to brace against the pressure. While the others around him gasp for breath and collapse to their knees under the overwhelming force, Kim somehow manages to stay standing. Kyujigum is utterly surprised to see that Kim endured it and asks, even with such talent, why he refuses to become his student. Meanwhile, Kim internally felt as if he had to face a tiger bigger than a mountain, and he almost passed out. With a sigh, Kim remarks that it's because he has a dream he would like to achieve, reaching level 9. Internally, he recalls his main goal is to reach the constellation that only 4 have reached at this point in time. Kyujigum argues that to reach level 9 as a warrior, Kim would need high-level swordsmanship, mana cultivation techniques, and most importantly, enlightenment. However, he is worried that Kim's bad habits may hinder his progress once he reaches level 7. Kim tightly clenches his fist, stating that even so, he would like to walk his own path, whether it is wrong or not, because that is his resolution. Kyujigum understands it, stating that he holds Kim's courage in high regard. He then hurls a sword towards Kim, urging him to take this, which startles his underlings. Kim is taken aback to recognize that it's the SSR rank Black Tiger sword. Kyujigum then gestures for Kim to come closer, saying he has something else for him. As Kim extends his hand, Kyujigum places a USB drive in his palm, containing the Tiger King swordsmanship. From what Kim heard, the swordsmanship he uses, known as mountain-breaking swordsmanship, is renowned for expressing dominance. The Tiger King swordsmanship is similar since dominance and speed blend harmoniously, and it will suit him perfectly. Kim expresses his gratitude to the Corps commander, though he can't help but wonder why Kyujigum is giving him something so valuable. Internally, he asserts that he will not refuse it, but it is still a burden. Kyujigum remarks that it's because he saw the passion and talent in him. He then adds that if Kim reaches level 9 within 10 years, or even just reaches level 8, the entire Eastern Army will be his. The declaration leaves everyone around them stunned. One of the subordinate objects, claiming it's utter nonsense and nothing more than an empty bluff. But Kyujigum silences them, firmly declaring that everyone present should listen carefully, that whoever reaches level 8 first will inherit his position, no exceptions. Kim, slightly curious, asks about the 10-year time frame. Kyujigum responds that Kim is free to walk his own path during that period, but if he fails to reach level 8 within 10 years, he will be required to return the Black Tiger sword. Kim kneels before him and solemnly assures that he will keep those words in mind, promising to deliver results not in 10 years, but in 5. With a sharp glint in his eyes, he internally muses that he has no real intention of inheriting the Eastern Army, but having an extra option never hurts. After all, turning down a generous favor wouldn't exactly be the most courteous move. Later that day, Kim arrives at the Hunter Association, and upon noticing the sword, Kang jokingly suggests he should start calling him the owner of the Black Tiger sword. Curious, Kang then asks why he turned down the offer to become Kyujigam's disciple. Kim replies that it's because his dream is to live independently and free of restraints. Internally, he contemplates that to collect all 3 top-tier swordsmanship skills, he can't afford to be affiliated with one place, since he has gotten to know Beak Soren by chance. He is just waiting for her to awaken the Mars sword technique. But he hasn't even met Jeanette and Carly yet. With a chuckle, Kang remarks that Kim is definitely different from the others and acknowledges that their association would have been in danger without him. He enthusiastically grabs Kim's hand and suggests that, since Kim has turned down the association president role, he should take up the position of honorary director instead. Kim is taken aback by the offer, while Kang eagerly explains that the role only requires him to attend quarterly meetings and comes with a variety of welfare benefits. Sneaking a smile, Kim remarks that he needs some time to think about it and internally finds it a dream job where he doesn't even have to get paid. Kang figured that this wouldn't be enough, so he prepared some additional items and placed a briefcase on the table. Kim excitedly wonders what that could possibly be. Kang then opens the briefcase and displays the Daisen gun inside. The protagonist is taken aback, realizing that it's the gun made by Chung Yajong, the T-Mountain, who worked as an arcane engineer in the game. With a chuckle, Kang declares that he will give Kim the 2 pieces their association has and asks how it sounds. He then adds that it might be the perfect opportunity to begin collecting the full set, since it's rumored that assembling all 5 Daisen guns leads to the discovery of the magic tome of Daisen. Kim's interest is immediately piqued as he realizes the relic is key to unlocking upper-class traits essential for the gunslinger build. Internally, he decides to start gathering the remaining pieces when the opportunity arises. Kang then brings up the contract, asking if Kim would like to finalize it now. Kim shakes his hand and affirms his decision, saying he looks forward to working with Director Kang, more precisely with President Kang. Later at his residence, Kim begins practicing the 4 forms of the Tiger King swordsmanship: Tiger King's Advance, Tiger King's Fierce Strike, Tiger King's Twin Slash, and Tiger King's Soaring Heaven. The foundation of this swordsmanship lies in precise mana control, and when paired with correct movements, it allows the release of powerful sword aura. As he channels his aura through the technique, a sudden burst erupts, leaving a visible crack in the wall. Kim sheathes his sword and speculates that it seems he will have to train a lot more to master it fully. With a grin, he asserts that he can only draw out this level of sword aura thanks to this sword. But still, he is excited that he obtained 2 new traits, Quick Draw and Moon Slash, so the training was worth the time. He is excited that he will soon obtain the Sword Expert trait, and he just needs about 2 more traits to complete the set. He would like to acquire them right now. Later, while sitting on the terrace enjoying a short break, Kim suddenly hears a commotion that draws his attention. Down there, he spots that Iron Fist Lim plops out of the car and, terribly injured, calls out to Kim to help him out. Seeing his condition, Kim anxiously asks what happened to him. Later that night, standing atop a distant building, Kim gazes at the Iron Fist headquarters. With a serious expression, he wonders if Lim's subordinates betrayed him because he was opposed to the business ideas. Gripping his injured arm, Lim explains that they have been conducting human trafficking without him knowing, so he punished the instigators, but they betrayed him for it. Kim remarks that it's probably not all of it, so he activates his detection, intuition, and insight traits to scan the building. As he senses the presence of people inside, he recalls that Iron Fist Lim's betrayal was part of the game's storyline, but he had believed it ended after Lim dealt with a human hunter. Even though Iron Fist Lim is practically neutralized already, Kim observes that there are many armed individuals still standing on guard, which means they are looking for him. He deduces that the 2 other siblings of the human hunter, Bomber and Demolition Expert, are most likely involved in this. Resolving to confront the situation head-on, Kim declares that he will enter through the main entrance, instructing Lim to focus on locating his younger brother in the meantime. This declaration startles Lim, who anxiously guarantees that there will be traps set, so he wonders why Kim would take such a risk. With a confident grin, Kim urges him to trust him and raises his Daisen gun, claiming that he is now level 4 and armed with top-tier weapons. With that, Kim steps through the main entrance of the Iron Fist headquarters. The armed henchmen inside scoff at his approach, calling him a fool for walking straight in. Kim catches sight of the manager and immediately calls him out as the one who betrayed Iron Fist Lim. The manager slyly remarks that he didn't betray him. Rather, Lim was the one who opposed the business idea that was beneficial to the organization. Kim raises his gun, asserting that human trafficking is too much. In response, the manager scoffs and lifts a bulletproof shield, taunting Kim to go ahead and shoot if he dares. As Kim fires his weapon, the bullet tears through the supposedly bulletproof shield and sends the manager crashing aside. Stunned, the manager struggles to comprehend how the shield was pierced with just one shot. Kim, wearing a sly grin, inwardly muses that the reason is simple. He's using the overpowered Daisen gun, a weapon capable of overpowering even the strongest defensive skills. Realizing the threat, the manager shouts at his subordinates, demanding to know why they're hesitating, and orders them to shoot and kill Kim immediately. As bullets fly, Kim swiftly dashes to the side, recalling that the first gun he received from the Hunter Association was the Daisen shotgun, and its unique ability is called Impact. It's an overpowered trait that grinds and pushes away everything the bullet touches. With one shot, Kim takes down the henchman attacking him and quickly creates a mana shield to deflect the fires of other guards. He then activates his 6 desired traits and synergizes them with the Impact trait, which prompts him to acquire the Spitfire trait and manage to obtain the final piece of the Gunslinger build. Energized by this newfound power, his confidence surges as he vows to eliminate every enemy in his way and uncover the true masterminds behind the entire operation. Wielding the Daisen gun, Kim swiftly takes down all the subordinates, effortlessly piercing through their bulletproof shields. With the battlefield cleared, he approaches the fallen manager and remarks that there's no way he came up with this plan on his own. Sitting in front of him, Kim calmly demands to know the whereabouts of the culprit siblings. Just then, the manager's phone rings. A voice on the other end, laced with a chuckle, addresses Kim and cryptically says they have a little gift for him, leaving Kim momentarily stunned. Before Kim can react, a powerful explosion erupts, reducing the building to rubble and chaos. Acting swiftly, he shields himself with his arms and uses his dash trait to escape the collapsing structure. Leaping onto a nearby rooftop, he watches as the building crumbles behind him, realizing with clenched teeth that those siblings had turned the entire place into a trap. Furious but focused, he vows to make them pay for it. Without hesitation, he activates his trace trait, and the crimson rays guide him toward his fleeing enemies. Following the crimson rays, Kim dashes toward the building they are leading to, sarcastically daring his enemies to hide all they want. Confident in his traits, he mutters that he could find people like them even with his eyes closed. As Kim dashes forward, a rocket suddenly launches in his direction, which catches him off guard. He narrowly dodges it, while the projectile streaks past and erupts in a violent blast behind him. Seeing the destruction behind, Kim asks if this is how they plan to play. Holding his gun, he determinedly declares that he will end this long-standing grudge for good today. He activates his preferred traits, Gunner, Snipe, Aim, Focus, Insight, and Intuition, and begins targeting enemies hidden within the building. As he lines up his shot, he notes how the Trace trait enhances his vision, making the experience feel like he's inside an FPS game. Locking onto his mark, he fires with excitement, and the bullet strikes the demolition expert, sending him crashing to the ground. The bomber abruptly helps him stand, baffled by how they were found despite intentionally hiding between the buildings. Observing them from the side, Kim internally urges them to better hide because the shots he is firing right now can't be blocked by walls, because these are special soul bullets that pierce the tangible to strike the intangible. He fires again, which pierces into the bomber's head. However, Kim contemplates that he couldn't finish them because these bullets strike the soul instead of their physical body, but that's even better because they will take care of the rest. Later, while Lim stands before the collapsed traitor siblings, his underlings approach him, one of them hoisting his younger sibling on his shoulder. They inform him that they have been protecting his younger brother. Lim remarks that they have no idea how worried he was, and then inquires about the other members. The underling informs him that all the imprisoned members have escaped safely, and they are currently searching for the traitors. He then asks Lim about his next move. With a firm expression, Lim replies that their first priority is to erase all traces of the human trafficking operation, but before that, he vows to deal with those who dared to betray their organization. On the other hand, Kim waits for Lim, thinking that he is taking longer than he expected. At that moment, Iron Fist Lim arrives and collapses to the ground, leaving Kim concerned and wondering what's wrong. With desperation in his voice, Lim pleads for Kim to teach him how to become stronger. Clenching his fist, he confesses that this incident made him realize how powerless he truly is, that without strength, he can't protect the people who rely on him. He vows that if Kim teaches him how to get stronger, he will work like his slave. Internally, Kim scoffs at the idea, thinking that if Lim is really that grateful, he would prefer a useful reward instead because he has no interest in owning a slave. Noticing Lim's shattered iron arm, Kim considers that with that method, Lim could definitely become a much stronger reinforced soldier. Lim desperately asserts that they can take a magical oath right away and will swear his allegiance. When Kim asks if he is serious, Lim excitedly affirms. With a sly grin, Kim agrees but warns him that training will begin tomorrow, and it's going to feel like dying. Excited by Kim's acceptance, Lim bows deeply and swears to serve him faithfully. Meanwhile, Kim quietly reflects that perhaps it's finally time for him to gain a loyal subordinate. As the protagonist leads Lim through a site of ruined buildings, Lim looks around and recognizes that this place is where the body modification facility they stole from the Janitor Association is located. Kim agrees that he is right and adds that it's probably the place where Lim's traders continued their human trafficking business. The revelation enrages Lim, who angrily states that he had clearly ordered his men to use the facility strictly for reinforcement purposes. Calming slightly, he then asks curiously if Kim came here to modify his body. With a shrug, Kim confirms it and explains that this place is the best for enhancing a reinforced soldier's superhuman abilities. Furthermore, he reveals that today, Lim will undergo both biological mutation and prosthetic insertion simultaneously. Startled by the revelation, Lim hesitantly asks if undergoing both procedures at once is dangerous, pointing out that many people have suffered mana overload from similar attempts. Kim casually waves off his concern and tells him not to worry, assuring him that everything will be fine as long as the combination of mutation factors and prosthetic components is properly matched. Later, inside the body modification facility, Lim stands within a large tubular machine while Kim operates the system. As he reviews the setup, Kim notes that the available ingredients are fewer than he had anticipated, but concludes that they should be sufficient to create a level. Reinforced soldiers require a method that is both standard and unorthodox. Kim selects the prosthetic component process and informs Lim, who stands inside the tube with his hands restrained by chains, that it's going to hurt. Unfazed, Lim replies that he's ready. With a click, Kim initiates the process, causing a surge of intense green light to flood the chamber. Sharp, rotating blades emerge and slice through Lim's iron arm, prompting a scream of pain as the procedure begins. Iron Fist Lim of Arcane Soul's combat style uses a prosthetic arm as a weapon in close range and a submachine gun for mid-range combat, making him an all-around attacker. Thus, instead of choosing materials specialized for close or long range, he chose the versatility trait, leaving open the possibility of a transformer. Kim then embedded the mana core into his body, triggering a powerful reaction. As the core merged within him, Lim let out a deep growl, his veins and eyes glowing a vivid green. Observing the transformation, Kim grinned with satisfaction, recognizing the procedure as a major success. As Lim shifted into a massive wolf-like form, Kim excitedly asked how it felt. The werewolf mutation factor draws mana into the prosthetic, triggering the transformation essential for the accelerated development of a reinforced soldier. Kim explains that if Lim begins enhancing from this point, reaching his target power level should be within his grasp. Now fully transformed into a werewolf, Lim expresses his gratitude and asks about the future direction of the Iron Fist gang. Kim responds that they should begin expanding their influence across Gwanak-gu. Internally, he knows he needs a gang capable of upholding public order, while also monitoring the activities of the Poison and Naked gangs. Lim growls with determination, stating that with his newfound power, it's now possible to take action. Just then, his henchmen arrive, staring in surprise at his transformed state and questioning whether he's really their boss and what happened to him. Lim explains that he upgraded himself through body modification and then asks why they have come. One of them, visibly uneasy, reports that they have discovered the human trafficking sites formerly operated by the trader Jumbum, and that they have also found traces of biological experiments. Startled by this, Lim reminds them that he has told them to destroy those the moment they find them. The henchman remarks that it's very difficult to approach because there is a young witch who is firing lasers. Kim is taken aback, internally questioning whether the young witch has undergone bio-experiments. Later, they approach the human trafficking site in an almost rotted building, and Lim makes an opening with his heavy punches on the wall and sees someone trapped in a cage. Seeing the destruction around, Lim comments that it's all that witch is doing and speculates that the entire building might collapse if they don't hurry. Kim internally notes that, as expected with this much power, there is no mistaking it, but deep down, he knows that in that cage is one of the 3 most overpowered warrior units in the game, Jeanette. If Beak Soren has the heaven-slaying star, Jeanette has the natural-born energy. It also appeared that what made her rise to the position of one of the top 3 most overpowered warrior units. But the fact that she is using such a precious ability restlessly means that she is currently barely holding on to her life because of mana exhaustion. He discerns that she is instinctively using her ability to protect herself. Suddenly, the girl inside the cage raises her hand and unleashes a flurry of laser beams to attack them. Barely dodging them, Lim remarks that they won't even be able to get near her at this rate. To his surprise, Kim dashes forward towards the cage despite the attacks. The laser beams hit him and cause an explosion, but Kim manages to withstand it with his strength, immortality, and other traits. Despite being worn out, he barehandedly pushes the iron rods of the cage apart to make an opening, while the attacks hurt him more than he expected. As she continues unleashing the projectiles, it engulfs Kim and causes a massive explosion. Watching the chaos, Lim anxiously calls him out and asks about his well-being. Lim is taken aback to see an empty mana potion tube being hurled aside. As the dust subsides, Kim emerges out hoisting unconscious Jeanette in his arms, stating that he almost got burned to death. He then explains that he calmed her down with a potion for now and emphasizes that they need to get out of here before the effects wear off. Holding the phone in his hand, Lim anxiously asks if he should order his guys to take her to the hospital. Kim denies, stating that he is going to take her to his place and declares that he will take responsibility for healing this child. Later that evening, Soren approaches Kim at his place, and seeing that she is already level 3, Kim congratulates her, which excites her, and she expresses gratitude. She then curiously asks what kind of training he wants to do to call her to his place. While scratching his head, Kim remarks that the situation is a bit iffy, but his second disciple candidate is a bit under the weather right now. As she notices Jeanette receiving an IV, Soren sits beside her and, visibly concerned, wonders what kind of hardships this young girl must have endured. Kim remarks that she can't even control her power yet, but he plans to take her as his disciple and awaken her true talent. He adds that he has figured that Soren, as the senior, could help her out a bit and asks if she can take good care of Jeanette. She determinedly declares that if that's what being a senior means, she will definitely help and will do anything. A few days later, as laser beams continue unleashing from unconscious Jeanette's body, Kim and Soren deflect them with their swords. Amid the chaos, Soren questions how much longer they will need to keep deflecting the projectiles, pointing out that it's already been a week. While deflecting the projectiles, Kim remarks that Jeanette's mana should be replenished now, and she will regain her consciousness in a bit, so Soren must hold out. Shortly after, the attack stopped, and Jeanette slowly regained consciousness. Looking around, she wondered where she was. Soren dashes towards her, inquiring if she is awake now. She excitedly grasps Jeanette's hand, stating that she was worried that she might never wake up again, and asks if she is hurt anywhere. Jeanette denies and asks where this place is and why she is here. Glancing over at Kim, Jeanette informs her that it's because that man over there rescued her and helped her heal. With a bow, Jeanette thanks him and introduces herself. Kim remarks that it's good to see her healthy, but asks how she ended up getting locked up in that place. Internally, he comments that she is like an angel now that she has regained her consciousness and that he was getting tired of laser beams. Jeanette reveals that her parents passed away while escaping the Ilyong magic tower, and afterwards, she was caught. This saddens Soren, while Kim internally notes that, as expected, it is the same as the game's story. He then sits on the ground, telling Jeanette that she is more than welcome to stay here if she doesn't have any place to go, and adds that he would like to take her in as his disciple, which surprises her. He confirms his intention, saying it's so she can one day avenge her parents and promises to teach her how to become a superhuman. Jeanette, feeling uncertain, says she has nothing to repay him with, but Kim calmly reassures her that it's okay and tells her that she can repay him when she gets strong enough in the future. Overwhelmed with emotion, Jeanette radiates a fiery aura and earnestly requests that Kim make her a superhuman, promising to repay him in the future. While Soren finds her cute, Kim remarks that he will look forward to working with her. As Jeanette shakes hands with him, Kim internally welcomes her and finds her a very precious talent who will teach him one of the 3 most overpowered swordsmanship skills in the game. Suddenly, Jeanette exudes a flurry of laser beams that closely move past Kim, which startles him. Flustered, she quickly bows and apologizes, saying it wasn't intentional. Soren reassures her that it's fine since no one was hurt. Despite feeling a bit uneasy, Kim suggests they begin by practicing her mana control, and Jeanette agrees with determination. Deep down, he thought that she had already hit the rebellious phase. He then informs her that the name of her trait is Natural-Born Energy and asks if she knows what the term energy means here. Jeanette remarks that she doesn't, while Soren confidently declares that it's like sword aura. Kim affirms it and explains that this trait is similar to the heaven-slaying star trait. However, she needs to train her body to withstand the power of the aura that she wields because with a small vessel, the water is bound to overflow. Kim internally notes that even though the trait provides a terrifying attack power, Jeanette is a tanker, so it's important to work on that first. Looking at her hands, Jeanette curiously asks if he really thinks that she can build up physical strength. Kim confirms it and assures her that he will teach her one of his traits, the diamond body, and it will be even better if she can learn the Mana Soul too. Deep down, he resolves to use this opportunity to try the transmission system that will be the system he will use in the future to learn the swordsmanship skills from Beak Soren and Jeanette, so he should start practicing now. Soren reassures Jeanette that she will support her as well, so there's no need to worry. With a deep bow, Jeanette expresses her gratitude to both of them. The diamond body trait hardens the wielder's body and mind simultaneously, which is probably what Jeanette, who had gone through so much physical and mental damage, needs the most right now. Jeanette then firmly addresses him as her master and asks what she should begin with. Kim instructs her to eat as much as possible, stressing that the training ahead will be intense and she needs to build up her strength. As she obediently follows his instruction, Kim internally asserts that she will need it for her training. 2 weeks later, Soren and Jeanette engage in a sword duel head-on. Kim marvels at their progress, thinking to himself that reaching this level in just 2 weeks is impressive, and acknowledges that both of them are truly natural talents. He notes that Beak Soren has already learned the swordsmanship traits. He then walks toward them with one hand raised, telling Soren that she can stop now, and he will take Jeanette on from now on. Jeanette, surprised by this sudden shift, looks up at him with wide eyes. Kim reflects that since Jeanette's body has now become strong enough, the next important step is to refine her mana control. Preparing to spar, he tells her that this training is critical and instructs her to focus on blocking his attack. Activating his dash trait, he charges forward at high speed, but Jeanette remains alert and successfully evades the strike using her shield. They then engage in a fierce duel, and Kim can feel the refined movements exude a solid presence, the mana of her naturally born energy, and Janet's mana circuit. He can feel the shape of it. She carefully deflects his strike and pushes him back with the force of her counter. Kim grins, acknowledging that Jeanette, now at SSR level, is finally demonstrating precise control over her trait. Soren excitedly embraces Jeanette, praising her for doing it and striding towards them. Kim congratulates her on awakening. Jeanette thanks them both. He internally notes that an SSR rank sure is different to think she would reach level 3 as soon as she awakened. Internally, considering his other disciples, he thinks he shouldn't be too surprised. Soren then determinedly walks to the side, declaring that she can't let her junior catch up to her, so she is off to grind again while Jeanette dashes behind her, calling her to wait for her. Meanwhile, Kim finds their enthusiasm encouraging and urges them to grow quickly and master their swordsmanship so he can eventually learn from them. He then checks his ICN to a HE travel schedule on his phone, reminding himself that he can't afford to fall behind. With a serious look, he contemplates that before his 2 disciples' personal quests begin, there's something important he needs to handle first. He then flies to a HE via airplane, and wandering around, he feels like he is overseas. This is the city where the Divine Annihilation War happened, Ahan. Walking around, he contemplates that beneath that hollow shell of a building was the extra-dimensional space known as the Great Labyrinth. It's a troublesome place where phantoms of forgotten gods constantly launch assaults, but there is no need to worry, because humanity's strongest organization, the Guardian League, protects Ahan. Kim then makes his way to the Diana Bar, internally acknowledging that the real reason he came to Ahan lies here. This is where he can inherit the Einherjar cultivation technique. Upon entering, the bartender greets him and asks if it's his first time at the bar and whether he's looking for a specific drink. Kim replies that he's not here for drinks, but for information. This piques her interest, and she asks what kind of information he's after. He reveals that he's searching for a man named Sigmund Sigurdsson and assures her that he's willing to pay well for the intel. After a brief pause, she explains that it won't be that simple and reveals that Sigmund's wife is currently in a very dire state due to her sickness. Kim recalls that he remembers reading something about Sigmund having lost his wife. Considering this, he asks if he can visit her, while thinking to himself that the situation might resolve more easily than he initially thought. She then leads him to a cottage room and, before knocking on the door, tells him in advance that Sigmund will be very sensitive, so he must excuse him. Kim nods, assuring her that he understands. She then enters the room, apologizing to Sigmund and telling him that a guest has inquired about his wife's illness. Walking inside, she notes that some guests have arrived before them and speculates that the archbishops are going to cure her, so she thinks maybe they should leave them alone for now. Suddenly, Kim grabs the archbishop's hand, interrupting the ritual. The archbishop, surprised, questions his actions and emphasizes that they are in the middle of treating the patient. Internally, Kim identifies them as members of the Order of Thor and Gaia and reflects that their method of healing is far too conventional. He firmly declares that their treatment is pointless and points out that using holy light will only aggravate her condition. The Archbishop, intrigued, asks what he means by that and how he could possibly know such a thing. At that moment, Sigmund steps forward and demands that Kim stop spouting nonsense and leave, making it clear that he doesn't believe a mere superhuman could possibly understand the situation. The bartender steps in, mentioning that the guest claimed to know how to treat H. Jordy's condition, and suggests they at least hear him out. However, Sigmund firmly rejects the idea, shouting that H. Jordy's is in a critical state where every second is vital and insists that she needs holy light, not baseless theories. Suddenly, H. Jordy's unconscious body mysteriously rises from the bed, which startles them, and Sigmund quickly turns toward her, panicked, and insists that they continue the treatment. Kim warns him not to and tells him that continuing this will only lead to disaster. As the bishop attempts to treat her again, her body hoists even higher, and dark, ominous energy envelops her. Sigmund anxiously turns to the archbishop, asking what's happening to her, and urges him to resume the treatment immediately. The other bishop abruptly informs him that it's too late and that they can't stop that with just light anymore. Overwhelmed with emotions, Sigmund asks if they are saying she is no longer treatable. Kim denies his assertion, stating that she can still be treated, and then asks if his wife's illness stems from having received the demon god's stigma from Seimaries of pitch black. Sigmund curiously asks how he knows that and ponders if he can really cure her. Kim responds with unwavering confidence, asserting that he has spoken only the truth since stepping into the room. Overwhelmed, Sigmund drops to his knees and tearfully pleads for him to treat her. He vows that if Kim saves his wife, he will swear upon his name that he shall do anything he wishes. With a grin, Kim agrees and coolly reminds him that he will have to keep that promise. He then activates his Einhajar cultivation technique, Mana Soul, Mana Amplification, Focus, Mana Focus, and Stabilization traits and envelops H. Jordy's suspended body in a flow of concentrated mana. Stigma is a disease contracted from the demons of the labyrinth, one of the worst debuffs that scars the soul with decayed divinity. The demon's soul gradually drains the victim's life force. Shortly after, seeing her lying still on the bed, Sigmund notes that her seizures have stopped. Meanwhile, Kim informs him that he has only put her to sleep with his mana, so he shouldn't wake her up. At that moment, the archbishop and his subordinate enter the room, stating that they have brought the material that Kim has requested. Kim expresses approval and says they should begin immediately. As the archbishop and the bartender light candles beside H. Jordy's bed, Kim activates his creation traits and becomes fully focused on crafting a potion. Once all the candles are lit, the bishop informs him of the preparation, while the man asks if Kim is certain this method will be enough to cure her. Kim turns around and explains that it's less about curing her and more about giving her a chance to overcome it rather than curing her. He then brings the potion to her, internally contemplating that this debuff can't be resolved easily, even back in the game, because the more healing one pours in, the more that thing's vitality grows. Therefore, in order to overcome the stigma, the hidden sprout causing the debuff must be drawn out. As Kim pours the potion into her mouth, dark energy erupts from her body, lifting her into the air. Horns protrude from her head, and bat-like wings unfold from her back. Witnessing the transformation, Sigmund, overwhelmed with concern, questions why she is turning into a demon, and whether this is truly the correct course of treatment. Kim confidentially remarks that he's sure and claims that everything is proceeding very well. He firmly holds the crux in his hand and forcefully smacks H. Jordy's, stating that demons need to be punished face to face, and urges the demon to get away. With the curse expelled, H. Jordy's returns to her normal form and collapses onto the bed, leaving everyone around stunned by what just occurred. As H. Jordy's slowly opens her eyes, Sigmund approaches her with tears streaming down his face. Confused, she gently asks why he's crying. Holding her hand tightly, he explains with emotion that she's been unconscious for half a year, and would not have survived if it weren't for Kim. Meanwhile, Kim turns to the archbishops, telling them it's now their responsibility and that he's leaving the rest of the treatment in their hands. With that, he exits the room in silence. Shortly after, Sigmund has a tea with Kim and humbly expresses his gratitude, then asks what brought him all the way here from Korea. Kim informs him that he is here to meet him, which startles him. Kim then reminds him that he said he would do anything, and reveals that he needs him to teach him the Sigurd cultivation technique. Sigmund's ancestor is Sigurd, the most famous mortal hero in Norse mythology. The Sigurd cultivation technique, passed down through his bloodline for generations, is a superior trait of the Einherjar cultivation technique. As Sigmund begins the transmission process, Kim internally feels as though every cell in his body is awakening, and his mana attribute is changing, becoming stronger, sturdier, and tougher. As the transformation takes hold, the system alerts him that he has successfully obtained the Sigurd cultivation technique trait. Kim feels satisfied, noting that his total mana has increased by over 30%. With this growth, he's confident that advancing further in swordsmanship will no longer be an issue. Just then, the archbishops arrive and inform Sigmund that H. Jordy's treatment has been successfully completed. Sigmund quickly expresses his gratitude to them. The archbishops praise Kim for his remarkable feat in curing the stigma, and ask if he knows how to treat other forms of stigmata as well. When he replies that he knows a few methods, their excitement grows, and they eagerly request him to teach them how to help their patients overcome their own stigmata, assuring him that they are willing to pay a fair price. Internally, Kim considers this a good opportunity to build stronger ties with the two orders. Even though the game originally offered only two choices, he knows there's another path he can take. Kim enthusiastically agrees to teach the two orders, noting how diligently the Guardian League works to keep the Great Labyrinth under control, which further lifts their spirits. He adds that he couldn't possibly accept payment and will share the treatment methods for free. Overjoyed, they begin calling him the esteemed saint of this era. However, with a sly grin, Kim internally reflects that there's no way they are actually getting this information for free. This is merely the start of a hidden quest. Later that night, Kim shares drinks with Sigmund and H. Jordy's at a lively bar, where the couple cheerfully call him the hero of their village. When Kim mentions he'd like to take it slow, Sigmund chuckles, teasing that their hero doesn't hold his liquor as well as he seems, and asks H. Jordy's if she can handle more. She agrees with a smile, and the two eagerly down their glasses of beer. Meanwhile, Kim watches them with weary eyes, silently wondering how they are still going strong while he feels like he's about to pass out from exhaustion. A week earlier, Kim had not only shared his knowledge with the two orders, but also spread the method for overcoming stigmata throughout the Guardians League to help save warriors afflicted by demonic curses. Demonstrating the entire procedure in front of a gathered crowd, he treated an affected individual on the spot. Just like with H. Jordy's, he drew out the dark energy by striking the man with the crux, explaining to the onlookers that by driving in the stake, one could forcefully expel the demon that had taken control of the body. The crowd erupts in cheers, calling Kim a miracle worker for his incredible feat. With this act, he had changed the fate of Ahan, so it's no surprise they were holding such a grand festival in his honor. However, he wearily thinks that what he needs the most right now is rest. Back in the present, Kim exhales tiredly, muttering that he barely managed to escape and that the Nordics really do love their parties. Just then, the man he had treated earlier approached, relieved to find Kim still there. He says he was worried Kim had already left without receiving his proper gratitude. Kim recognizes him as the director of the Guardians League. With a chuckle, the director mentions that he came to see him right after recovering and asks if he has some time right now. With a sigh, Kim responds that he's too tired at the moment and suggests postponing the conversation. The director, with a concerned expression, remarks that it's a shame and mentions that their president wanted to see him. He adds that it cannot be helped if Kim is tired, so he will inform the president. Kim remarks that his fatigue has already disappeared like the wind and urges him to lead the way. Deep down, he knows who the president of the Guardian League is, the youngest disciple of the heavenly demon SSR, the Blood King. Later, Kim greets Chen Wai, the president of the Guardians League and also known as the Blood King, with a bow and introduces himself. Chen Wai returns the introduction and expresses that it is a pleasure to meet him. Kim acknowledges the president's commitment and the efforts of the Guardians League in protecting the labyrinth. In response, Chen Wai thanks him for the compliment and gestures for him to have a seat. As Kim takes the seat, Chen asks if he has spread the information on how to treat the stigmata and acknowledges that, just as he heard, Kim is quite incredible. Kim curiously asks if he has heard about him before. Chen responds that there is no information in this world that escapes the ears of the Guardians League and mentions that, from what he has heard, Kim is called Korea's rising supernova. He then brings up whether Kim has ever considered becoming his disciple. Taken aback, Kim looks at him curiously and wonders what he means by that. Chen remarks that Kim has a certain air about himself, something that reminds him of his master. It's as if he's gifted with foresight. Kim asks if he means the heavenly demon. Chen affirms and elaborates that the heavenly demon is called the greatest of all time and the one whose level of martial prowess reaches the heavens. However, it has been days since Chen has seen his face after he entered closed training. He explains that heavenly demon's disciples are Lord Divinity, Demon Lord, and Blood King. They are all SSR rank and level 8. As for the Heavenly Demon, he is on a whole other tier, tier 0. This unparalleled status is due to the Heavenly Demon martial art, an ultimate technique that encompasses offense, defense, mana cultivation, and even movement all in one. It is considered the most powerful martial art in existence. Clenching his blazing fist, Chen remarks that it is unfortunate his senior inherited the Heavenly Demon martial art, but asserts that his own blood Heaven Divine Demon Fist is formidable as well. He assures Kim that if he is in pursuit of power, following him will not lead to disappointment. Internally, Kim is filled with excitement, thinking that the Blood Heaven Divine Demon Fist is also a tier 1 martial technique, making this opportunity more than acceptable. However, despite being honored, Kim humbly declines the offer. Chen inquires about the reason and asks if he is not worthy to be his master. Gripping his sword, Kim responds that it's not about Chen's worthiness, but rather because he has already declined another offer to become someone's disciple. Chen recognizes that sword as the Black Tiger sword and realizes that Kim has met that old geezer. He thoughtfully adds that he can't afford to do anything that would dishonor Kyujigum since he is a national hero. Kim internally notes that technically, the Blood Heaven Divine Demon Fist is on par with the Black Tiger swordsmanship, not that it's irreplaceable. Chen sighs that it's just his luck that he found a promising disciple, but that old man ruins it for him, and now he supposes he has no choice. He then hands Kim a rectangular plaque as a token of his regard. Recognizing it as the Heavenly Demon token, Kim looks at it with curiosity and asks if Chen truly intends to give it to him. Chen remarks that only their master and his disciples have ever carried this and urges him to treasure it well. Holding it tightly, Kim thanks him for the token and internally realizes that, frankly, the reason Chen is giving it to him is simple. He is telling him to come to him if he ever changes his mind. It's the same reason the Corps commander gave him the sword. Deep down, he feels utterly overwhelmed that 2 living legends have taken such an interest in him. Seeing his reaction, Chen asks why he is suddenly trembling. Kim bows, stating that he is deeply moved by his present and will take good care of it. He then says that he will be off now. Chen agrees and hopes that the next time they meet, he will be master and disciple. Deep down, Kim slyly grins, thinking that it's time to receive his reward for completing the hidden mission. Later that day, in the Order of Thor and Gaia, the archbishops excitedly gesture at the box on the table, telling Kim that they have prepared a little present for him and request that he open it. Kim humbly downplays it, stating that he didn't do it to receive a reward or anything. This moves the archbishops, who wonder how he can be so humble and realize he isn't called the saint of this era for no reason. They request that surely there is a way to express gratitude befitting of an eternal being and another befitting of a mortal, and ask if Kim doesn't agree. Kim internally agrees, thinking it's what he is talking about, and excitedly opens the box. As he takes a sledgehammer out of it, the archbishop tells him that it's a gift from them, the Thor Order. It's the Mjolnir. Internally, Kim immediately recognizes the legendary weapon, thinking there's no way he wouldn't know about Thor's hammer. He acknowledges it as an SSR rank weapon, renowned for its overwhelming power and especially potent effects against dark-type monsters. The Lady Archbishop then urges him to take a look at the gift from the Gaia Order, explaining that it's a shield. Kim internally recognizes it as Athena's Aegis, which is an incredible, indestructible shield capable of transforming a mana barrier into any shape. The archbishops eagerly ask how he likes the gifts, while Kim, holding back his astonishment, asks if they are truly certain about giving him such priceless items. Deep down, he admits that while the items are impressive, it would feel a bit underwhelming if the reward ended here. They then open another box, telling him that there is more, which excites him the most. Kim becomes excited to have 10 nectars and 7 diamonds and even a tear of an angel. Furthermore, it even has the demon heart, which surprises him while they inform him that they have prepared it so that he can have it with the nectar. Kim thoughtfully ponders whether he should push for more and then asks if, by any chance, they have the magic fire dragon's heart. The Lady Archbishop, puzzled, points out that the magic fire dragon's heart is typically meant for fire attribute mages. Kim responds by releasing black flames from his finger, confirming her observation but adding that he can wield black flames, so he has a use for them. Internally, he contemplates that he will be able to earn the Inferno trait from it, and he needs it to win the bet against the Master of the Sun Magic Tower. The Archbishop responds that if Kim truly needs it, then they will gladly give it to him, and with a flourish of magic, summons the magic fire dragon's heart, announcing that it is their final gift to him. Holding it in his hands, Kim gratefully thanks them, internally thrilled by how rewarding this hidden quest has become. The male archbishop then adds that, by decree of His Holiness the Pope, Kim has been officially appointed as an honorary paladin of the Four Order. The Lady Archbishop follows, saying that the Gaia Order has granted him the same honor, though she gently assures him that he shouldn't feel pressured by the title. Kim contemplates that it's important that he gets stronger, but to fight against the Old Father's order, he might need the power of these two orders later. With that in mind, he bows respectfully and expresses his gratitude, accepting the role of honorary paladin with sincerity. Later that evening, he strolls through the lively festival, observing the joyful crowd around him, and wonders if the festivities in this village will ever end. He's already tired and thinks it's time to head back home. At that moment, someone calls him brother and, finding it a familiar voice, Kim turns around. He is surprised to see Sage Nim and curiously asks why he is here. Nim abruptly covers his face and, looking around anxiously, whispers to him to keep quiet. He explains in a hushed voice that the Old Father's order is currently pursuing him and suggests they move to a safer spot. After relocating to a more secluded area, Nim lets out a sigh of relief, believing that they are gone now, and admits that he really thought he was going to die this time. Kim then asks what happened and mentions that he thought Nim would still be in Levant. Nim explains that he discovered a treasure house and, thanks to the golden artifacts inside, managed to reach level 5. However, he got caught by the Old Father's order because it's their springhead. Kim internally thinks that it makes sense since Sage Nim's order isn't listed in the Divine Annihilation Treaty, and it's not surprising that he was chased. With a flustered and weary expression, Nim expresses his uncertainty, wondering whether his trial is supposed to be this difficult, and explains that he has to reach level 7 as soon as possible to revive their god. Kim asks if there's anything he can do to help. Nim confirms there is and says that's actually the reason he was looking for him. When Kim asks what it is, Nim requests that he take him to the Great Labyrinth, specifically, the 10th floor, the Fortress of Beginning. Kim reflects internally that for Sage Nim's order to gain recognition as a legitimate religion, he needs to gather more divine power. That's why Nim has chosen to hide in the Great Labyrinth until he has accumulated enough strength, and Kim finds the plan to be ideal. Later that night, they arrive at the Great Labyrinth with their face covered. A guard stops them and asks for the reason behind their visit. Kim replies that they wish to enter the labyrinth. When questioned about coming at such a late hour, Kim simply states it's for personal reasons. The protagonist internally notes that they are being looked at like criminals because they are hiding their faces, and he thinks it's understandable, as many criminals do use the Great Labyrinth to hide themselves. It's a lawless zone where the laws of the surface don't apply. The guard confirms his level 4 superhuman identity and informs them that they are free to enter at will. But please note that their identities will be checked when they attempt to leave. With a sigh, Kim internally believes this suspicion isn't exactly wrong either from a conventional perspective because Sage Nim is indeed a dangerous criminal and a part of a cult. While venturing inside the Great Labyrinth, the seal of the fallen gods, Nim reminds that Kim said he is famous in this place, but that guy back there didn't recognize him at all. Kim remarks that Nim would have been screwed if he did. Looking around, Nim asserts that this place is quieter than he thought, and he thought it would be much more dangerous than this. In response, Kim activates a series of his traits: intuition, insight, sensitivity, enhanced hearing, night vision, and enhanced smelling. He then remarks that he smells brimstone. When Nim asks what that means, Kim asserts that the demons are lurking out there and clarifies that the demons are running out here. Holding the Mjolnir, Kim coolly urges the sage to bless his weapons, and Nim instantly heeds his command. Kim internally finds it a good time as he was just getting curious about how good his new weapons were, an SSR weapon with the golden blessing. He then lightly tosses it and annihilates all the approaching monsters. As they proceed deeper into the labyrinth, Kim comments with a hint of awe that Mjolnir truly lives up to its name, effortlessly wiping out so many foes. He adds that Nim's blessing played a huge role, which doubled the weapon's power, as expected from a level 5 sage. With a chuckle, Nim admits that, truthfully, he had been worried the Old Father's order might pursue him all the way to the labyrinth. But seeing the door to the 9th floor just ahead, he sighs in relief, thinking he can finally breathe easily. Suddenly, Kim senses something and remarks that it seems things won't go the way he hoped because they are here in droves. As the door opens, the pink-haired lady from the Old Father's order excitedly greets them, stating that they took longer than she expected. Nim was visibly startled and overwhelmed with fear at the sight of her. Kim, however, immediately recognized her as Inquisitor Seri, a prominent figure in the Old Father's order. Internally, he considered how they had managed to locate them so quickly, but concluded that it was only natural for them to pursue Sage Nim this far. He also realized that Seri possessed the same trace trait as he did, which explained how she had been able to track them so precisely. Radiating bloodlust, the pink-haired woman declared that the exhausting pursuit was finally coming to an end and that the savior would now become a part of their order. Kim silently questioned the absurdity of her words. She explains that the saintess has given a holy order that if Kim enters their order, she promises that he will be treated the same as her and his body and soul will be the old father's. Deep down, Kim realized with disgust that they were openly declaring their intention to consume him whole, leaving no room for doubt about their twisted motives. Kim scoffs at their proposal, questioning if they have completely lost their minds and rejecting the idea outright. She assures him not to worry because in this very place, the process of his ascension will be prepared. Kim realizes that they want to subdue him, lock him up here, and sacrifice him. He then inquires about the Peace of Westphalia and adds that if they act as they please, it would leave them in a bad position. With a giggle, she expresses her certainty that he already knows that this is the great labyrinth, unbound by the laws of the surface, and excitedly declares that there are no constraints here. She then commands her paladins to slay that wicked follower who beguiles people in the name of a false god, and bring the savior to this place. With a grin, Kim acknowledges that indeed this place is unbound by the laws of the surface, which means that there will be no problem if he rips those brats into pieces. Standing nervously behind him, Nim expresses concern about whether Kim will be okay, pointing out that their opponents include 2 level 5s and the rest are at least level 3 or higher. Retrieving a hand grenade, Kim confidently remarks that he can do this because he has the high-tier traits and weapons that he worked hard to get. He then urges the sage to bless him, and as Nim complies, he then tosses the radiant glowing grenade to the enemies, which causes an explosion. Despite the explosion, Sari and her paladins remain completely unaffected. She dismisses the attack as a useless trick, confidently stating that something like that could never harm them. Kim then leaps into the air with a rocket launcher in hand, and with his combat traits in use, he unleashes a flurry of projectiles. She calls it pointless resistance and creates a barrier around themselves, invoking the Old Father to protect their child. As the barrier effortlessly deflects the incoming projectiles, she declares this as the true power of the Old Father. Kim lands firmly on the ground, remarking that the previous attack was merely a warm-up and that the real battle begins now. He then activates the Sigurd cultivation technique, causing his blood to surge as an overwhelming flow of mana pushes past its limits, making it feel as if his mind is ablaze with white-hot intensity. His heightened senses sharpen to the extreme, allowing him to perceive every detail of the world around him with absolute clarity. In that heightened state, he successfully identifies an opening in their defense. With his sword, he unleashes the Moonslash maneuver and catches them off guard by collapsing their formation. Sari urgently commands her forces to return to their original positions, while one of the paladins nervously senses that something is terribly wrong. Meanwhile, Kim, exuding an otherworldly aura, internally notes that now that he has severed the weakest defense line, it's time to mess them up before they reform their formation. Without hesitation, he unleashes the Tiger King's twin slash, cutting through the paladins in a swift and decisive blow, effectively annihilating them. Meanwhile, Sari urges her subordinates to remain steadfast, stressing that the Father is watching over them. She swiftly commands the Sword Shadow Knights to form a defensive line. However, Kim refuses to give them the chance, declaring there's no way he will let that happen, and unleashes the Tiger King's fierce strike, tearing through the Shadow Knights with overwhelming force. As the formation begins to crumble, one of the knights urgently reports to Sari that the enemy is pushing them back and pleads for her next command, emphasizing their need for leadership. This catches her off guard, and she commands them to accept the honorable death, which startles them. Wearing a wicked grin, she proclaims that their sacrifice will bring satisfaction to their Father in heaven, and insists they must accept this fate as it is all part of his divine will. As Kim continues to cut down her forces with relentless power, she watches with growing excitement, declaring that differences in numbers and levels hold no meaning in the presence of their savior. His strength is simply overwhelming. While Kim unleashes the Tiger King's soaring heaven maneuver, she grins, finding it utterly incredible and states that it's an honor to witness the true light. With a grin, Kim asks if she finally feels like sending out the strong ones. She excitedly affirms that she will send him some loyal ones, but emphasizes that he must be careful and try his hardest not to die. 2 paladins charge at Kim, and as one swings his sword, Kim blocks the attack with his shield. The force of the clash causes internal damage to the paladin, leaving him momentarily stunned. Kim seizes the opening and knocks him aside with a powerful strike. Just then, the second paladin rushes in, but Kim jumps into the air and brings him down with a swift counterattack using Mjolnir. With a mocking tone, Kim remarks that if this is all the Inquisitor has to offer, It's not even enough to warm him up. Meanwhile, the injured paladin, reeling from the impact, struggles to understand how someone like Kim could be the savior, finding it utterly impossible and suspecting he must be a demonic apostle instead. Refusing to back down, he charges once more, shouting for Kim to be gone and calling him a demon. Kim easily reads the attack and swiftly beheads him, remarking that stalling isn't his style. Without missing a beat, he turns his gaze to the Inquisitor, pointing out that she is the only one left. Sari is utterly excited to see that he still has more new power to show and finds it as expected from their order's foretold savior. As Kim activates his giant strength and other powerful traits, Nim quietly blesses his body from behind. With a calm but lethal swing of his sword, Kim asks if that's all she has to offer as her final words. Eyes gleaming with fanatical devotion, Sari responds that there's nothing more to say, only to wait for his soul to arrive in the divine land. In the next moment, Kim unleashes a radiant, blinding aura and completely annihilates her. As Sari collapses lifelessly to the ground, Nim stands in awe, amazed that Kim managed to defeat all of them single-handedly. Kim calmly sheathes his sword, acknowledging that it was possible thanks to Nim's blessings and offering genuine praise for his support. Reflecting on the battle, he points out how Sari kept talking fanatically until the very end, emphasizing the danger of dealing with zealots and expressing his disgust. Nim quietly agrees, remarking that the whole ordeal was almost frightening. Kim admits that he might have gone a bit overboard, noting that there's nothing left to collect since he ended up destroying everything. Though he finds it a bit unfortunate, he's internally thrilled that the intense battle allowed him to acquire the destruction, massacre, and fierce assault traits. With these, he now has the materials necessary to craft a powerful high-tier trait, matching against 1,000, which excites him. As they approach the Fortress of Beginning, the 10th floor of the Great Labyrinth, Nim lights up with excitement at finally reaching their destination. Kim congratulates him on successfully completing his mission. Nim excitedly admits that he never would have made it this far without brother Kim's help, confessing that he would probably still be stuck doing Qigong therapy if not for him. Kim humbly replies that it was all Nim's effort and that he didn't do much. Smiling, Nim then presents him with the Heart of Abundance, an SSR necklace that boosts all stats and carries the rare trait Luck. Kim is thrilled to receive such a sweet reward, and Nim explains that he discovered it in the Levant treasure storage that Kim had once mentioned. Realizing its immense value, he thought it would suit Kim perfectly. Kim excitedly pats his head, acknowledging that he knows how to pick a gift. Nim then asks where Kim is headed now, and Kim remarks that he got a lot of good stuff, so it's time to go back to South Korea to find the final item he needs to become level 5. Later, as he walks through the forests of Gangwon-do, he stretches his arms wide and breathes in deeply, savoring the familiar air of his homeland. He recalls that the location he's searching for should be somewhere nearby and begins to wonder if he needs to head deeper into the forest. Suddenly, a dagger is pressed against Kim's neck as a figure demands to know what an outsider is doing here. Glancing over his shoulder, Kim quickly assesses the situation and realizes the assailant is concealing his presence well. Still, he recognizes him as Skeleton Snake, an SR rank character. Internally, Kim concludes that he must have stumbled upon the hideout of the mutants. When Skeleton Snake repeats his question, Kim raises his hands calmly and responds that he has some business to take care of. Skeleton Snake firmly states that this area is off limits and tells Kim to turn back. In response, Kim casually says he thought this was the path to Hope Village, causing Skeleton Snake to pause and question how he knows that name. Internally, Kim recalls that the location he's entered is actually known as the Monster Village, but the mutants refer to it as Hope Village, and it's like a password he can use to enter the village. Realizing that Kim is someone who knows the real name of the village, the Skeleton Snake lowers his dagger and walks to the side, stating that he will guide him there and urges him to follow. Following Skeleton Snake's lead, Kim thanks him while internally reflecting that it's fortunate Skeleton Snake was on patrol today, since he's relatively flexible for a mutant. As they arrive at Hope Village, the surrounding mutants react with surprise at the sight of a human and murmur in confusion among themselves. Kim notes inwardly that this place, despite being called Hope Village by its residents, is actually the infamous Monster Village, and it holds the item he has been searching for. A towering bear mutant soon approaches, demanding to know why Skeleton Snake has brought a human into their village. Skeleton Snake explains that Kim knew the true name of their village and claimed he had business with him. The bear leans in, eyeing Kim with suspicion, pointing out that he has never seen him before and demanding to know the nature of his visit. Kim internally knows that the obstacle is that most mutants who have been ostracized by society are closed off and hostile, making them unfriendly towards humans. Despite this, Kim calmly states that he has come with a request and reveals that he is seeking a mutant mana core, hoping it would be possible to obtain one from them. The bear suddenly strikes Kim, sending him flying, but Kim quickly activates his traits and raises a shield to protect himself. He realizes that if it weren't for these defensive traits, he would have passed out. The bear, impressed but still hostile, remarks that Kim isn't weak and charges at him again, stating that he can now imagine crushing him completely and announces his intent to kill. Urging him to wait, Kim asks why he is doing this and clarifies that he is not here to poach these people or something. Deep down, he knows the reason for this unreasonable rage because mana cores come from a mutant's dead body. The bear fiercely swings his palm, sternly asking if Kim can sell his family's body for a few bucks if it were him. Kim is taken aback to see a bear that uses an aura blade. Trying to de-escalate the tension, he raises his hands and urges the bear to calm down, promising that he will pay the right price. However, the bear angrily shouts that he has no interest in money. Kim then explains that his payment isn't in currency and pulls out an item from his upper garment, which exudes blinding light. He internally thinks the fastest way to earn their trust is to fill their empty bellies. As the radiant light catches the bear's attention, he questions what it is. Kim responds by bowing respectfully and offering a cup of instant noodles, which causes the bear to shout in frustration, demanding to know if he is messing with them. Undeterred, Kim pours hot water into the cup and begins preparing the noodles, gently urging the bear to take a sip first, suggesting that any discussion can wait until after he's had a taste. The bear growls that he doesn't need the offering and threatens to tear Kim apart if he doesn't leave. But the aroma of the instant noodles quickly weakens his resolve. Kim inwardly smirks, confident that no bear could resist such a smell. The bear eventually settles down in front of him, admitting he's never encountered a scent like this before. Kim casually remarks that a friend once told him the people of Hope Village struggle to find proper meals, which catches the bear off guard as he realizes Kim had indeed heard about their situation. Kim then encourages him to try it, asking don't he want to know why humans love noodles so much. After a short pause, the bear declares that, as the chief of Hope Village, he is eating it to better understand human culture, not because the smell is irresistible. As he begins to eat, the experience overwhelms him. The firm noodles coat the inside of his mouth while the hot broth warms and fills his stomach, fully satisfying his hunger. He finds the taste exceptional and deeply supreme. As the bear eagerly devours the noodles, he marvels at how something could taste so good and asks if Kim has more. Attracted by the sight, other curious mutants begin to gather, assuming the food must be delicious. Kim cheerfully responds that he's brought plenty more and invites everyone to try some. He then presents them with ice cream and popsicles. Internally, he reflects that not all mutants have heightened senses like the bear, so he had mixed in a bit of mana core powder beforehand to ensure they could enjoy the flavors just as much. As the mutants happily enjoy the treats, one of them jokingly points at the bear, now indulging in ice cream, and mocks how the once serious chief seems to have disappeared, teasing that all they see now is just a big animal. The others thank Kim and excitedly ask if he has more flavors to share. Kim, observing their reactions, realizes that he has befriended them now. However, the mood shifts when Skeleton Snake suddenly steps forward, holding the bottle of mana core powder, and demands to know if it's safe for them to eat that, causing a wave of alarm to ripple through the crowd. Internally, Kim finds it understandable that they are wary of it, and if things go south, the mana core can cause them to go berserk. But he is prepared for that too. As Bear glares at him suspiciously, demanding to know what he's planning, Kim calmly suggests that if they're truly concerned, they should consult their guardian angel. He explains that he's referring to the one who possesses the power of prophecy. Deep down, he knows this figure is none other than the godmother of the monster village, the tree god. The tree god, known as the guardian angel of the monster village, may possess weaker powers compared to other transcendent beings, but she is still a divine entity, and thus all major decisions within the village are made under her guidance. Curious, the bear consults her about the situation. She confirms the truth, explaining that what Kim used was a level 0 mana core powder that had been purified by holy water. She further acknowledges that Kim has provided the impoverished mutants with a generous gift of nourishment. Everyone becomes excited that they can have more, and it won't have any bad effects on their body. Grateful, the bear bows before the tree god, expressing deep thanks for her wisdom. Skeleton Snake approaches Kim, acknowledging that the misunderstanding has been cleared, and admits he overreacted, offering an apology. Kim chuckles and assures him it's alright, saying there's no need to apologize. With the tension lifted, he enthusiastically suggests that now that everything has been settled, they should celebrate with a Korean barbecue party. The mutants grow excited and quickly surround him as he starts cooking the food. Meanwhile, the godmother notes that a distinguished guest has visited their Hope Village. Later that night, while enjoying a drink, Bear says he finally understands why humans love alcohol so much and finds it refreshing. Kim replies that he's glad Bear likes it, then asks why Bear refers to him as a human, but doesn't use the same term for himself. Bear explains that it's simply out of habit and admits that, truthfully, it hasn't been very long since they started being treated as humans. He shares that during the Japanese occupation period, they were seen as nothing more than talking animals, and hunters even targeted them at the time. Kim responds by saying Bear is still incredible, mentioning that, from what he has heard, Bear made a major contribution during the Korean War, which helped mutants gain more rights. With a sigh, Bear replies that he couldn't have accomplished it alone. He then adds that it has been a long time since the entire village enjoyed the company of an outsider, and he's always wanted to hear them laugh like that. Kim internally finds it an innocent village and reflects that he just gives them what they want, and his reputation skyrockets. Bear then recalls that Kim mentioned needing a mana core and offers him a few. Internally, Kim becomes thrilled, thinking that his mission is complete and eagerly welcoming the mana cores in his mind, while outwardly expressing his gratitude with a calm demeanor. He steps aside, quietly excited that he's finally ready to advance to level 5. Just then, Skeleton Snake approaches and asks if he's already leaving, adding that he hasn't had the chance to properly thank him yet. Kim humbly downplays it, saying there's no need for thanks and that the village has already given him precious gifts. However, Skeleton Snake insists that Kim has brought something far more valuable to their village. He then offers, with sincerity, that if Kim ever needs more mana cores in the future, he should simply ask. He would be more than willing to give him his own. Kim quickly and anxiously stops him, urging him not to say something like that. He stresses that he has no intention of taking the heart or mana core of someone who is still alive. However, Skeleton Snake insists that he truly means it, explaining that he once received a prophecy from their godmother. She foretold that he was destined to offer a part of his body to someone who would return his blood and flesh. Internally, Kim recalls that he's aware Skeleton Snake has a quest related to that prophecy, but he doesn't remember anything about it involving a mana core. He then suggests that perhaps the prophecy is only a metaphor, and the godmother might have been referring to something other than a mana core. Skeleton Snake responds calmly, saying that when the time is right, its meaning will become clear. He assures Kim that he can leave now and apologizes for taking up his time. With a warm farewell, he wishes Kim a safe journey, and says he will look forward to the day they meet again before quietly stepping aside. Later, Kim stands in awe as he gazes at the large single-family house that will now be his. He takes in the size of the property, noting that it spans over 7,100 square feet and even includes a swimming pool. Not only that, the real reason why he came here is for the high-quality and secure secret training facility. He becomes utterly excited that he never thought he would see the day. At that moment, Seonsu approaches him and asks if he is having a good time. Kim nods in agreement and expresses his gratitude to Seonsu for recommending such a great place. Seonsu casually says it's not a problem and brings up the sudden decision to move. Kim explains that his disciples have been coming over quite often lately, so he wanted to create a better environment for them. He adds that he also needed some extra space, and since the topic came up, he begins to elaborate on that as well. Seonsu enthusiastically informs him that he has prepared the setup and urges him to use it to his heart's content so that he can climb to level 5. At that moment, a small magic spirit appears, hovering above him, stating that she was created to support him and asking how she can assist him today. Kim replies that precise measurements come first, while internally noting that leveling up from this point requires a complex process, and to achieve the best results, he will need the spirit's help. As he steps into the tube, the spirit snaps her fingers and initiates the precise measurement process. The system displays his classification as a level 4 warrior, listing categories such as musculoskeletal class with giant and diamond traits, healing class with immortal traits, mana class with soul and Sigurd, and battle class with Tiger King swordsmanship. Kim acknowledges that this is how it's projected, but is suddenly caught off guard when the system begins sending error notifications. She informs him that there was an error in measuring his mana circuit. Kim assumes it's likely his fault, explaining that he can adjust his mana circuit in real time. The spirit, intrigued, questions whether such a thing is even possible and notes that it's not documented in her data. Kim replies that she witnessed it with her own eyes and states his intention to craft a level 5 elixir that suits him perfectly. After thinking it over, she excitedly concludes that a standard elixir won't be effective, but a custom-made one would work. Kim, surprised, comments that it makes sense considering its performance justifies the high cost. She then urges him to share all his abilities. Kim begins by explaining that he has 11 high-tier traits. She quickly processes the information, stores it in her memory, and announces that his total abilities amount to 136. She then informs him that the elixir design has been completed, modeled after the legendary elixir of the Celestial Throne. As Kim reflects on the mention of the Celestial Throne, the spirit clarifies that she referred to an elixir that exists only in theory and then asks if everything is ready for its production. Internally, Kim acknowledges that this isn't the elixir he initially expected, but decides it's fine, placing his trust in the spirit's choice. With that, she begins crafting the level 5 elixir using the mana cores. Later that night, Soren and Jeanette arrive at Kim's place with gifts, cheerfully congratulating him on reaching level 5. Kim accepts the gifts and curiously asks how they found out. With a chuckle, Soren gestures toward Seonsu. At the same time, Seonsu and Lim join in, enthusiastically congratulating him and saying it's the perfect day for a celebration. Kim asks if Seonsu has told them, and Seonsu excitedly confirms it, adding that it would be a waste not to party on an occasion like this. Suddenly, he hears the sound of fireworks along with a congratulatory message from Woojin and his family celebrating his great achievement. Kim internally feels embarrassed, while Seonsu casually mentions that there's also a wreath at his front door, sent by the old father's order. Kim frustratedly asks just how far Seonsu has spread the news. Annoyed, he tears down the wreath, thinking that now that he's reached level 5, he needs to stay low-key since people will be closely watching his every move. Yet they go and send him something so conspicuous. At that moment, a car stops beside him, and a lady emerges from it, prompting Kim to wonder who else might show up today, as he feels like everyone and their mother is coming to his place. The lady confirms his name and congratulates him on reaching level 5. Kim thanks her and asks who she is. She apologizes for the late introduction and presents herself as Seong Hee-young from the Kumo group, the third child of the conglomerate and a level 6 superhuman. Kim gasps, realizing that she is the youngest daughter of the Kumo group, and asks what business the Kumo group has with him. She remarks that they are thinking of leaving a request, which surprises him. He internally contemplates that, from what he knows, the Kumo group should be in the middle of the succession war. He realizes that getting involved in the group's internal matters will only complicate things, and thinks the wise choice is to refuse their request here. Opening the briefcase in her hand, she explains that the Kumo group wants Kim to take part in the upcoming 5 consecutive duels for the succession battle, as their champion. She then pulls out a pistol from the case, mentioning that the compensation will be more than worth it, and offers the pistol as a gift. Kim is taken aback at the sight of the weapon, instantly recognizing it as one of the legendary Dasen guns, specifically, the one imbued with the power of destruction. The sight of it immediately changes his mind. He tells her to bring the contract right away, while internally grinning at the thought that it's time to rack up some rare loot.